Yeah, Poir, haven't you been working on that video for like over 2 weeks, if not 3 weeks now? You need to hurry that shit up. What's up, Chuds? What's up? Hope you had a great day before starting this absolute game of the year game. It's been a very slug-like day today. It's just been horrible weather around here for probably 2 weeks now. Barely seen the sun. I try to get as much light in here as possible. I'm looking out my window right now, just storm clouds. Thanks, Real Blazing Diamond. Appreciate it. One day I'll finish Pragmata. Not really. Not really. There was some verified check mark. I'm assuming it was a guy who bought an account or something. I didn't check. Maybe it was a real YouTuber. But he said that Pragmata was better than Dead Space. And I'm just like, oh my god. I ain't even reading the rest of this bait. That was so cringe. Holy shit. Again, I think Pragmata is okay. I don't think it's bad. Devin tried it because I think he's going to mention it in a video. I can't remember. But, yeah, Devin played it for about 4 hours and got bored, which seems about right. Dead Space is boring, lol. Okay. Name your 3 favorite games. Genuinely. Okay, 3 favorite games. Let's go. Are you? We're gonna find out real quickly if you're a human. Why are random people naming 3 favorite games? I ain't talking to you. Number 1, Breakers. Don't be mean. Luigi's Mansion. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Luigi's Mansion, Link's Awakening, Breakers. I'm assuming Breakers was a joke. But you think Dead Space is boring, but Luigi's Mansion, Link's Awakening are god tier games. I'm not even saying either one's bad, because I think Luigi's Mansion's pretty good. I think Link's Awakening is decent, but I didn't finish it. I played like half. But Dead Space is boring. That makes no fucking sense. That makes no fucking sense. Breakers, I'm with you. Even though Breakers wouldn't even make my top 20. But still, I get it. If it was real, I got it. Dead Space equals Fed Space. The pee poo poo man. Dead Space does the jump scare over and over. Yeah, the actual horror elements are kind of weak. That's why I think Dead Space 2 is actually a better game. Which I don't think is really a hot take because it's kind of like split down the middle. Dead Space 2 does have some slight downgrades compared to the first one, but I just think not only is the weapon balance better in 2, but there's more enemy variety and I don't know. I think the setting is less. I don't know. I think the setting of both is actually quite good. My issues with 2 are just like kind of the story stuff. There's a little bit too much cinematic shit in 2, but I think almost every other element of the gameplay is better than 1. So, it just kind of edges it out for me in that way. Alright. You can tell I'm not looking forward to playing this. I mean, I am a little bit because I do like playing Woke Slop, but at the same time, it seems like it's a Life is Strange type game, kind of. Also, apparently there's gonna be a lot of copyrighted music, so I'm not gonna turn streamer mode on. I know I should, but we gotta at least get the experience. If we're not getting the experience of the game, am I really giving it a fair shot, you know? If I do see the stream gets blocked for copyright, I'll turn it off. But I just think it'll get demonetized, which is okay. I can deal with demonetization. The problem is a lot of famous music gets your stream blocked, so I'll have to keep an eye out for that. It's been 13 days since I started working on the Memory Runner video. I haven't made a fully edited video in 5 months, so it took a while for me to shake off the editing rust. Meanwhile, Redger, aka Memory Runner again, who wanted no drama, obviously, which is why I immediately made another channel and started milking the content again, was with a bunch of Sphere Hunter jokes in the thumbnails. He's pumped out like 10 videos in that time. Not shitting on you, Par, but you're a lazy ass. Get to work. The amount of people not realizing Jura is Memory Runner is insane. Yeah, I mean, it's literally the exact same thumbnails and editing. Like, I watched maybe 30 seconds of it, and I'm like, oh, it's literally just him. I played Silent Hill 2 Remake first, and playing original Silent Hill 2, and holy fuck, you're right. Yeah, I mean, you can feel the soul. Most people are not going to do what you did. I think in a vacuum, the Silent Hill 2 Remake is not a bad game. I mean, I do think... I wouldn't use the word objectively, but if we're... kind of objectively, I would say, if we're trying to analyze what makes a good combat system, the remakes is not good. The lack of enemy variety completely destroys any horror there could possibly be from the enemies, because you fight the same 3 enemies for about 80% of the game. So, that element is shit, no matter what anyone says. But the rest of the remake, if you haven't played the original, won't seem that bad. But if you have played the original, then it's much worse, for sure. I hear Husky suspended for 90 days. No. That's crazy. It couldn't have happened to a better guy. Yeah, Devin's making a video on the Star Fox situation. Deranged Doomer already beat him to the punch, but yes, I've seen the trailer. It looks horrible. I know my question may be retarded, but do I hate subscribers who only like my videos and don't donate? No. Don't worry about donating, trust me. The only subscribers I hate are the hate watchers and the extremely annoying members of chat, but most of them got banned already. The most annoying members of chat got banned over the years. There's a few that I think are worth keeping around because of the banter, but I think the actual really annoying people already got banned. Did I see what the Onion did to InfoWars? Yeah, that was extremely unfunny. I watched Sargon's video on it, yeah. Yep. It didn't even make sense. Why would they have him drink, like, satanic blood? That's the shit that Alex Jones makes fun of. So a parody that has him drink the blood of children, or whatever it was, that doesn't even make sense as a parody. I don't know. Leftists are not human. I know I've said this many times, but that's just a genuine non-human activity. Wasn't that a Norm Macdonald quote? Something like, you can't parody someone you hate. You have to like them on some level to be able to do satire. To do an impression, you know? This video is going to end up being over 2 hours long, and I've never made an edit. Okay, well, maybe it's too long for. I don't mean to be a dick, but that might be too long. Is there 2 hours worth of material? I mean, maybe there is. I don't know. That's why Zach's Trump impression is so iconic. Exactly. 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 Okay, hold on. Let's get into it. I'm stalling. This is way too long for a synthetic pre-stream. I should be setting off my own ADHD with how long this is taking. Well, I'll read these super chats real quick, I guess. Dan Chris, thanks for the 14 months membership. Pour one out to George, YouTuber Race Channel. George the Gunwalker got his channel deleted? What happened? Why? We like George. He came up with the autism trick, where you write autistic and then you write something edgy. How'd he get deleted? What happened? For violating community guidelines. My days are numbered. He got banned for the furry video. What'd he do? Mega Rock and Rolla, thanks to $5. Glad to be back in the USA and enjoying some based slop live. I was awake for over 24 hours straight yesterday, flying home, and had to work today. So tired. Damn. Yeah, get some rest. I'm so glad YouTube doesn't give a fuck about, like, getting people in trouble during live streams. Outside of, like, certain content ID material, like that one, the propaganda movie with the young Ryan Gosling, that's like, has him saying anti-Semitic shit or whatever. Like, yeah, YouTube did get a stream in trouble for that while it was live, but that wasn't because of the words. It was because they recognized what the source material was. Mr. Bell, thanks to the 8 months of membership. I'm sorry for missing so many streams lately. No problem. Mr. Moss, thanks to the $2 and the blushing pair. DW hyphen something something. Thanks to the $2. Synth drops epic rap diss on Nose Goblins. Yeah, that should be on epic rap battles of history, because clearly the synthetic man is going to be remembered in the history books. Anyway, checks, thanks to the 5 Canadian. Autistic, rest in peace, George the Goon Walker, autistic. Exactly, right there. Am I going to play Legacy of the Dark Knight? Dude, I heard that's the worst LEGO game by far. I don't know how modern games can manage to make every game worse than the last one. I heard there's only like 7 playable characters in a LEGO game. In a LEGO game? 7? In a LEGO game. Half the appeal of those games you just play as every character. That's the wrong resolution. I'll fix it. Best experience with the controller. Fine. Be that way. I'll do it. No, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not one of those PC people. I don't know why the screen is no sound. I should check if, for whatever reason, it got muted. It shouldn't be, though. I mean, I've never opened it up before. Why would it be mute? It's not muted. What game is this? Did you read the title? The Kiwi farmers apparently think you took his YouTube channel down because his last thumbnail had you blushing at a 32-year-old bisexual furry from that Kingdom Hearts video. Okay, but how would I get it taken down, though, for hate speech? That's not how it works. The only way that things get hit for community guideline strikes is if they're mass reported, which Kiwi Farm should know since they got my stream back in August taken down when they mass reported it, and they got Devin's stream taken down from mass reporting it. So, I don't know why these retards are playing dumb when they know how it works, because they've abused the system before, and recently at that. I'm assuming his Carl clip was the problem. He went really edgy on a Troon VTuber that was talking about his journey of getting groomed on Twitter. Damn. Poor George. He flew too close to the sun. He couldn't hold the autism back. I respect it. Yes, we're going to have to deal with the low frame rate animation the whole time. I'm already throwing up. I hate this style. I hate Spider-Verse. We should kneel on Miles Morales' neck.
The compact disc delivers crisp, high-fidelity audio in a portable form factor with a 16-bit signal and a staggering 74 minutes of playtime. It's the sound of the future. Make memories to good music. Invest in quality headphones. Always make a soundtrack, because pretty soon you won't be listening to music. You'll be listening to who you were.
I'm sure I'll remember all these names, don't worry.
It's a retrospective of greatest hits to accompany our last night together in the Big Suck. A milestone like this requires preparation, a schedule. One must think ahead to experience the now. These are the last hours of our high school affair. It's romantic. I want to say something lighthearted, so I say... I bet one of us dies this time.
Oh shit, we're going.
Alright, hold on. Let me turn this shit down. Well, at least the UI has some effort put into it. I have to give it that over a lot of modern games. Annapurna. Haven't we played their woke slop before? I'm pretty sure we have. Yeah, the animations are low FPS. Again, this is Spider-Verse shit. Ooh. Oh my god. Now this is gameplay. Alright, can we run to a car and die? Come on, throw another car my way. Please. Please, I'm begging you. Come on. I missed my chance. Come on, there's gotta be another car. Come on, please! I need some player choice right now. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna... Come on. Player choice! Fuck off! I wanna die! Can I jump off the cliff? Hold on. That'd be some player choice, too. You fucking bitch-ass piece of shit. Oh. This is no fun, chat. No fun at all. I want to just turn to Blood Mist. Let me turn to Blood Mist. Come on. Oh, stuttering in the fucking PS2 game. That's what we like to see.
Treachery! Subterfuge!
Grab on! We'll take you over the bridge!
You giddy bitch! Tonight, we're invited to Camille Cole's beach party. It's the tits, it's the jam, everyone's gonna be there. College kids, rich kids, athletes, horse girls, skaters. It's teenage high society. Right now, we have no booze, but we do have some leads. We'll start at my house, then on to Cassandra's, free drinks at our secret hideout, then arrive beachside at 9:45 p.m. It could be one of our greatest hits.
This is a 10 out of 10 from IGN. Just a reminder. 10 out of 10. That car doesn't even look like it's actually driving on the road. You see, it looks like it was gliding. Hold on. I'm gonna turn subtitles on for you chuds. I forgot to, in general, yeah.
Was that Kyle driving?
Yeah, I thought he was playing football at Colorado.
Maybe he's going to the party.
Think he can buy us some vodka?
I'll ask him.
Oh shit, hold on.
Kyle,
Give me some
buy
more
some
people on
vodka?
the road. Hold on.
Don't think he heard me.
I'm sure nothing is interactable
Folks
because it's not a
Your
video
dad's
game,
home,
but
yeah.
fuck, I missed my chance.
Lame.
There's only 2 people. I want to crash into them. That sucks.
I thought we were riding together.
I didn't want to get all sweaty and shit.
Fair.
Are you serious?
You know the music that plays before a concert? Bands always use the same playlist when they're setting up the stage. That's because it's a countdown. Roadies know when their jobs begin, when they finish, and when the playlist ends, the show begins. This playlist, the one you'll be hearing today, is a countdown to my last night in Blue Moon Lagoon.
You're still going through with this?
Afraid so. I leave for the airport at 6 a.m.
You've ruined our road trip.
I know this.
What's the name of this woman who's tearing us apart?
Bella Deltone.
So you fly to New York, you give this woman your mixtape, and what, she just hires you?
After she listens to the mixtape, yeah. I'll become the world's foremost music supervisor.
What's a music supervisor?
It's a great question, Slater.
Imagine before you all the music of human history. Every sonnet, symphony, rock song, and radio jingle. A vast gallery of sound. This is the domain of the music supervisor. It's their job to curate a soundtrack that frames and elevates the narrative.
Okay,
whether
well,
it's a
is our
film,
protagonist
a play,
secretly
or a
Jewish?
television program.
Because I don't think she's
Stacey
going to become
Rockford
that
has
music
wanted to be a music
supervisor,
supervisor
sorry.
since 8th grade. I'm told her mixtapes are spectacular, though I've never heard one myself.
Once Bella Deltone hears my mixtape, she'll make me her protege.
But why?
Because my mixtapes bend others to my will. It's a strange, almost cosmic talent.
Okay, she is Jewish then. She
Unbelievable.
confirmed Talmudic
The next
magic
track
in the
is Just
mixtape.
Like Honey
You heard
by
it.
Jesus and Mary Chain. A perfect bedroom hangout vibe. Might be the last time we're all in my room together. Huh.
I don't know why. I mean, I know my job is to play woke slop, but this isn't a video game. This is literally not a video game. We got a 10 out of 10. There need to be 10 heads of IGN employees on my fucking desk tomorrow. Go, Death Squad, go.
Sweetie, you called her sister yet? Is she picking you up from the airport?
No! Stop pressuring me!
Sorry, sweetie.
Yeah, always say Minecraft. Don't worry. Always. Or Roblox or something.
EM17 boombox. Taped a lot of radio on this thing. Now relegated to the hallway. I smiled for every photo before junior year, but then Slater made me metal.
Ah. The cringe.
Vague, brown, of unknown origin.
Average Amerimut. Sorry, you know, yeah, that was an easy one.
My hair care products are filth and malevolence.
Browns.
We gonna get your stash and keep going?
That's a rookie move.
I hate this
Yeah,
low
you
frame rate
talking
anime.
about Sandra?
Look at how bad this looks.
I'll go
This is a
outside
10 out of
and
10.
immediately bolt.
10 out. You know what? That's for how many frames of animation there are. 10 frames. I got it. I get it, IGN. That was pretty clever when you think about it.
Portishead's debut album, Dummy. A must-have. Cinematic, ambitious, ahead of its time. Just like me.
Okay, when's the suicide arc? Well, we need to take her out. Can I pick every depressive dialogue option
Plugged in
and make her
Mike
die?
Lewis, Tried to
Please.
record a concert. Sucked hard. Slater bought this for me from a discount bin in Nampa. Slater,
Cha.
you think you'll ever cut your hair?
You know,
It's the new
people
Yeek.
say cutting your hair is not metal.
Yeek. Well, the thing with Yeek though is like,
know
Yeek
what's not
can't
metal?
be recreated because
Caring about people's hair.
it's simultaneously self-aware
true.
but not at the same time. You know what I mean? I don't think this is gonna have the self-aware
I
part.
tape MTV when I'm not home. Films aren't all strings and trumpets in the 90s. You gotta be close to the bleeding edge. Where was Camille Cole's party last year?
Her uncle's houseboat.
And it sank.
No way.
A bit.
Yeah, not all the way.
Absolute blowout. Billy Idol was there.
Oh my god.
I think it was just a guy who looked like Billy Idol.
Okay.
Aerodisc portable turntable. More aesthetic than high fidelity. Gets the job done.
Yeah, this takes place in the 90s, but I don't know if they said what year. Maybe they did. I wasn't paying that close attention.
What's that stuff?
A mixtape from Colin Bruce?
No way, lover boy.
Yeah. He gave me this after the incident. I totally forgot about it.
Put it on.
No, it's not on today's playlist.
Put it on.
Put it on.
Oh, come on. This should do it.
Damn.
My first kiss was with Colin Bruce. I didn't like Colin at all, but he was accessible, and honestly, I just wanted to get it out of the way. It was
Cope.
everything I hoped it wouldn't be.
Every
The music
woman
you made
cope
me
I've
is
ever
entitled
heard.
Music that explains how you make me feel, and the opening track is the 10-minute instrumental Odyssey Galaxy Interia by Alice Coltrane, released in 1971. Totally ruined it for me.
Yeah, look at the schnoz. The schnoz on the dude there. This is what IGN thinks is a 10 out of 10, by the way. I have to remind you, this is a 10 out of 10 to IGN. Holy fuck. It wasn't the only one. There were other publications that gave this like 9s and 10s.
That's enough.
I can't wait for the skill up review to say this is the greatest thing
You
that's
could
ever
pull it
happened.
off, you know, going to New York.
My cash is spent. The time is now. If I have to get a job here, shit. I can't work in the fucking kayak shack. The radio's on smooth hits.
Yeah, clearly you were
24/7.
born for
Proud of
better.
myself.
You fucking creature. Look at this side profile. Look at that. This says everything. This is the woman version of the virgin meme right here. This is not a person.
You were in my dream a couple of nights ago.
Were we doing it?
No, we were trying to buy plants, like potted
Damn it,
plants.
this is another game that scrolls
Wow.
chat for no
Then we
reason.
were in
I'm
the
trying
gym
to
when we
fix
lost
it.
the
Hold on.
plants.
Is that it?
Frame.
Yeah,
Lame.
Lame.
and then we did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Nice.
Alright, so what am I doing now? Oh, okay. I think my parents still have a VCR somewhere. I don't know why. It's not.
Yo,
I'm pretty
I made
sure
us a
that
tape.
the VHS tapes have all eroded away, but thing that I got to control it.
Are they gone?
Jesus Christ, what is going on with YouTube? I can't even read chat.
I'll get 3 large cheeseburger combos, a spicy sauce trio, 3 jalapeno.
Okay, oh.
Slater, you said it was fixed.
It was! They told me it was!
Oh man.
Okay. Okay, something's happening. Almost! Almost! Woo! Back in business, baby!
Slater! Slater, you fucking hog! Slater!
Then he
He'll be
turns on and
back.
runs them over.
I think.
And then roll credits. That'd be so good.
I don't think he's coming back.
Dude, this wants to be a movie so fucking bad. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. This.
Why do you have to leave tomorrow, though?
Only time I got a window to catch Bella Del Tone. She's back in New York before she bunkers down for summer shoots. I'm gonna bump into her at Roastery on Franklin and Broadway. She's a regular.
So you're
I
stalking
miss
her?
Sarah.
I'm
so
stalking
already.
her. Remember this night? It was the first time you snuck out. There's more photos somewhere. Huh.
Okay, I need to find the missing photos. What I'm doing. Can I just leave? Am I allowed to just never come back. Can I walk out the front door and... Is there even anything else? Like, no, I can't interact with this. And I'm pretending this is a video game right now, but I need the freedom. I'm pressing all the buttons on the controller and nothing does anything. You can only walk and interact. What a great
Not
game.
yet.
Fuck you. I can't believe you just did that to me. I decide when it's yet. I'm the player. You know, remember when the player drove the experience? You know, that was kind of the whole appeal of video games, interactive medium. I was literally just right there. Yeah, I just didn't look down.
There you are. Feeling no pain here.
Okay, I guess it looks like there's more, though. Dude, what the 10 out of 10, dude.
Here's
10 out
one.
of 10.
Yeah. This is where it all started to go wrong. It's like 8:30 in this photo. Cass is wasted. That's the thing with strict parents. When their kids finally get out, they go way too hard.
Yeah, that's why millennials are all soy fuck-ups, because of exactly that. As Lanson, thanks to the 500, I think that's the meme currency. You can tell the people who make these games don't have the slightest interest in video games. They just see the medium as a megaphone for their worldview. Nothing is about the game, everything's about them. Exactly. Yeah, I'm very interested in these self-insert characters. This expression of the game director's narcissism.
Man, if her dad's out there, she's totally partied out.
Wait here.
Where are you going? Oh, right.
Is that like 30 cents?
What are we gonna do?
Is that what someone's saying?
What's demanded of us?
I hate... I already ranted about this a while ago.
1978.
But YouTube does the super chats in the native currency, so I'm supposed to believe in Argentina that's worth $50, which is bullshit. I don't believe it. Even if it is true, I don't give a fuck about Argentina. How about that?
Can't go to prison.
Can I die? Please let me die. Can I die? I wanna die. Okay, that's all that happens. That's all. This is not a video game. There's no failure state. It's not a video game. It's not a video game.
Terrible idea. What are we doing?
If death looks you in the
I can keep spinning, guys, though. Spin to win. Oh my god. Wow. Spinning, that's a good trick.
Don't you dare leave me!
Yeah, 36 cents. Awesome.
I'm trying.
I want Argentinians to empty their bank account, their entire bank account, to appease me, the synthetic man. And people just VPN to pay in a different currency, I know. Which is funny, but... What was the point of that? What was the point of that reaction shot? I love how spinning doesn't actually do anything. Like, I can just spin forever.
As you can see from these stunning pictures coming to you live, a trio of young adults have driven a shopping cart onto the I-19 at high speed. I tell you, Dave, and everyone back there in the studio, I've been reporting in the field for well over 40 years now, and I've only seen this 5 or 6 times.
Wow, that's a really funny punchline. Wow. I laughed, shit. Good sense of humor. You can just crash into the police car and it does nothing. Yeah, that did nothing. There we go. This is so shit. Time to dox and send bombs to whoever gives 10 out of 10 to IGN. In Roblox, of course. In Roblox. But I have the bombs ready. And the bombs are already ready. In Roblox. The whole point of this is just like, you know, these aging millennials, like, I remember when I had friends, and they don't have any friends anymore because everyone hates each other.
That's how I remember it.
Maybe Polly's sister can get us booze? She's cool.
She's in Italy.
Bitch, why are we in Italy?
Because you're ditching us to go to New York?
Yeah, well, we still want to be going to Italy.
The sad thing is I heard this is an Australian development studio. So it's Australians LARPing about the American 90s that they didn't experience that is based on movies that they saw. Isn't that cool? Yeah, that's awesome.
I don't think I've ever seen you without headphones on.
It's stupid.
It's not stupid. I'm just curious.
Most of the time, if I don't have music on, I get the panic.
What's the panic?
Like, time feels like it's drifting by. I feel like I'm wasting something.
Clearly, you need to be gooning.
It's not like that.
That's a great use of time.
Sometimes.
No, you bitches need to play video
I'm
games.
supposed to be
That's truly the
Some
greatest
days
use of everyone's
I feel
time.
nothing at all.
Video,
But you pick the
gooning.
right song.
What else is there to
It
life, really?
holds you in the moment. Gives it meaning. Because the music's going somewhere, and you're going with it. Oh,
I am
I got
going
this.
to chop you.
You know,
I almost said a slur. I might say it anyway. I'm gonna
Sick.
chop these lesbos
It's got
up.
skulls
Watch
on
me.
it. Thank you.
Hey, are you gonna pay for that?
you know how to jet?
To what?
Jet!
Same reviewer gave Death Stranding 2 a 9 out of 10. Yeah, this reviewer doesn't like video games. It's just another failed journalist, a urinalist.
We got supplies for tonight? I got deodorant, eye clear, mouthwash.
I got some rolling papers. I got a yo-yo.
What's a yo-yo?
You know, you spin it up and down.
Oh, like an actual yo-yo. I thought it was code.
Can I leave yet? What are we fucking doing? I'm just watching cutscenes. Here's a cutscene compilation. Now what?
If you see Dave Bowler corner me at this thing tonight, you must save me.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll kick his dick off.
Is he trying to bone you?
Not even. I said I like baseball just to be nice, and now he won't shut up about it. He sees me from across the room, and his eyes light up.
Okay,
and
so
it's
you guys are
fucking
gonna
baseball
bully
time.
an autistic kid. Is that what I'm
I
hearing?
actually don't think that's a dick kickable offense. I'll save you though.
Yes, I'm glad they want to bully the autistic guy. That's funny. That's
gonna be on the
not
prowl
problematic
tonight,
though. I thought ableism was
girls?
bad.
Yeah.
I don't prowl. Never prowl. Girls can sense a desperado. I'll just hang out, be Slater, and see if I get any bites.
That worked for you?
On occasion.
Same reviewer that
Can we get
wrote
going
Sony
on
makes the same
Jones?
games IGN article.
Know what I mean?
Well, yeah, shouldn't that IGN person like these games? Like the Sony movie slop games? I mean, this is literally a Sony game, but without the gameplay.
This is our graduation road trip.
So, you know,
It was.
this actually
We've
is
been planning
exactly
it
what
since the
Sony
next
fans
Cassandra
want.
freshman year.
They hate the
Flew in
gameplay and
lagoon
love
to
the
Seagrass
rest.
Museum, a bunch of other crappy places, down through West Hollywood to check out.
What
the
we
final
really need, though,
countdown
is a
in
Mary
Hot Rocks,
Jane
finishing
segment where we
outside
just, like,
Cassandra's
tase
college
50
orientation.
people back to back.
I'll be in New York.
That'd
this
be
time
funny.
Tomorrow. Slater and Cass are
Am I just
leaving
looking
without
at
me.
this garbage? I don't
This
care
has been
about
the
any of it,
cause
though.
of much friction.
Where's the yellow paint? I don't know. Do I need to examine all these pieces of shit? Hold on. Dude, no, this quirky chunk is garbage. I don't give a fuck, man. Blah, blah, blah.
Is this all you've got? No dubs? No De Bortolini's Pinot Grigio?
Dude, I just bought a plane ticket. I'm broke as shit.
Weak.
Camille Cole's in the new Mariah Carey film clip. Met her and everything.
Huge if true.
When were you talking to the Camille Cole?
called
That
Jenny's
reference
sister.
doesn't make... You just
Jenny
referenced
fucking
a
hates
meme
me.
that takes place 25 years after this. Die!
What, 3 years above us?
Yeah, my sister's here.
Camille Cole told me your sister's freaking wild. We should raid her room for booze.
Maybe.
She's way cooler than you. She'll have booze.
Yes, this is how everyone talked in the 90s, didn't you know? I wouldn't know. I was born 95. I'm a 2000s edgelord, so all you 35 plus year old aging millennials, you tell me. Is this how you guys talked? Oh shit, my friends just they instant transmissioned on my ass. What the hell happened?
Not yet.
What do you mean not yet? What are they doing? Where'd they go? Was that a bug? I stopped paying attention for 1 millisecond and my friends disappear on me. Where's give me the yellow paint. I need it now, please. Okay, this is already torture just watching cutscenes.
Sometimes a whole soundtrack for a film will get replaced. There's a 2001 Space Odyssey soundtrack that was never used. This is David Shire's unused synth masterpiece, composed for Apocalypse Now. Total gem.
What a gemmy.
My hair care products are filth and malevolence.
What the fuck? Chat. Oh, this room's open. Okay, sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
It's weird being in your sister's room.
I know. I never come in here.
Plot twist, she got married to an evil rich man who turned
Debbie
her
used to
into a
be good at rallying.
slave.
Then she saw Cabaret.
Silent
and
Hill
her brain
F,
changed.
not about feminism, by the way. That's not, no. You just didn't get it, Chud. You just didn't get it.
You know Roxy goes to Marshall High?
Yeah?
She said Devo were a one-hit wonder.
Are you provoking me?
No, I'm interested in your opinion.
Well, Roxy's wrong and her life has no meaning. She should crawl back into the ocean.
Will this get a review or inspire blank is dead vid? I guess we'll see how much material there is to work with, but I don't know.
It's locked.
I feel like it'll get a
I know why
mention
you're here.
in my next
I
video at
locked,
least.
But he is close.
Mysterious. Cool. Just like your sister.
Shut up.
Alright, we get it. You're a lesbian. I don't know who raped you, but you're too young for
God,
this.
Jenny fucking Goodspeed is in this photo. She haunts me.
What's your problem with Jenny?
So is the sister a lesbian too? Is everyone a lesbian in the 90s? Did I somehow miss this historical revisionism?
No, no way.
I did it last time.
I look like a child. I can't hand over money with these little hands. Slater, you do it. You're the one with the mustache.
To be honest, I appreciate what
Thanks,
you're saying
thanks for
about
that.
My stash. It is a wilderness, but no. Today, Cass rides the lightning.
Fine.
Yeah, I will try and make the grandest slushie ever.
As will I. I got a few recipes. Watch and learn.
Yeah, it is just the SpongeBob ugly close-up. Can I purposely fuck it up? Hold on. Please tell me I can fuck it up somehow. Okay, like, let's say...
Bubblegum.
No, you can't switch and pour. Damn it. Where's
Another
no player choice? There's still player choice.
Cherry.
This is just gonna be a flavor mess. It's gonna have every flavor. Why not?
Lemonade.
You're not even gonna
Classic,
taste
classic.
it. No, it's just gonna taste like sugar. Pure sugar. No flavor profile.
Electric orange. Grape.
Can I overfill it?
I dub this one Goblin Techno.
You could turn the world of slush recipes
This
on
is
its
so
head.
boring. This is so fucking
Okay,
boring.
stand
It's
still.
unreal.
Once I was the apprentice.
What?
Now
I have to make his shit too? Alright, he's just gonna, I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of something vaguely entertaining. What would be just, he's gotta be just one thing by itself, like only cola or something. Ball is life, thanks to the $400, holy shit, dude, what the fuck? $400. LMFAO, I use my VPN to send you 400 Indian rupees, about $5. Take that. That's for me having to suffer all these shit games. Suffer. Okay, I'm assuming you're gonna refund that. Anyway, if not, I really appreciate it. Yeah, you fucked up somehow. That was actually US dollars. Anyway, let's just do all cola. I can't be bothered. Only cola. Only use me cola. Cola, nothing beats
Too
that.
hard on Cassandra?
Nah, she could take it.
How does it keep scrolling the chat on its own? I can't even figure out how it's doing it. It'll just
I tip my hat
scroll
to you,
chat
sir.
on it.
A
I don't know how
revolution.
this is happening. Yeah, revolution only cola.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey Jenny, we're making slushy recipes. It's like sport.
Cool.
Were you out front of the Cineplex last night?
Oh yeah, I saw something with aliens. It was boring. Close Encounters 3?
Oh, what a soundtrack, huh? All time.
I don't really listen to the music. I just watch it.
I know everything I need to know about you.
Yeah, that's how it is with game soundtracks. If that was about game soundtracks, true fact.
A wizard engulfed in a celestial aura.
That's so cool.
Hey, Jenny.
Cassandra, your bangs are hot.
Oh my god, thank you.
Are you gonna come with us to Mickey's?
I'll try and convince my dad. It's a maybe.
Be there. Nice to see you.
Dude, I love how it's literally 10 out of 10
God,
for
I hate
lesbians.
Jenny
10 out of 10
fucking
for
Goodspeed.
lesbians. When's the nugget? We got a nugget, Max. I need to start my nugget factory. You gotta figure this shit
Why
out.
do I hate Jenny fucking Goodspeed? I got my reasons.
Yeah, you're a jealous lesbo
I've
cunt.
got us
That's
getting
why.
to the party at 9:45. Do we deem this a cool arrival?
Alright, hold on. Let me fix the chat. I need to figure this out, how it keeps auto-scrolling the chat. Because it's doing it with the controller. The controller is somehow scrolling the chat in the other monitor, which makes no sense. Yes, I saw the Star Fox trailer. It looks fucking hideous. Nintendo finally gave in to the Jews. I know people. I really have a schizo accent. Literally, it's always them every single time. But it is though. It is though. If we're gonna be charitable and not go for the JQ angle, it's just American influence has completely destroyed Nintendo. There's no way any Japanese company thinks those, like, hire this man. Ultra realism furries look good. No one thinks that looks good. Furries don't. Normal people don't. Nobody likes it. Nobody. They look so horrifically bad. My god, that is one of the worst D-makes I've ever seen. And I love how it's just Star Fox 64 again. Like, really? I get what we're doing here. I need to dig for something. I could spin stuff around. Wow. What's on the floppy? Word perfect. This too.
Found it. Oh, crashing waves at the Coliseum.
Did I hear about the Foot tribute in Clash of Clans? What?
Damn.
No.
I wish we could have
gone. Alright, yeah, Plar, get back to work.
Get
back to work, Plar.
I didn't go.
Yeah, we went with Rockford's sister. Big Rockford.
The publisher's run by Larry Ellison's daughter.
Huh. What did you guys even do before I came along?
Oh, you know, just hung out at the mall a lot.
What was that about? What was I supposed to gather from that?
I've got like $8 left.
No, I got it. So, let's get real ugly.
Holy shit. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. It's
great composition.
How badly can I fuck this up? Come on. Yeah, her go as low as possible. Hi, come on. Lower. This is I can't. Come on. Come on. Can I force her down there? Come on. Close enough. I'm trying to make my own fun, chat. I'm trying. I'm trying so hard, chat. I have to work so hard to make this entertaining. The devs should have paid me to take a massive steaming pile on their garbage.
Anything when you're posing like a mood or tone?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
They'll use that photo when you go missing, Slater.
Can the camera handle the kind of sauce?
I'm trying to get through this. Hurry up. Hurry up.
What song would be the soundtrack of tonight?
Wichita Toe by Harper's Bazaar, released in 1969.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
You know, actually, this is a really black-pilling story when you think about it. Childhood best friend is lesbian, so the dude got cucked. It's actually over. It never began for whatever the fuck his name is, Sills. I forgot his name. The childhood best friend tomboy turns out to be a lesbian. This is literally the worst case scenario. It actually couldn't get worse than this. I think he needs to kill her and the other girl, and then himself. That'd be Kino. That'd be fucking Kino. I love how those weren't the pictures I took.
Yeah. We didn't get up to much. Water spirit feeling springing round my head makes me feel glad.
Yeah, he's gonna troon out to get with her. That's the modern version. If this took place today, yeah, he'd troon out to get with her, dude. That's so fucking brutal. The human race is it's over for human race cells for sure.
I hate that.
Shit.
Who's the guy who hands out joints? Barry something? You gonna be at the party tonight?
Caleb and Corey are going, so he'll.
Why would I play this? This is a 10 out of 10. IGN and a bunch of other journalists gave this 9s and 10s when it's not even a fucking video game. What am I even doing? I don't know. I'm sure the key goes to something. I keep trying to leave when it's obviously in this room. I don't know. I just have brain damage. I'm sorry. I'm tired of being restricted this long. I need to be unleashed on the world, you know? Dude, everyone is a lesbian. The sister of the same story, childhood best friend, cucks him for a woman. Is it literally the same again? Dude,
Stacy,
millennials. This is why.
It's true.
Fuck,
I knew this day would come. I saw it in a dream. And so I have placed this letter here for future Stacy to tell her this. Your time in Blue Moon Lagoon will not last forever. Life changes quickly. Leave nothing unsaid. I'll call you from New York. I love you, and you're gonna be fine. Kisses, kitten. P.S. For booze, check attached photo.
Whoa.
Look at that stash.
Yeah, that does.
Where is it?
I'm not even gonna lie.
Ritz?
That actually does sound like Sphere Runner.
It's a clue, I guess.
We've been.
So is the sister a dude?
There's nothing there.
Is that because
Obviously,
it didn't
it's
look
hidden.
like a dude? It definitely did not look like a dude.
Another mystery from Debbie Rockford. It's like when
Are
she
they gonna
gave us
insert
the map.
drones into the 90s too?
Yeah,
I mean, it wouldn't
the map.
surprise me. Very historically
How long
accurate,
ago was
obviously.
that?
3 years ago. The day she left.
This game is so realistic, dude. There were so many lesbians in the 90s. How come we're so overpopulated?
To go.
Where did she leave the map?
None of that matters to
desk?
women. All that matters
Sure your
is, does
sister
this
left
fit my
it?
worldview?
The morning
That's
she
it.
leaves for college, the map appears.
Okay, does this low frame rate animation not look dog shit against the background? This clearly looks terrible. This has a 10 out of 10?
What do you think it leads
That
to?
doesn't fit at all.
Feels a bit elaborate.
That looks jarring as shit.
Porn?
Ew. Why would she leave me porn?
Well, there's a porn stash in a bush out past left field at the Belmont Diamond.
And you've seen it?
Yeah. It's of a poor quality.
And what? You all just sit around looking at it with your
Jump,
phone
jump,
sticking
jump,
out?
jump, jump, jump. Do it, do it, do it.
Right of passage
Do a flip.
glimpse into the
Do a
seedy
flip.
underbelly of suburban America.
Gross.
We don't get outside much.
Yeah, this is what you
We're
bought a
outside all the
240
time.
hertz
What, like
screen
in alleys
for.
and bus stops?
Yeah, you want
Yeah.
this to look as bad as humanly
Oh,
possible.
yeah,
We need, what's like the highest frame rate monitor you can get? Let's.
I could get into a hike.
I don't own shorts. Slater, are shorts metal?
I think cargo shorts are.
Is industrial military derived clothing metal though?
I don't fucking know. There's a fucking
Shit. I gotta think of something to talk about. Okay, well, I guess everyone's excited to hear about RuneScape, right? I got my fire cape in RuneScape, guys. Woo! It took fucking forever. I'm gonna tell you that. It took fucking forever. I mean, they say the average time is
You ever think about buying a motorcycle
for
and just
Iron Man is like 90 minutes.
going
It took
wherever
me
the road
about
takes
2
you?
hours. And part of that is because I had to get up to piss and
sure, but like
and grab water
car or
and stuff.
whatever.
But
No,
but
I
still,
don't think you
2
understand
hours
my
of
stance on bikes.
safe
I wanna
spotting
make this
mobs.
Tell me all about it.
It's not just that motorcycles aren't for me, okay? Bikes suck on a philosophical level. The loud ones, anyway.
Why? Bikes
Time
are
for the
hot.
false fan.
No, they're not.
Yeah, Jagex is gonna ban me. I'm too problematic. I've only ever been nice to people in game though. Actually, I do have a RuneScape story. I can't remember. I'm not. It doesn't matter if I recorded it or not. But the point is,
situational awareness
so what
to
happened
loudness.
was
There's
that brings me back
because
to school.
loudness
Maybe this shit
is a rare and
is bringing me
precious
back to my
commodity.
teenage days. But mine were much more keynote than this gay slop.
Not everyone gets to be
Also
loud.
more
You gotta
depressing
earn
though.
it.
Way more
The
depressing too.
motorcycles, they buy loudness.
Anyway,
and
so
thus, they suck.
So there was, I was at Giant's Foundry, which is a mini game for smithing,
But
and
a road
it was
trip
on
would be awesome.
the Blast Furnace
Just
world,
us
so
three.
there was actually a decent amount of people there.
We could go
And
wherever we wanted.
some random asshole, probably like a troon or something, was like, "Hey, do you guys support Israel or Palestine? Press 1 for Palestine, 2 for Israel, or whatever." Well, basically, so in the beginning part, when he asked the first question, I'm just like, I hate Israel, but for the right reasons. That's what I said in the chat. And he's like, what are the right reasons? And I said, I think you know. And then he just said, I don't know you, dude. And then when he did the 1 for Palestine, 2 for Israel, I'm like, what do I pick if I don't like either? And he just said, where are you from? And I'm like, the US of A, of course. And that was it.
Last 1,000
That was
years.
the whole conversation.
I think we're supposed to go all the way to the far side of the fields.
Well, should we float out there? Start a new life?
Let's waste an afternoon.
It's never a waste.
Please tell me you're refunding this. Probably. I doubt we'll play this for 2 hours. Okay, what the fuck is this? What? I love how... I know, you know, the silly billies are gonna take this out of context, because they're teenagers, but they literally gave her negative ass on purpose, and they shoved it in your face. Okay, what the fuck is going on? Most odd agents play RuneScape. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they do. I play RuneScape. The other exciting RuneScape news, and this was insane luck. This is the most lucky I've probably been in any video game, as far as I know. So there's a boss called Scotizo, but you can only fight every once in a while because you have to collect 3 totem pieces, which are random drops from the dungeon he's in. So my first ever Scotizo kill, I got the pet. First ever. It's the only pet I have, not counting a cat. And I have the Scotizo pet, which is fucking insane. Like, I don't even know what the odds of that are, like, taking into account how long it takes to get the pieces. But I have the Scotizo pet, so the one guy who plays RuneScape in here is gonna be like, holy fuck, what? Yeah. Remember Runner trying to pay me off right now? Is that what's happening with these gifted memberships? I mean, that's he's paying the toll. He's paying the toll right now. He's trying to be like, this is the tax, the tax to not get struck. Yeah, I'm holding forward on the controller, but I'm not really paying attention to what's happening. How mad was Devin? Actually, Devin wasn't mad because Devin got a pet before I did. He got what's he called? Calvarion or whatever. The mini version of the Wilderness Skeleton boss. He got that pet before I got a pet, so I wasn't mad about it. Redger member runner though, is from Malaysia. I don't know who told you that. Well, Brian, I mean, the editing looks like exactly the same though. I mean, am I supposed to believe it's a coincidence that he sprung up right after MR went down, and it's like the same editing style and thumbnail style?
No way. It's the fucking Ritz.
Yeah, but shitty. Filthy, like us.
This could be our kingdom.
We could get fucked up here.
I can't believe she never told me about this. Maybe she thought I'd squeal.
You've got to throw a
You got
party.
good news, Xenoman?
No.
Yeah, tell me about it.
We can't tell anyone.
Why not?
As soon as one loser talks, that's it. Every parent starts looking for their shitty kid here.
Right on. What is coolness if not exclusivity?
That's
My
true.
sister
That's
trusted
also
us with
racist
this
and
place.
sexist. I can't believe you just said that.
Of the big suck. No one can know about it.
Totally.
I will take it to my grave.
They're gatekeeping. They're gatekeeping. Why did you not let Troons in here? Where are the minorities? Where are the Troons? Why are they not allowed? You fucking racist chuds. Fuck you.
It's time. Say adios to my house, amigos.
I graduate and rank up next week, but I have a 2-week road trip through Canada to get back to my job, so I won't be on as much. I guess
Goodbye.
that's good news.
Stacy's room.
It's cool. Yeah, I mean, I guess the editing is a little different, but it's still... It feels like it was popped out of a fucking factory. What are the chances that there's 2 synth cells who know how to edit? One would pop up as soon as the other one gets banned.
It's a fat whale of a song. Lush were one of the first bands.
I mean,
to
how
call
hard is it to
shoegaze.
change your
It's
style
technical, but it's
slightly and pump it out
nonchalant. Like my friend
faster for
Cassandra.
money?
Cass was pretty tame up until freshman year. Then she chose rebellion. I remember it well.
It looked like it was supposed to be a quartering A-log channel, then switched to
Yeah.
My dad said I shouldn't hang out with you.
Who's your dad?
He's a cop.
Oh, sweet. Reputation.
He thinks you're the ones who spray painted the Reagan statue, that you're shoplifters.
And that makes you want to hang out with us? Is that right?
I've decided to disappoint my parents.
Dope.
This year, I want to ride a flaming stallion of delinquency.
Yes.
What's your name again?
Hey, go eat a dick!
Cassandra shows great promise.
This is just a cringe compilation, but again, that's why game journalists like it, because their life is a cringe compilation.
Camille's party's at the beach. Do we need towels?
But yeah, no, this is pain.
Why, you gonna go swimming?
I'm not planning on it.
I never plan my swims.
You fucking bitch! Didn't even let me jump. At least let me jump off. I'm not allowed to jump. They let me jump in the tutorial. Okay, now I can jump. I hate this. Chat, help! Chat, help! Free me from this nightmare, man. They don't even... Oh, the anti-fun is unreal. Wait, why? I just lost control. I can't control it anymore. What happened? Okay. There was like an invisible wall on my left. I don't know why. Before I even passed the truck. Also, just scrolled chat again. What the hell? Buggy ass game scrolls YouTube chat. How? I'm hitting every button to try and unscroll it. I can't figure out how this keeps happening. Because it's not like I'm looking at the second monitor when it happens. Hold on. Let me fix it. I just want to look at chat, man. I'm not even trying to crash every 2 seconds now. I just don't want to look at the screen. You think it's a YouTube bug? Well, maybe it's a coincidence, but the only times it's happened playing previous games is when, like, in a borderless window game, I'll scroll on the mouse and it'll sometimes scroll the chat. But I'm playing this on controller, so I don't know how the fuck it's happening. But maybe it's a recent bug. Yeah, dude, this is how kids in the 90s lived, dude. They did all these adventures and shit. It's definitely a woman doing it, too. That kind of adds on to the absurdity. Like, it's already unbelievable enough, you know, with the male protagonist, and that, no, this is a woman doing all this. Yeah, okay. Fantasyland.
You got hit by a truck.
Every woman in the 90s was a lesbian skateboarder, exactly. How the 90s like? Well, I'm not that unk, unfortunately. I was born in 95, so I'm a 2000s kid.
I got a good feeling about tonight.
The edgelord era.
I trust your vibrations.
Listen to Linkin Park and Green Day every day, dude.
We're now crossing Little Mill Creek, perfectly timed to coincide with Deep Space Scan by Curtis Dunn, who released one incredible album, then disappeared into the ocean. We listened to Deep Space a lot when we first started hanging out and wasting time. Not far.
I'm still waiting on Devin's Love in Deep Space stream. He's got to stop pussying out. Clearly, that's what everyone wants to see. That's gonna be the gayest stream ever. It's funny how, like, media made for women is more homosexual than media made for homosexuals. I don't know how they managed that, film of the 80s. But it's got to be the birth control that women take.
Gross.
It's gotta be.
You're just saying that because you want to be alternative.
I'm artsy. I'm bohemian.
Aliens?
Not as good as Alien. Brazil?
Haven't seen
it. Pee-wee's Big Adventure?
Yeah, I fucking love that movie.
Great film. Dope film.
I want to be like Pee-wee Herman.
Sexually deviant?
No, like that scene at the end where he's crashing through all those different sets and situations and stuff. That's what I want when I get out of this place. I want to try every flavor, see what I like, find out what turns me on, you know?
Wow, she's ahead of her time.
Sounds like sexual deviant.
She wants to be a whore already, even before online dating. That's kind of crazy.
Look, I'd like to fuck around and lick all the ice creams, but I have a singular gift, a cause. It's a crushing responsibility.
It's like an Easter egg here for like hitting all the things.
I mean, pairing the perfect song for the corresponding moment.
How does that play out? In the real world, I mean.
How does it play out? Well, I get hired by Violent Sound, become Bella Deltone's prodigy. She makes the best soundtracks. She's done every film I've ever loved. I amass the largest private collection of records and tapes in the continental United States. Move back west, Hollywood, probably. Score the great films of the next 5 decades. Then, when I die, my record collection is donated.
I got an achievement. Oh my god. You saw it, chat.
Will you ever come back to the lagoon?
I shall deny I ever lived here.
Huh.
What about you?
I'm gonna rent till I'm dead, baby. Rent till I'm dead.
You ever gonna show us your
He's
album?
ahead of his time, too.
No, I should never have told you about the album.
I want to
Hold
hear
on,
it.
I gotta skip
Put
this.
it on a
I'll
cassette for
skip
me.
across the
God,
letter for this one. Right over it?
Rock
Fuck.
slipped.
No, we don't leave. I must hit all the objects. There we go.
It hits!
Beehive. Bees, come kill us. End the game. Why didn't the bees save us? Shit. They could have.
Yes!
Is this leading to something? There's gotta be like a shark or something. Like a shark pops up, kills him. I know, that just clipped right through the rock. Awesome. Okay, that looks buggy too.
Cinema.
I better not be doing this for no reason. I mean, again, I do love wasting chat's time. It's you could even call it a fetish of mine, but the entertainment value of this is decreasing. Shit.
Oops. Huh.
Damn it. I'll hit the yellow thing first. Oh, there's another ring.
Nice
that...
throw.
Whoa, what the? That one didn't do anything.
Oh, lame.
Oh, did I not knock it all the way over? Fuck. It's too much of a pussy-ass throw.
Oh my god. Huh.
Damn it! Oh, maybe that one doesn't go all the way down?
Shot.
I mean, the evil gnome laugh has to mean something, right? Is the game trying to scam me out of my refund right now? That's a bold choice. A bold choice from the devs. We gotta get that playtime up. Fuck. Oh, hold on. It's still going. It's still going, chat.
Nice.
How long does this go on? Oh wait, hold on. I think a gnome spawned over there. Come on, this has gotta do something.
Oh, that was art.
Some spawned way over there. This is engagement bait. Engagement bait, chat.
Yes.
There better be like a secret final boss. It's not. I would never find out because I'm not gonna play this game that long. But this has gotta trigger something. Did the devs just want to make a real video game and instead this is all they could do? Does hitting this boat do something?
The rock deserved better.
Is that it? I mean, there were more things to hit, but chat, there's no way they scammed me, did they? Did they really scam us all?
Haha, kaplonk.
This is they are trolling. They're fucking unironically trolling. How could they do this to me? I wasted all my time and I get nothing?
Oh my god.
There's no way. There's no fucking way. There's no way they did this. There's no way. This deserves do not recommend review right here. Alright, can I hit her? No? Because this game is for pussies? I just throw it into space. I've charged my final flash. There we go. Throw it into space. No.
Rock slipped.
Alright, fine. We're out here. Let's get out.
Cassandra's dad is quite literally a narc, and her mom's worse. They don't let her watch music videos. I mean, she got into college. What more do they...
This... Oh, it froze the cutscene. I was thinking, like... I doubt I'm going to use these characters in the thumbnail, but if I do, this looked like a good shot.
What these narcs don't seem to realize is that an overbearing parental style breeds rebellion. This next track is State of the Heart by Australian band Mondo Rock, released in 1980. It matches the drapes.
Alright, hold on. Let me... I'm not going to review this. I'm not going to review this. This is a game Moist Critical would say is an easy Game of the Year candidate. Yeah.
He's on double shift today and tonight. Shouldn't give us any trouble.
Your dad buzzes my kill. Or like, the other way around. He's so law and order, you know?
He's not even your dad.
Jeez, true. Is it beer before weed? You're on your knees? Or something?
Grass before beer, you're in the clear. Beer before grass, you're on your ass.
What about like grass, beer, grass, vodka, grass?
That's a good start.
Howie Zowie. Get some dank kush. Weed Lamau.
Heaven or Las Vegas?
And drink beer.
That is the question. Cocteau Twins, 1990. I got cast in a shoegaze. If there's no
Maybe it is a YouTube glitch, because I just saw the chat freeze out of nowhere for no reason.
Oh, once we're there, leave the booze to me.
We can't rock up with nothing. I can't deal with that kind of shame.
Alright, where's my yellow paint? Let's get a move on. We gotta at least see a couple more scenes before we drop this forever. And don't look back.
Just watch the ball.
Yeah, watch the ball crash into my fucking skull.
That'd be sweet. Fine. Can I let that happen? Can I like lean into it? Oh, I see.
Nice swing. Yep,
wow, he's
looking good.
I love playing as a woman doing all the things that men do. Because that's what happened in the 90s, right?
Hey, Rockford, you suck!
Hey, fuck you, Woodley, you piece of shit!
Nice. The bat's too small.
For what? You're
No,
stretched out cooch?
it's not.
Oh, I actually was dragging away. All right, that was on me. It's kind of fun. Fuck. Again, I don't know if I'm ever gonna thumbnail this shit, but like some of these are very thumbnailed here. You know what I mean?
Whose house?
Principal Rose.
Are you nuts?
He gave Slater's whole class detention. Collective punishment. He deserves it.
Didn't he already catch you TPing his house?
We've never TP'd his house.
We begged his house.
And he caught you. He said he'd expel you next time.
He may suspect it was me, but he'll never know. You in or out?
I gotta teach you two how to throw. I'm in.
Let's get some nice, even distribution.
Hell yeah! You got it!
What am I throwing? Yeah, I'm throwing TP. Okay. Wow. Dude, everyone did this in the 90s, guys. Everyone. I guarantee everyone involved in this game in Australia totally did this shit, yeah. As we know, life is like every 80s and 90s kids movie that you've ever seen.
Put your back into it, Slater. You gotta clear the roof.
It's just not a motion I'm very comfortable with.
I'm glad that the man is a loser beta male, and that's why he got friend zoned. That's what you just heard. His best friend became a lesbian because of how pathetic he is. Good game. Good game. Now we're gaming. Now we're gaming. Yeah, the lights are on. They can just see all of this. Why are the lights on in the house? Like, all of the lights on. My mom would, like, go nuts. If we have more than one light on in the house, she loses her shit. Like, my mom would, like, throw a table down the stairs if she saw this many lights on.
I hope it's like his wife's birthday or something.
When do you kill
tomorrow.
someone in the game? Any time now, I'm sure. I'm sure they'll be killing.
He's gonna lose his shit.
Yeah, I'm just hammering R2 at this point. Oh, I can end it. I can end it. Okay. We can end it. Sorry, I wasn't looking. I wasn't really looking.
Stacy Rockford!
Oh shit.
You think I cannot see you, Miss Rockford, but I do.
Yeah, he can hear
Your
you too,
hands may not
retard.
be visible on this twin-ply tissue, but they are here. They hang on every branch. They soil every corner of my sanctum.
I'm gonna run.
No way, he'll see you.
You are expelled, Stacy Rockford. No more hiding. No more games. The expulsion is final, irrevocable. You will leave my school and you will not return.
She stands up, yeah. She takes the blame.
I did it, and I'm gonna do it again!
Cassandra? Cassandra Marino? Did Stacy Rockford put you up to this?
No idea who you're talking about.
She's amazing.
I know, right?
I'm inside.
Toilet paper wasn't invented until 2001. That's funny to think about. Yeah, before that was the 3 seashells. That's the plot twist of Demolition Man, is it wasn't the future. Everyone just actually got psyoped into believing that the 3 seashells didn't exist. It's like a Mandela like universe shift thing.
Doesn't bail.
Oh, come on.
Where would we go?
Where would you want to go?
Where is Pina Coladas?
That's
Jenny fucking Goodspeed.
I'm glad lesbian seething is like a major narrative component in this game. I think it adds a level of comedy to this.
Girlfriend?
Cassandra!
Oh, Rockford. What's up?
I'm bored. I'm too young to be this bored. You want to get blackout drunk in a field?
Just like X-Voto, yeah.
Doesn't have to be a field. Could be a ditch.
The fact that game ends in a basically a
barf.
domestic
I'm
abuse
gonna stay home.
case
What are
is
you
very
gonna
funny
do?
to me.
Stay home, too, I guess. I hope you feel better.
Bye.
This is a 10 out of 10, by the way. 10 out of 10. What the hell kind of look is that?
Sometimes an experience can't be categorized in a single genre. It's too complex. I find these situations difficult. You need a song that plays in counterpoint, something that fills the gaps, harmonizes, casts your feelings in relief. This is B.J. Thomas with Most of All, released in 1968.
What? Wait, is that supposed to be happening? Maybe it is? What? I can't. Okay, maybe it is supposed to be happening. It looked like a bug. Didn't it look like a bug? It looked like a bug. It looked like a bug. No, yeah, can I just stay here? Let me just stay here. Just slop around. Oh my god, man. I know people have thrown around like the idea of the Oscar bait video game, which is obviously what this is, but it's just like this shows how absolutely fucking pathetic not just establishment media, but basically just anyone who wants to be seen as mature or as respected. You know, it's like there's literally nothing wrong with games being games. You know, this shit like this is embarrassing. This is extremely cringe. It's like people still want to impress, you know, Roger Ebert's corpse. It's like, who gives a flying fuck? As if his opinion has any fucking value on video games. It has zero. It has less than nothing. This is killing the video games are argument. Yeah, if anything, this proves video games aren't art because they have to emulate other mediums to gain respect from subhumans. Why would you even want the respect of a subhuman? You want the respect of, you know, a real thinking human being. Game critics give it 10 would be a 5-hit best if they're real films, yeah. This wants to be an animated movie so bad. Yeah. Make a video? I would have to play all the way through this, and I don't want to. It does make me... A part of it does make me want to make a video called Video Games Are Not Art, or something to that effect. Which is not going to be what I'm going to argue, but I'm going to argue things like this.
She called me a
prove.
fat lesbo in junior high.
Because you are!
Polio legs.
I mean, you're not fat, but maybe she was then. Now you're a gross stick. Ew. Disgusting.
Everything feels
You're a skinny
huge.
lesbo. No difference, really.
Everything's the end of the world. You know?
We have no point of reference.
Your dad made you sign this?
Yeah. After we got busted.
I'm sick. Sick to my stomach.
I can never show my face again.
She would have been in that bar all night if Tommy Brewer hadn't called me.
After everything we've sacrificed. I tear my heart out for that girl.
You know that effort. The pain to fit in that precinct. To try and belong. God, if they found
This is
out-
not how people talk.
They're friends. They're criminals.
She has a mind of her own. As soon as school finishes, she's here. That's curfew. 2 months.
If she ruined
A demonic lighter. It turns into a fire sword, then she burns her house down, and her parents die.
Leave it there.
Demonic lesbian powers.
What's our options if there's no stash at the Ritz?
It'll be there.
But what if it's not? What if a possum shat in the De Bortolini's premium Pinot Grigio?
Don't even joke about that.
We could just hang out the front of town.
I know, I
wait for
know.
someone cool to buy us booze.
We probably have time for one
that's
more
always planned, too.
flashback, and then I'll refund.
I can't believe I dated that guy. He got to second base.
Yeah, he's a garbage dump.
Why does this keep happening to me?
All these kids are messed up. You kinda...
Here we go.
Validate them.
Here we go. This
What
is
does
the
that mean?
90s version of grooming
People are
someone.
shit.
Of the
And
modern Discord
You don't
grooming.
make people feel like...
And we're supposed
Like
to
they're
think that
interested,
or whatever the fuck Rockford is the hero. She's grooming
When I
this
met
bitch
you,
into being
I
a
thought I was
lesbian.
just elevator music. Worthless. I was in the deep suck, but you looked at me and Slater like we were cool. Like we were the Ramones, you know? People are so preoccupied with their own self-loathing, they'll kill for a little ray of sunshine. Everyone's terrified they'll need to make some...
Yeah, that's why
great
Redders have
change
toxic
to be
positivity.
awesome.
Exactly that. They hate
No one wants
themselves,
to
they hate
change.
everyone else, so they have to pretend everything
made
is
me
great with their
feel
cape shit, gay ass
didn't have
garbage.
to.
Like this game, actually. This is exactly the type of toxic positivity homo slop. Wowie zowie.
You got your eye on anyone tonight, Cass?
You know, any college boy will do. Maybe Mark Rivera.
Ooh, the grooming didn't work.
What's he listen to?
Just alt stuff, I think. Pearl Jam, Green Day.
Green Day
He's in the
based!
use him and lose him.
So cold, Stacy.
Tells me everything I need to know. What's up?
The Mini Master. It died in my arms. It's a tragedy.
I'll swap out the batteries.
All right. Okay, fine. I'll play your little game. Don't tell me. Okay. Will she put it in the right way at least, or do I have to pay attention for that too?
Okay. Got it.
Complete mini-mass assembly in under 15 seconds. I'm a god.
The Dino Park
That was a
photos are
rare
still on
achievement.
you.
I'm a god.
Yeah.
Rare achievement.
I've no way of getting them off.
This was one of our greatest hits. Do you remember what we said that night?
We love dinosaurs. I want to play my Dino Swap DS game again. Fuck. Okay, 10 more minutes,
When did this place
and
close?
then
Like,
we're done with this.
5 or
10 more
6
minutes.
years ago now.
Shit. I remember coming here.
You think anyone's around? Like, guarding the place?
Brenton Cole and his brothers got in and said there's a guard, but he just sits in a booth watching hockey replays, super wasted.
That's bullshit. There's no one here.
Then why are the lights on?
Because it's cheaper than paying a guard.
I can see this place hasn't been culturally enriched yet if the lights stop, people. Yeah, why don't they do that kind of historical revisionism? I mean, there wasn't, was that a super massive game? I think it was. The Dead by Daylight slop, like, movie game. They had a diverse past in that game.
We're in the T-Rex pit.
Not into the T-Rex. Too safe, too mainstream. The Barry Manilow of dinosaurs.
I hate this bitch. This is the most hateable bitch who's ever existed. I ain't even kidding. Like, this, it's like a fucking parody.
I remember this thing being like 20 stories tall.
Put her in the banner. Yeah. Yeah, I never updated the banner. I'm a lazy ass. Fuck. I forgot that we agreed that I was gonna do that.
This is The Drunk Flamingo by Abraham Zimmel, who usually wrote jingles for commercials. Lucky for us, they also made this tight little number for a magical evening. I'd never heard it before tonight.
The speakers are totally still working. Rockford, capture us with my shitty camera.
Yes, we got it.
Thank you, Stegosaurus. I'm a big fan of your work.
I loved you in Pretty Woman.
How historically accurate is the pink T-Rex?
It's bodacious, man. The dinosaurs are punk.
I think somewhere near
Bodacious.
wave. The tone is all over the place.
No, I didn't start playing this game until 12 minutes into the stream. We're still on time. I've got the recording going.
Whoa! When's it gonna end?
I think I might have missed an opportunity.
No, I don't want to take a picture of these fucking losers. These fucking losers.
You got shit over
The friend-zoned soy boy beta. And, oh, my love, I want to scissor to death. Wow.
Pterodactyl ride. We have to walk through it.
The brochure says, I remember this, that the ride shows the approximate life cycle of the pterodactyl.
If I had to spend the rest of my life with this bitch or Hinako, whose hand would I tenderly hold and grace with the ring? I guess Hinako. I have to pick Hinako. I would just beat her until she submits.
The most ugly carnivorous dinosaur that has no friends, bogarts the joint, and orders a hotel room with 2 single beds.
This is literally the best day of my life.
Wowie zowie.
Did you see that kid get punched at Jody's party?
Yeah, Jamie D. I know him.
What happened?
He spilled beer on Mike Heisler. One of his little goons sucker punched him.
Nice.
Anyway, Mike Heisler. He's an anomaly. Like, he's cool, but not in a traditional way.
Is he, though?
Yeah. He gets good grades, he's super smart, kind of hot in an uggo way, but he parties hard. People
Kinda
worship
hot in an uggo way.
Here's the
Was he the synthetic man?
Look at its melons.
The babies have stumpy little necks. I love them.
What's Mike Heisler up to these days?
Last time I saw him at a party, he was surrounded by a crowd and he was trying to swallow a hammer.
What? How?
Like, the small end first. Kinda deep-throating it and gagging. People loved it.
And that's hot?
It's hot that he doesn't give a fuck. The way nothing bothers him.
Yup, it's me.
People want that.
Clearly she's describing me.
Don't want to be afraid.
In the land of fear, only the man who swallows hammers is free.
The guide has encountered an error. Please disembark and follow the lights to your nearest exit.
Boo!
Absolute ass.
Oh yeah, this whole place is up to code.
This literally is just cringe after cringe, and I think that's actually what the journalists like about it, which is the worst part. The problem is it's not sincere cringe, because this is not actually what most people's 90s childhoods were like. Wait, was it not that way? Did I get fucking turned around? This wasn't where we came from, was it? No, yeah, you climbed this. Yeah.
Wow. Check this out.
I want to walk around like a giant monster mash. Scare the locals.
Trespassing is dope. Crime is dope.
Yeah, they don't think it's cringe, it's good dialogue. I mean, everyone was cringe as teenagers, but this is a different kind of cringe, you know? This is what I'm saying, though. Again, like, I know the Twitter police would be like, oh my god, he's saying this about a teenager, but they literally shove her non-existent ass in your face in this game. Like, what? I didn't do that. Do you think I put this in the game? This is annoying me.
I read this thing that says we're all equally afraid. We just live according to where we see death.
Metal.
And where do we see death?
Well, jet pilots, cave divers, people
Reddit,
who
the video game.
etc. They see death behind them.
Come on. How much longer could this flashback be? I need to refund this. They're gonna steal my money.
And parties and people, they see death in front of them. They don't want to walk out to meet it.
Whoa.
Where do you see death?
If they want to make a proper 90s nostalgia game, they should have made an actual video game. Yeah, it's weird how there's no video games in this 90s nostalgia game. Like, it's like, you guys know video games existed in the 90s, right? It's like, I don't know. I'm sure the subhuman Australians behind this shit, maybe they didn't own any video games, but video games very much existed in the 90s.
I don't think I got everything.
I don't want to take any more pictures. I don't give a fuck what my friends are doing.
Nice pick. Undeniable evidence.
Undeniable evidence of awesome crime.
How do you define awesome crime?
Crime. But I'm doing it.
Guys, check the stream. I didn't start until 12 minutes in. I have the recording on my right.
My God.
We got it right tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Just most of the time, I'm wondering if I'm doing what I'm supposed to
Fuck
be
refunding
doing,
plays every day for the rest of your life.
Optimal teenage experience.
The teenage experience is unobtainable.
Yeah, it's like Bodacious Cretaceous. I remember the dinosaurs were so huge and alive. But coming back, they suck both ends.
They do suck both ends.
Difference is, being young, you never get to go back. No one remembers the suck.
Maybe. I guess Air Supply didn't write songs for everyone, but their greatest hits is kind of wall to wall.
It's like we're writing the albums. The greatest hits comes later, after it's all over.
Exactly.
We need more hits.
Like what?
Like parties and victimless crime and stuff.
Camille Cole is having her beach party again this year. We could go.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, I'll get us invited, but there's no backing out, okay? This is set in stone.
This is, I just
promise.
I don't get this shit.
Promise.
Like, childhood wasn't magical because of, like, doing drugs or, drinking alcohol. like sneaking in and breaking the law and shit. No, it's just because when you're young, everything is new and exciting. You know, it's not specific things. You're just nostalgic in general for a time when you didn't understand how horrible the world was.
I've been saving this for the party. For our greatest hit. Wailing Peasant Vodka. The drink for those who can't sink any lower. 74%. Illegal in 8 states.
Look at the warnings.
You're gonna get your stomach pumped.
Oh my god,
Scramble.
parents! Jump out the window. The window's open. Okay, never mind. I guess they're okay with being seen together.
Come in.
Oh my god, he's a ghoul. They had Ozempic in the 90s?
There have been noise complaints.
Okay.
Do you children know anything about an abandoned worker's cottage in the woods? Possibly some of your friends. What are their names?
We don't go in the woods, Dad.
Stacy, Van, could you step outside a moment? You're staying home tonight.
What?
Bill Robbie down at the liquor store said kids have been in and out of there all day. Something's happening tonight, and I don't want you part of it.
You can't. This is our last night together. I told you about this.
No! You will stay home, goddammit! You're not going anywhere anytime soon.
What are you saying?
Tam Gavin saw you skipping class Thursday, and don't bother denying it, because I know it's true. Then there's this. Why do you have this? Stoners use these.
You went through my room?
You're smoking pot.
No!
You know what's always made me laugh? When kids' movies do the whole, you went through my room?
So much trust.
Dude, I'm 30 fucking years old, my mother goes through my room. Maybe that's not normal, but I don't know. I don't think parents give that much of a fuck about boundaries in general.
I can't tolerate the way you're behaving.
No.
Well, tell everyone you're doing a charity gap year.
You can't be fucking serious.
I'm not paying for you to F around and party at college. To go on road trips. If you're not grown enough for a privilege like
yeah,
this,
it's not a room, it's his house.
Are.
Exactly. How many times? Everyone in chat has heard that before. It's not...
I need to get back on shift. Tell those two it's time to leave.
You can't do this!
Now! Kid, you are breaking my heart.
My parents checked my apartment when I was out. Exactly.
Yeah?
That's just part of it.
If I find you at that party, and I will find that party, you'll spend 24 hours in detention. I promise you that. You'll be walking to New York. Now, get out of my house.
He seems like the hero of the story. He's trying to protect these kids.
What? You promised. It'll ruin my soundtrack.
I'm fucking grounded.
Sneak out.
I wouldn't have to sneak out if you weren't leaving.
Whatever, man. Just be there.
Cass! Now!
She's gonna burn the house down. There it is. She's gonna murder her parents. The story takes a turn. Shit, I'm about to pass the fucking refund window, unironically. This cutscene needs to fucking end.
Fuck!
Oh, women screaming in video games. I haven't forgotten. The video will come out eventually. That's getting added to the list. Someone remind me later.
It's not.
Woman screaming.
Fuck. My soundtrack is unraveling. I'll need to improvise. As we continue our mission for booze on the way to Camille Cole's party,
Just all F4, bro.
something that fills every
I can't
possible
just leave the cutscene unfinished.
super aneurysm and explode and die. I feel nothing.
Look, that was cringe.
This is
You
love
just heard
by the
cringe.
Smashing Pumpkins.
I just got an achievement. Can you imagine if I all F4'd before I got that achievement? Alright, now I'm all F4. Okay, there you go. I had to get that achievement. I knew. I had a little psychic activation in my brain. Was like, there's an achievement coming. Alright, I'm gonna get my refund before I forget. Hold on. Because I probably will forget. Yep, 112 minutes. See, we had 8 minutes left. None of you guys believe me. I was paying attention to the time. Alright. Refund reason. It's not fun. That's always a good one. I don't know, chat. What do you want me to write? What do you want me to write for why I'm requesting a refund? Hold on. It's not a video game. I'm probably not going to use this in a video, but hold on. And they don't show anything on this page, do they? Am I missing something? I just feel like it would be funny to include this in a video. Yeah, I don't think... I'm scanning. My ADHD is activating, so I'm not missing anything. I don't see anything on this page that, get me in trouble. Women writing. Yeah, docs! I think it's fine. It's not a video game. I don't know, what else? It's a wannabe movie. It's... I could just write, it's not a video game. I guess that's fine. The father was right. The father was right. There you go. Alright, whatever. I just wanted that if I make a video. Alright, I've submitted a refund request. Okay, let's... 1,500 peak players, so powerful. Yeah, well, don't worry. I'm sure when the weekend comes, it'll get 100,000, you fucking chud. Game journalists all gave it a 9 or a 10, so... It'll get 1 million. Tides of Tomorrow is rated very positive. There's no way those are actual humans. Those are bots. Because the audio was fucking broken. Did they ever even fix that? Because the first hotfix didn't fix it. I can't remember. Did I end up refunding that shit? If not, maybe we should try playing it again. I'm just a glutton for punishment. Okay, so there's been 2 more patches since I played it. It looks like the second patch also brings up audio stuttering. Let me see. What about a third patch? Is there even more audio fixing? Fix several audio dropouts, stutters, missing music. We are still actively working on reducing audio stuttering. Dude, the game has had 3 patches, and apparently the audio stuttering isn't fixed. That's awesome. How is that even real? How is that real, chat? Tides of Tomorrow is definitely, like, just straight up a scam. Holy shit. Alright, let me read the supers real quick. I'm tempted to just boot it up. I mean, it's not like I really had a BE game planned. I was probably just gonna chill. Like, we could probably play, like, Drawn Together later or something. Mixtape is government funded and has the same Toucan publisher as people know. Yeah, I noticed. I noticed. I recognized Annapurna. Yeah. Check the Mixtape's full playthrough. Nothing happens. Wowie zowie. I'm never gonna finish San Andreas. Well, you know, I just wasn't having that much fun. What can I say? No, what'd you say, Nerlick? Nick? Is it up there? I'll scroll real quick. I'm assuming it was a while ago. I don't see it. I'm surprised the Sorrows vid was an actual review and not a game he's dying. I didn't have time. My dad was visiting for his birthday, and I got 0 work done over the weekend. It was supposed to be out Monday, but I didn't have almost any time to myself. So I basically edited that entire video on Monday. That was probably the hardest I'd worked on editing something in over a year, just because I knew no one gave a fuck about Sorrows to begin with. So every single day was more potential for the video to be a bomb, and it's not doing that well right now. But I think that's partially because watch time is the most important metric for YouTube, and it's, you know, shorter than my usual videos. So did my dad leave early again? No, he was here the whole time. He did get mad at my mom one time because she was talking shit about his cologne, which is the same cologne that he's been wearing for 20 years. It's just, my mom's memory is terrible, and she hadn't smelled it in a while. Yeah, my mom is the Italian, yeah. Are you just saying because, like, non-Italian men don't wear cologne, or what? What are you trying to say? Alright, hold on. Let me see these supers. I'm getting so distracted, because I made sure to be caffeinated, because I ate Bojangles earlier, and I was worried the slop would be putting me to sleep this stream, so I compensated with more caffeine, but I didn't overindulge on fast food, so I'm actually okay. Daniel Halburn, thanks for the 22 months membership. And thanks for the Sorrows review. I avoided it. Yeah, the sad thing with that game is, like, if it just had more variety in the enemies and the guns and stuff, it would actually be a pretty decent game, but the story, even though there's barely any story, would completely ruin it if you actually cared about what was happening, you know? It's one of those cases where Sony could have accidentally made a good game. And that's the thing, like, people were even saying, the few people who played Returnal said Returnal's actually better than Sorrows. But Returnal has the same problem, and I'm not even talking about the fact that he plays a hag. The fact that the twist of the game is that it's all a dream as she's dying, drowning at the bottom of, like, a lake or something, is like, what? That's so shit. That is so unbelievably shit. How could you recommend the game after that? Even if you didn't care about the story, that just puts a bad taste in your mouth. Yeah, Nerlic Nick, apparently that is the end. I showed it in the Sorrows vid. Anyway, Bud Sunny, thanks to $2. Which is worse, Bean Mouth or Spider-Verse style? I hate Bean Mouth. The low frame rate animation can work if it's done actually correctly, but every single attempt I've seen to emulate it looks terrible. Like, originally stop motion looks great, probably because we know it's real. It's kind of like the whole practical effects versus CGI thing. Like, actual stop motion can look quite good because we know we're looking at real models. I don't even think the Spider-Verse animation is bad, like it's, but all the things that have copied off of it just do it really cheaply. Like, we saw that with South of Midnight. South of Midnight was another thing that did that, just like they, this Mixtape game. South of Midnight, it looked cheap and terrible, and it hurt my eyes. Is bad by virtue about being about N-word Spider-Man. Yeah, I'm not a Miles Morales fan, to put it lightly. I don't hate him. I hate what he represents. You know what I mean? It's like, if he existed in a vacuum as a sidekick character, he'd be mostly inoffensive. But that's not what he is. We all know what he is. They literally tell you in Spider-Man 2, and these you know, snowy fags were all pretending that he's not meant to replace Spider-Man. They literally tell you that in the game. So, you know, yeah, keep coping, you fucking subhuman. I get you hate that you're white, you pathetic little bitch. But that doesn't change the reality, okay? You say I lack media literacy when the game tells you that Miles Morales is supposed to replace Peter Parker. Anyway, Gao Nadir, thanks for the 1 month of membership. Is the frame rate intentionally bad? Yes. Mega Rock and Roll, thanks for $5. In the 80s, only rich people had CDs, CD players. 80s nostalgia should be cassettes. This game takes place in the 90s. Which the game seems to know because mixtapes were a cassette thing. The game takes place in the 90s. I know everyone's used to 80s nostalgia, so it actually being in 90s. But again, it is weird. There's like a huge gap in nostalgia that there was no video games. I mean, at bare minimum, like, you should have like NES or like, you know, Sega Genesis, maybe Super Nintendo, depending on what year it is. But they didn't have any of that, so there was no video. Girls weren't gamers in the 90s either. Girls weren't like skateboard gods, fucking baseball gods, fucking you know, flying through the air, skip. Some of that shit was obviously in their imagination, so it's not like a direct comparison. But they weren't TPing houses either. How many foids? Okay, like 35 bald millennial motherfuckers. How many foids did you guys know were TPing houses and being skateboard gods? I don't think that happened. The game ends with the dad letting his daughter get away with burning down the party, and then they all fly away at the end, and the main lesbian friend zones the guy. Well, she already friend zoned him earlier, so that part was established. I didn't know any woman in the 90s. Only TP'd house that happened was one house which didn't give out Halloween candies. That's funny. There's that one Floyd in the Tony Hawk game. Checkmate, Chud. Would I recommend Monster Hunter Stories 1 to 3? I actually bought 3 and haven't played it yet. I never played 2. I played 1 and it had one of the worst combat systems I've ever experienced in any video game. I don't know why I bought 3 when I knew 1 has the worst combat system in any turn-based game ever, but you know, I love monster catching stuff, so I was going to give it a shot. Sir Burslag, thanks $5. Only Whammon, real and pretend, could make skating uncool. Rest in peace. Yep. Strange Axel, thanks to the $10. Why does it feel like after Lost Records, every Whammon video game is going to be about girl bands in the 80s/90s? It's because it's Troons. They're not going to have actual Troons in the 90s, so they just make them women. You know? I mean, you have to remember, these people want to be women, so they just self-insert as actual women in the past. That's why these female characters just act like men. Weebix, thanks to the 1480 ZAR. This is awful. Yep. That's a random name, these 5 Canadian. Games like this are what happens when you don't punch women enough. Well, people probably don't want to go to prison. Mr. Moss, thanks to the $5. This may be the most torturous game you played yet. At least Dustborn was funny. I know, I miss Dustborn. I think we all do. That's a random name, thanks for another 5. As much as they pretend that punching women is wrong, we all know that deep down, they yearn to be put in their place. Chud face, yeah. Axolotl questions, thanks $2. Cool person written by uncool people. Cringe, indeed. Accent Zero, thanks $5. Why'd they make Fantastic Mr. Fox into a video game set in the 90s and about teenagers? Oh, hi, Cynthia. Having fun, autistic. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was having a blast. It was a return to form. I heard someone say have a blast unironically recently. Who the fuck was it? I was losing it. I'm like, you're not allowed to say that anymore. We've determined that shill speak, but I can't remember who said it. It was some content creator was talking about a game. And they said having a blast. And I'm just like, are you unironically NPC programmed, motherfucker? People do not say having a blast in the Big 26. I hate the Big 26. I hate that. It makes me laugh in an ironic way, though. Ball is life, thanks $5. Oh, great. Synth is streaming a new game. 10 seconds in, die of cringe every time. Yep. Brain blast. I just think of brain blast. Okay, I'm Jimmy Neutron autist build. I hate copyright sometimes because I would have just a watch party just on some shady ass platform. Let's just watch Jimmy Neutron episodes and commentate. But I'll get in trouble. Even if I did it somewhere else, I'd somehow get in trouble on YouTube. Have a blast is something your mom tells you when you don't want to go to a party. Coded. Yeah. Mikey Gamer, thanks to $10. What would be worse? Being ignorantly blissful that your wife is cheating on you behind your back, or having the full knowledge of her cheating? No cop-out answers. You're just asking which is worse. I guess I would rather not know. Because if I did know, I'd murder her, try to murder the dude, and then kill myself. So there you go. Scotty drank the juice, thanks to the $5. Is this made for millennials? Yes. As you should. Well, that's the thing though, because like if I if I get married, that's a one and done. I'm not becoming a men go their own way boomer. Like that's for life. Till death do us part. You know what that means? You know what that means? You break that, you die. Rather death do us part than shit do its farts. Alright. Shit. Anyway, Stallion Milk, thanks to the $2. Gameplay looks great, less boring than Dead Space. That hurt me. That hurt me. How is Luigi's Mansion less boring than Dead Space? That's painful. Sir Burslag, thanks to the never mind. Anyway, Sir Burslag, thanks to $5. TJD would be a 10 out of 10. It's just in what in any game or what? Yeah, Airpote, however you say that. Yeah, I saw the Star Fox trailer. Mikey Gamer, thanks to $2. Telltale games have more gameplay than this. 10 out of 10. Yep. Neuralink Nick, thanks to the 18 months of membership. Don't all the failed movie wannabes go to game dev? It seems like that's probably true now, yeah. I don't know what the fuck happened. I mean, I do know. That's a lie. I do know, but it's still... I hate it. I still hate it, even if I know. Nate Diaz, thanks to the $5. This screams toucan-ish Oscar bait in video game form. They gotta go, indeed. Alright, I've read the Aslanson one way earlier. Jeb Reggie, thanks to the $2. The 3 MCs are based on Thomas, Devin, and Synth. Okay. Well, you know, thanks for... I don't know even... I mean, that's an insult to all of us regardless, but which one am I? Am I the pretentious void? Which one's Devin supposed to be? I'm Stacy Rackford. Hold on, I'm just gonna replay the Runescape music since I can't stand the silence. My ADHD's going off. You're so far the only English-speaking streamer that came close to pronounce as intended. Well, sometimes I try. I do try. I'll take that as a compliment. Dr. Moldberg, thanks €2. Of course, it has choppy frames too. Creatively bankrupt. Yep, it's stylized. It's stylized, okay? You just don't get it. Where's your media literacy license? Mikey Gamer, thanks $2. Indigo Prophecies. Simon says QTEs are better. Oh, Simon says QTEs. I got it. Yeah. Actual QuickTime events would be better because at least... like, if you could fail them, maybe we'd see funny things happening, you know? Lumos X, thanks to the 22 months of membership. I take it back, the 80s nostalgia was less annoying. Yeah, I prefer the other kind of fake 90s nostalgia, the one that you've seen, like, those AI images, where it's got, like, spaghetti on the next to, like, the big CRT, and there's, like, the Super Nintendo or the N64 and shit. And there's like all the consumerist like memorabilia shit. Like at least that kind of like 90s nostalgia has some soul. The shit in that game was, I don't know, gross, off-putting. Kiyoman Duck, thanks to the $5. I'm ashamed for the garbage my generation is vomiting into our media. Use this money to get in Arizona or something. Thanks. Yeah, it's... like, I try to balance between my shitting on millennials and zoomers, because we all have our own problems, obviously. I shudder to think of what the zoomer media is going to look like, assuming we ever even get to a point where zoomers have creative control over media. But yeah, the millennial stuff, I'm real sick of it by now. I'm really sick of it. Quirrell, thanks to the 22 months of membership. Will you try Gothic 1 or 2 before the remake is out? I don't know. Possibly, maybe. Zoomer Media will be like YouTube poops, but without sources. Ezekiel Rage, thanks to the 10 bucks. I'm a millennial, and the only people who had lives even remotely close to the slopification of my childhood were the super rich. This 90s stuff costs more money than the average family could afford. Yeah. Well, you have to remember the type of people making this stuff are the wealthy people. I mean, as I said, it's an Australian studio making... You know, making a game pretending to be a movie based on the 90s culture that was portrayed in movies, not in any lived experiences. Lord Particle, thanks for the, I guess, 6 gifted memberships. North Shore Drive, thanks to the 5 bucks. Is this the video game version of Big Mouth? It's... Well, they didn't do any gross sex stuff, at least. I think we are already seeing Zoomer slop, especially from the LGHD crowd. You think we aren't seeing some of it with indie slops? Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of Zoomer indie games, but I meant like high-budget productions. I mean, the oldest Zoomers are 30 now, so there's definitely plenty of Zoomer indie games. I just meant, yeah, like any high-budget studios. I mean, Gen X is still running a lot of this dog shit, so... it'll be a while before Zoomers are allowed to have creative control, I think. Cast Side 45, thanks to the 2 Canadian. Just got here. What is this absolute gem? Yeah, it was great. Yeah, I was thinking about trying Motor Slice. Some parts of it were kind of, I don't know, iffy, I would say, from what I saw, but it might be good. I could try Motor Slice. It's very underwhelming. Whelmed, indeed. Brian Martin, thanks to the $1. Mikey Gamer, thanks for another 2. Star Fox 64, more like Star Fox UE 4, Unreal Engine 4. Dude. I refuse to believe that actual Japanese people approved of those character designs. This is some, like, Western corruption California slop. Mega Rock and Rolla, thanks to the 2 bucks. This is not a video game. Total Critic Death. Indeed. Cast Side 45, thanks to the 5 Canadian. Ball his life crashing out after accidentally donating his family home in Calcutta to the synthetic van. A worthy sacrifice. I would not be mad if he refunds the 400. That's way too much money. Like, that doesn't bother me the least bit. Mega Rock and Rolla, thanks to the 2 bucks. Thin Thomas needs to grape the MC straight. That, if you're implying that dude is like Thomas, he's like 6 shades lighter than Thomas. That's nowhere close to Thomas. Thomas is only 1% whiter than that character Devin made in Palworld. It's pretty fucking close. Albino Thomas. Anyway, Pucho Dorenzio, thanks to the 1 month of membership. Flashback, the movie game. I know, it just wanted to be a movie, it's so obvious. Bud Sunny, thanks for $5. The only game that deserved a 10 out of 10 from IGN is Sonic Pocket Adventure for the Neo Geo Pocket Color. Best handheld ever made. Okay. I can't say I've played that, but sure. Mikey Gamer, thanks $5. Trends existed in the 90s, but looked and sounded like it. The ugly sister from Shrek, they're definitely not putting that in, though. Yeah, I mean, the transvestite thing obviously existed. I'm just saying that that's not what anyone thinks of or pretends they are when they're thinking of trans women, as they say. Neo SS Officer, thanks to the $2. They should make a game about graping foids. There are... Wait a minute. There is. Fucking rants. Everyone wanted me and Devin to play rants for the you know, when we were playing the greatest games of all time. Just play that. Everyone has talked about that. Red Juror, thanks to the 20 gifted memberships. Entropy, thanks to $2. Women can't skate. Ball is life, thanks to the $50. Hey Synth, hopefully this proves I'm not a fed. Just wanted to spread some good cheer. My sister's dog died today in an accident. Oh, that sucks. What happened? Please send F's in the chat for Puffins. That's sad. I'm glad Sam's too fat to run away now, because she was a runner. I'm pretty sure I told you guys the story of back in North Carolina where she escaped because the gate got left open by our lawn people. Fucking asswipes. And Devin, I don't remember what the fuck Devin was doing, but I tried to get him to help me chase her down, and this motherfucker didn't follow me out front. But anyway, I had to chase Sam down myself, and even though I was screaming at her, she wouldn't come. Like, you know, to Sam, it was all a game. And so I had to chase her, I don't know, at least a quarter mile behind our neighborhood to, there's like a horse farm that was behind our neighborhood. And so eventually I literally took my shoe off and I just threw it directly at her, and that scared her enough to have her run to me, and then I picked her up. How good was my cardio at the time? Terrible. I don't even think I was working out at all. That was before I was working out. So that was peak slob mode. What if she got the shoe and ran with it? Yeah, stupid dog, you made me look bad. Yeah, it's exactly that. Sam, unfortunately, only responds to strength. Because she's just a bad girl, you know? I love Sam to death, but you have to be strong with Sam. You have to manhandle that dog. Neo SS Officer, thanks for $5. This is very representative of the 90s. I wasn't allowed to go past the mailbox in the 90s, so this is very relatable. I don't have anything against the whole, like, oh, we're kids, we're out exploring outside, all that stuff. That's fine. That's pretty normal. I mean, shit, even when I was younger in the 2000s, I went out, like, off on my own with my friends and stuff. But, I don't know, some of that shit is so romanticized. It doesn't represent, you know, reality for the vast majority of people. Mikey Gamer, thanks to the $5. Cut to her early 40s, waking up in a shitty New York apartment where she barely fits and does her morning routine to go to work at Starbucks. Yep. Yeah, the actual millennial experience. It would be so easy to have a depressing ending where she's just like some old spinster with 5 cats. Her apartment's like completely trashed. You know, it's that you get the idea. You can picture it. Red Juror, thanks to the $10 and the #1 fan pair. Yeah, I'm sold. I believe it. Black Metal Gamer, thanks to the $2. How are you rating mixed aids? What a weird phrasing there. For wokeness and gameplay. I mean, it had no gameplay, so you can't really rate the gameplay. As like a movie slop experience, like woke slop shit, it's hard to rate this stuff because, well, one, I only played an hour and 45 minutes. So I feel like I'd have to try to finish it. I bet it's like less than 5 hours long, it seems like. How would I rate it realistically? I know chat is very 1 out of 10 or 10 out of 10, but or 5. Okay, I'll give chat credit this. The difference between normal fags and chat is normies are everything is a 1 or a 10. Chat is everything is a 1, 5, or a 10, right? Since 5 is average, as we know. So there's only 3 numbers for chat. Normies is only 2. Me, I try to use the whole spectrum. Even though most things are realistically not a 1 or a 2. But I'm probably like thinking it's between a 3 or a 4. It was definitely bad. It was pretty bad. But I don't know like if it's really a 3 or a 4. I feel like I'd have to play more. No, 5 out of 10 is not literally average. That's not how averages work. Maybe you could play the Killzone games for a stream. I don't really care for those games that much. They're alright. They're okay. My average is 1, not gonna lie. What? That doesn't mean anything. Yes, every average is contextual. It's true. Because, like, even by chat's definition of 5 being average, it's not actually average. Because nobody rates games like that. It's a... By chat's definition of average, they don't even average. You know, the average game you play is not a 5. So it's not even applicable by your own definition. Brian Martin, thanks to the 10 bucks. I think you actually enjoyed a tiny bit of this game. It's an interactive movie. It's not too bad compared to shit like Life is Strange. Love your content, man. P.S. I'm a black guy. What's up? I'm sure those 24 replies are all nice things. Yeah, well, I enjoy roasting bad games. That's why I was about to play Tide of Tomorrow again to see if they actually fixed the audio bug, at least for my setup. I think these streams are more fun than... Again, it sounds like I keep shitting on Pragmata, but it's just the most recent example I can think of. But I think streams like this are more fun than the Pragmata streams, because I had nothing to say with Pragmata. Like, the gameplay is just so... bleh. You know? Like, there's nothing to commentate on. Average equals mediocre, but that's not even what mediocre actually means, though. Mediocre is the lower end of average. Anyway, Smithy, thanks to the 16 months of membership. Life is strange, but gayer, 11 out of 10, Abby Trans. Oh, wait, hold on. I've missed, SS Officer's other one. Thanks to another 2. I'm black, and I have to disavow that black rope PL. Black rope PL. I don't know what that means, I'll be honest. Which game had better gameplay in your opinion, Pragmata or Soros? Yeah, there was a few seething comments who were like, Synth praised Soros, but hates Pragmata for the same thing. No, I actually think Soros had more fun gameplay. I'm not lying. I swear to you, I had more fun with the gameplay part of Soros than Pragmata's. I'm not kidding. Mikey Gamer, thanks to $2. Spyro 4, you said Bubsy 4, right, Chuddy? That's crazy that Bubsy's getting another game. By the people who did Demon Tides, which, I kind of like Demon Tides, but the aesthetic is very woke slop, with everyone being androgynous and them turning the lolly into a muscle midget, which is disturbing. Where am I now, thanks to the 20 DKK? Propaganda, be very diverse, rebel, and smoke weed. Indeed. Entropy, thanks to the $5. The studio's also apparently publishing a spin-off Silent Hill game based in Scotland. Oh, really? They're doing that one? I forgot what it's called. Silent Hill N is what people were calling it. I forgot what it's actually called. But that's hilarious. Yeah, so that Annapurna studio is extremely, like, propaganda-based. And people say woke is dead. Isn't that funny? The bad ending is Saros cursing Vishnu, yeah. No, I've never played the 2006 Scarface. Lumos X, thanks to the £2. Hollywood Rejects or Cancer Pond Gaming, indeed. Retardigus, thanks to the $5. You don't get it, dude. If devs don't impress the Hollywood pedophiles, they won't be invited to Jeff's Little Island 2.0, like Neil Druckmann. Yep, exactly. Neo Entertainment, thanks to $2. Can we go back to games focusing on high scores? I'll be honest, I'm not that big of a fan of the arcade era. Then another $2. I'm tired of games having SEGX in my face. Ew. Yeah, I would hope most people think that. But apparently it's more common to believe that as long as it's just an option, even when it's not a blank slate protagonist, even when it's not, because anyone who's actually played Kingdom Come Deliverance knows Henry's not a blank slate. He is a predefined character that you can make some minor choices with. No, as long as it's a choice, it's totally fine to have gay sex in. L. Lawliet, thanks to the €2. Why do game journalists love movie games? Because they hate video games. They hate being game journalists. Strange Axel, thanks to $2. Jigsaw the cop dad. I wanna play game. Or try to bomb your testicles. Shit, like 20 more super chats coming? Fucking hell, man. This is a long super chat segment. Black Metal Gamer, thanks to $2. Lefty's writing another based bad guy again. They all hate their dads. That's why. Koichi Trump, thanks to the $2. Check out Motor Slice, Tomboy Waifu 3D platformer. I've seen it. I'll be honest, I'm a little mixed on the gameplay I've seen. But I might try it. Devin will try anything, so he'll definitely give it a shot probably and tell me about it. If he hasn't already played like the previous, because didn't they have like a previous release, an early access thing or something? I remember seeing it before. M. Garcia, thanks to the $2. Can't believe your dad will outlive Ben Shapiro. What does that mean? Is Ben Shapiro gonna die? I mean, it couldn't have happened to a better guy, as they say, but... Sheepherder, thanks to the $5, was watching the USA versus Muslim UFC presser and missed the stream. I see chat advocating for domestic assault at this point, so the game must be good. Yeah. Well, you know, I get tired of watching lesbian shit. It just gets old to me. I don't like it. Brian C, thanks to the $5. That face when mom rubbages through your room like in the game discovers your nugget girl. Oh my god. Oh man. I'm just imagining. How the hell would you hide? How would you hide that? You just like have this woman like blindfolded. She has like a gag. You've chopped all her limbs off. She's in your closet. Like, I'm pretty sure someone would hear the mumbling, at least. Realize she's missing next day, then you see a garbage truck drive by. Skitter, the Sauce fan, thanks for the 22 months membership. Samson would be a funny, janky B game to play soon. Dude, like 5 of you guys brought this up. I can't remember. Did I see this? Let me look at this. Samson. At least 5 people in chat brought this up by now. Samson returns to Tindleston, a city that shaped him hard, where every fight is close and every escape is earned. He owes dangerous people more than he can pay. And they're using his sister to force his hand. The clock is ticking. The only way out is through it. Okay, what? That was the most meaningless description I've ever read. Let's see some of this. Is this supposed to be like a slop GTA type of thing, or it says action adventure, driving. I'm guessing this is supposed to be slop. I mean, it does look cheap. Dr. Ogre, thanks to the $5. This game is Australian government and Game Pass Day 1 funded. It broke even before release. Games like this need no players. Oh, broke even. Yeah, it broke even before release. Games like this need no players. Yes. Yeah. It's probably the same with Outer Worlds 2. Well, Outer Worlds 2 was funded by Xbox. What's the game called? High on Life 2. I'm forgetting my space games. High on Life 2 is probably funded by that type of shit. Mega Rock and Rolla, thanks to the $5. Highlight of my Japan trip was getting drunk off my ass for 4 hours in a maid cafe, more like a dive bar. And my final tab was embarrassingly large. Ooh. Did you chat up some yellows? Some squints? Did you pick up some squints? Dr. Ogre, thanks to the $5. Good habit. Ask Gemini if a game has government grants or tax relief tied to DEI requirements. It's Europeans, Canadians, and Australia, plus Game Pass / Epic. Yep, just more propaganda. We love our goy slop. Strange Axel, thanks to the $10. I'm happy to hear you find Pragmata mid. I hate all the rightoid channels sucking it off. I like Pragmata, but the gameplay had issues for me. I give the gameplay 6.5 or 7 out of 10. Yeah, I kind of got bored of the gameplay. I don't have a problem with the story or any of that stuff, but the hacking stuff just slowed everything down. And I don't know, the gunplay was just kind of weak. Lord Griffin, thanks to the $2. Any thoughts on Warno and SD2? I don't know what you're talking about. Sheep Herder, thanks to the $5. Boys, is UFC / boxing the last base sport? Call someone Brit Sig and nothing happens. Other sports fine the player or even cut them from the team. That does sound kind of based. If you can call people some bundles of sticks and other such slurs. Ironic, thanks to the $5. Did you ever stream Red Faction Guerrilla? Yes. Just started it, and I'm sad we don't get games like this anymore. The destruction you can do is awesome. Yeah, well, I was gonna say it's a great game, but in reality, it's not. It's kind of like Dragon's Dogma, where it's a really good 7 out of 10. You know, because the destruction is all it has, really. And probably, I'd say about 10 hours in, it runs out of things to show you, and you're kind of just doing the same stuff. Like Crimson Desert. Well, Crimson Desert's a little different in the type of 7 out of 10 that it is. And actually, I'd probably say Crimson Desert was more like a 6 to me in hindsight, but like, Crimson Desert had too many layers of slop. If you peeled back the layers of slop, it would be like Dragon's Dogma and Red Faction Guerrilla. Because, like, Dragon's Dogma and Red Faction Guerrilla are both games that suffer from not having the budget they needed. Whereas Crimson Desert had infinite budget and wasted that budget. You know? It's a different type of mid. Okay, so I should probably actually do something instead of just yap for the next hour. I was gonna eat dinner, but I can still feel the Bojangles. There's no way I'm eating dinner right now. Probably in an hour. Okay. Well, I'm gonna give Tides of Tomorrow another try. If the audio's still broken, we'll figure out something else to do. I don't know if this has been asked before, but maybe could you do the James Bond games for a stream? Yeah, people, that has been asked before. It's not a bad idea considering the new one's coming out. I kind of wanted to just play the 2 GameCube ones. Because I played multiplayer of both of the GameCube ones when I was a kid because a friend had them. So I kind of wanted to just play them again. GoldenEye is kind of aged like milk, though. That's a nostalgia game. It's like saying Croc is an 11 out of 10. No, GoldenEye is better than Croc, but it is definitely, that's one of those games that hasn't aged that well. This game has been patched 3 times. 3 times, and they couldn't fix the audio stuttering. This is the most incompetent group of DEI hire retards who have ever lived. This makes the game unplayable. I can't even believe it. Alright, well, it was worth the shot. It was worth the shot. Watch the latest death battle. I guess we're just chilling and doing whatever the fuck this stream, because I'm just not, I don't really care. I just wanted to stream. I guess we'll do a video watch segment for a little while. I think I need to grab some water, though. It's too late to drink any more coffee, so I'll probably just end the stream whenever I get too tired to stream. That's probably good. Oh, yeah. I saw the controversy about Anita Sarkeesian being in the credits of Slay the Spire 2. What the fuck? Are the devs suicidal? Like, everyone still hates that bitch to this day, as they should. Yeah, that, see, if Chudcast still existed, I would have mentioned that on Chudcast. Gru versus Megamind. Alright, fuck it. We have to watch this one. I have no investment, but it sounds stupid enough that I might still get heated about it, you know? Alright, who has faster than light feats? That's the real question.
Gru versus Megamind. You either die a despicable villain or live long enough to become an admirable hero. He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
I know, we're already pausing and complaining, but I hate when they added these dog shit avatars. They're so bad. They're so fucking bad. I'm sure a considerable amount of their audience is teenagers, but the people who actually care and discuss this shit are 30-plus-year-old autistic man children like myself. So why do we have these gay ass childish avatars? I hate them. Anyway, let's
and
keep going.
skills to find out who would win. Evil never dies. It merely goes dormant, waiting for a villain to arise and spread its name to the darkest corners of the earth.
Like a man so evil, he cuts in line at the coffee shop and makes balloon animals for kids and then pops them in their face. What a despicable man.
The world would surely tremble at his name, Gru.
Really? Just Gru? Doesn't have some sort of stage name or like doctorate or, you know?
Felonious Gru, son of the supervillain known as the Bald Terror.
Oh man, he...
See, if I recall correctly, I watched the first movie a million years ago. I liked it. You know, retroactively, in hindsight, the minions, horrible, obviously. Worst thing ever. But I think, at least in the first movie, they weren't that horrific. I did watch, I don't know if I watched the whole thing, but I watched most of the second movie at least on TV. You know, they played it on TV years later. I don't know if this was a plot point in the first two movies, but come on.
Terror.
Oh man, he's so dead.
Even as a small child, Gru had big aspirations. He could make rocket bikes, cheese rays, and this...
He's 6'6"? He's 6'6". He's 6'6". uh, 6'6" Carousel.
Dog?
And his arsenal grew even more with the help of his new best buddy, Dr. Nefario. See? Now that's a supervillain name. Come on, man.
With Nefario's help, Gru's gadgets grew gadgets. Flamethrowers, sticky fingers, fantastic entertainment for 2-year-olds, and a fully weaponized airship. Though I must question this thing's aerodynamics.
It's loaded up with wing-mounted machine guns, a rocket thruster that can escape the Earth's atmosphere, and a whole lot of missiles.
Despite the impressive firepower, Gru's go-to weapon seems to be his freeze ray, which can encase most people in ice with a single shot.
With his gadgets and gusto combined, and a little teaching from the School of Villainy, Gru started making strides in the underworld of evil. He swiped the crown jewels when he was only a kid, nabbed the New York City Jumbotron just for fun, and even stole both the Eiffel Tower and the Statue of...
Okay, I must autistically complain again. What does any of this have to do with the death battle? Are these... I guess you could say they're feats, but they're not a reflection of his capabilities. This is just like, is this his fucking resume? Like this is him just, I don't know. Are they, is this to put him in the supervillain Hall of Fame? You know, these are not a measurement of his capabilities. They're just random accomplishments that he did to pad out the video. I know. To pad out the video. I know.
Liberty.
From Las Vegas.
Yeah, Gru was bad, but he wasn't good at being bad. A lot of his schemes kind of blew up in his face.
The line dividing genius from moron is a thin one. Just look at us.
Oh yeah, my back hurts from carrying all the genius between us.
Regardless, while Gru may not have been the infamous villain he'd hoped, he did earn the loyalty of a few guys.
Guys?
Yeah, guys, like little guys. There's Kevin, Bob, Stuart, Otto, Billy, Larry, John, Liam, Chad.
Oh, the Minions! And that's not just their role, it's the actual name of their species.
Right, the Minions have existed since the dawn of life itself, over 3 billion years ago, and they all follow one instinct: to serve the biggest, baddest, most despicable villain they can find.
T-Rexes, Count Dracula, AI artists, whatever evil they can lay their grubby little eyes on. Or
my brain kind of faded out. They just said AI artists are evil. Is that what that was? Hold on. I'm sorry. I had a moment. My brain just kind of fried and I got woken up from my slumber. Let me play that back.
Billion years ago, and they all follow one instinct: to serve the biggest, baddest, most despicable villain they can find.
T-Rexes, Count Dracula, AI artists.
I don't even like AI, but these fags really want me to like AI. They really do. Like, this is why reactionaries exist, because you can't help but just spread your ass cheeks and get fucked daily. Stop being gay publicly. That's all I'm asking. I don't want your collapsed rectum to leak liquid sewage all over the floor, you know? We don't like that. I don't think anyone likes that. You don't have to be normal or weird or whatever. This is cringe. Stop being cringe.
Whatever evil they can lay their grubby little eyes on. Or just one eye. But finding their big boss was the easy part. Keeping them, not so much.
The amount of times the minions have incidentally caused the death of their own bosses is staggering.
AI art is bad in a world where artists aren't gay, but we live in a world where artists are gay, so I'm indifferent. Exactly.
Wait, didn't one of them serve the Queen of England?
What about it?
Nothing.
The minions.
Where are all the evil brown people? I'm sorry, was there a lack of evil browns? And there are some hook nose individuals, but I don't think they're... Actually, were there no hook nose people in this either? This is the fake... I guess Gru. Is Gru Jewish? He probably is.
Didn't one of them serve the Queen of England?
What about it?
Nothing.
The minions witnessed Gru's villainy firsthand and decided that he would be the next big boss they follow.
It worked out like PB&J, because like Gru, these guys do machine.
Yeah, Dracula's Jewish, that's true. But there still was a distinct lack of brown evils there.
The minions invented the fly swatter centuries before humans did. They somehow crafted light bulbs and instruments while living in the Arctic. So, naturally, building Gru's absolutely massive evil lair proved a simple task.
They're geniuses. They once pulled off a jailbreak by building a flying machine out of prison outfits, vans, computers, and toilets. Aisle seaters are in shambles right now.
And they're seemingly invulnerable, having been smashed flat, set on fire, and exploded by missiles even inside their own mouths. But also, they're possibly immortal? Kevin here has been around since the dawn of their species, which means Kevin is 3 billion years old.
And their numbers keep increasing. Over 10,000 minions clock into work every day.
And yet, in a real work setting, they'd be fired in minutes.
Oh yeah, there's nothing like a banana, a popsicle, a butt, or anything remotely silly to distract them enough for plans to go off course. But these guys love TikTok.
It's no wonder that, even with thousands of minions at his back, Gru still couldn't cut it as a supervillain. Maybe it was time to hang up the freeze ray for good, but not before taking a chance at his ultimate dream.
Steal the moon!
Easier said than done.
Oh no, really? The moon?
When he couldn't get the shrink ray he needed on his own.
This is the best part of Death Battle, where they just recount the movie. Like, oh, dude, now I can go on Twitter and I can pretend that I've seen Despicable Me, which I have. You know, I have seen the movie, so that wouldn't work. But if I hadn't seen it, now I'm a fan. You realize I'm now a fan of Despicable Me. I've seen the movie because I watched the Death Battle video. That's how it works now. That's how it works now. I'm a fan. And what, are you gonna gatekeep me, little chuddy, little chud?
Gru required a new, even more despicable weapon.
Children. Specifically, adopting 3 girls. And somehow it worked. Crime of the century, here we go.
How tragic that through all the dance recitals and unicorns, Gru discovered the joys of fatherhood.
Oh, story of my life. God, I'm so proud of her. Anyway, out with the villain and in with the bedtime stories.
But even though he...
All right, dude, this is not feat. Is any of this actual feats? Do we just skip to the next part now? Stole the moon, punched out a shark, survived being eaten by a shark, stole the crown jewels of England, tanked a point blank missile explosion. Excuse me. Minions survived Brat Balthazar's exploding bubblegum balloons. Defeated Vector, El Macho, Brat Balthazar, Maxime Lamal, Vicious 6. Okay, whatever. I don't know what any of that means.
super strength. Gus got super strength and flight. Sorry, Dave. Jerry became an indestructible brick monster who eats live bombs. He's my favorite.
The Thing.
And Mills' new laser eye can blast through the planet and hit a satellite on the other side in less than a second.
Calculating its speed across the Earth, that's 5% the speed of light.
Okay, it's less than the speed of light. It's less than the speed of light. It's okay. It's okay. It's less. So it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Don't worry. It's only 5% the speed of light. Don't worry. It's not a this is nothing. This is nothing. Okay. This is less than nothing, okay? Dude, I hate Death Battle. I wish every time they mention speed of light in a video, someone just forcibly like peels off one of their fingernails. It's just like it's getting ripped off every time you mention speed of light.
So, Gru's true calling wasn't being a villain at all. He's an anti-villain, and he's good at it too. This guy can dodge heat-seeking missiles and casually punch out a shark in one shot, all because he was in full dad mode.
But the most incredible element here is easy to miss. For billions of years, the minions have had the biological drive to serve the greatest villain they can find. And yet, despite Gru's turn away from villainy, they chose to continue serving him. The minions' love for Gru is so strong, it overwrote their primordial genetic code.
They still see greatness in him, even now. After all, felonious Gru will go to the moon and back to keep his family safe. Wait, Kevin, don't touch that button!
Okay, Megamind should be up next. Sorts of extra Gru versus use code.
What happens when the villain wins? On a grim, dark day, the citizens of Metro City learned the horrifying answer to that question. When they're
I've seen too many Death Note meme videos now that it's just like I don't even want to talk about it. We ain't got time. We got to make it through this video, but I just can't. I can't see it the same way. I've had so many different. I've looked at it through several different lenses at this point. We'll just put it that way. But it's simultaneously very entertaining in a vacuum, like definitely enjoyable to watch. But it's also like the most pseudo-intellectual teenager shit that's ever existed. But that doesn't matter. The meme videos are good. The meme videos are good. Let's move on.
Hero, their Metro Man, was lost forever. Bested by the fearsome supervillain destined for greatness, Megamind.
Cause if your rival's name is gonna be that on the nose, you better match that energy. Their feud goes way back to when they escaped their dying planet Superman style, and immediately got in each other's way.
While Metro Baby landed in a nice and cozy home, he caused the weird blue kid to crash land in prison and literally grow up behind bars. What kind of city government would make the kid stay in jail?
It wasn't as bad as you'd think. He was a
Well, if you just swap blue for white, and then Metro Man is some crimer who's killing. Never mind. Let's just keep going.
perfect fit for the monstrosity prison for the criminally gifted.
Metro City.
But while everyone outside bars loved that new kid who could fly, they weren't too keen on the boy with the big blue head and his constant string of destructive accidents.
So if he was going to be the bad guy no matter what, why not embrace it and become a true supervillain?
Yeah, sounds kind of like you. Megamind is a genius inventor, creating weapons to stage prison breaks before he could even talk.
It does sound like me. With a bit of tutoring from Machiavellian in the ways of wrongdoing, he got to work on his crime start.
Yeah, the Type 2 vid, I like their movie videos a lot. I watched the Shrek 3 one for Type 2 Productions, yeah. Yeah, I like the Shrek videos, like the Megamind video.
Career, facing off with his destined rival over and over again.
And Megamind's got everything he needs. An invisible car for getaways, assuming he can find the thing. A hover bike for flying and shooting at the same time, if he can multitask. Lasers, bombs, bubble guns, baseball bats, jet boots, and more galore.
But his go-to is the D-gun, a laser pistol with various possible effects, such as destroying, decelerating, demoralizing, De-locking? De-gravity thing?
I wouldn't expect a guy calling himself Megamind to have the best name ideas, Wiz. He probably based the entire thing around his favorite setting, dehydration, which turns people and objects into tiny cubes for easy storage, though they can be returned to normal with a drop of water.
He did keep the whole mind thing running with his horde of henchmen, the Brainbots. These mini-mechs follow Megamind's every command, even pulling off the most incredible drone show you've ever seen in your life.
Which, according to the director's commentary, is made up of over 100,000 Brainbots. Though, ironically, I wouldn't call his Brainbots, smart. That does.
Guys, are you paying attention? There's 10 times as many of those compared to the minions. I wonder if this will come up in the death battle. Take your notes, class. It'll be on the test.
Designation goes to Megamind's proper minion, Minion!
Minion serves many roles for Megamind. Sidekick, guy in the chair, awkward sibling relationship despite technically being his pet.
The best fish friend you could have in your plans to kidnap news reporter Roxanne Ritchie to piss off Metro Man for the 19th time this week. Or for the final time. Children, shield your eyes!
He did it! Thanks to his most powerful invention of...
Yep, here's the part. Okay, did you watch the movie? No? Okay, here's the movie. Don't sue us. Here's what happens if you give a Jewish guy superpowers. Don't read into this. Don't read into it. Don't read into it.
Megamind even trained him himself, using his disguise generator and expert acting skills. What a performer! But for all his smarts, Megamind is a terrible judge of character. When Titan turned tyrant, Metrocity needed yet another superhero to save it.
Metro City.
I know. Jonah Hill has definitely been put through a million humiliation rituals by his own fucking, people. They don't really protect their own. Not like that anyway. They don't give a fuck. They'll definitely bully someone like him.
Encouragement from an old friend, rival, who wasn't actually dead at all and just let all of this happen despite having godlike superpowers. Thanks to some encouragement from a very experienced friend, Megamind stepped up to the plate.
Hey, he had the moxie for it. Megamind's tanked explosions and dodged electric blasts. Titan was strong enough to toss around a skyscraper, and Megamind
It's true, yeah. They pay him for being a jester, so...
specifically designed to mimic the pilot's movements.
I definitely don't have any sympathy.
Sword fighting, busting a move, or being surprisingly stealthy.
And with quick thinking and some hench help, Megamind taught Titan a lesson he knew all too well. The bad guy always loses.
So the city decided to just forgive Megamind.
But he's the bad guy, and he won.
Destruction and call him their superhero. I guess they didn't really have any better option.
Look at how gross he is. If that existed in real life, no one would want to be near that thing. Look at that creature. This is the problem with the animated movies, okay? This is the problem. No one wants to actually have their Hunchback of Notre Dame type shit. Because, we know how humans are, okay? They try their best, but no, he's not actually hideous. That's because you're pussies, okay? You're pussies. Make him a disgusting, hideous, incel abomination. And there ain't gonna be nobody who sides with him.
Their superhero. I guess they didn't really have any better options.
Hey, Megamind took his new role as the city's hero seriously. He even built a suit that mimicked Metro Man's strength, flight, and X-ray vision.
Now, the D-gun is used to make runaway bad guys lose their balance and get caught. His portal bazooka is excellent for saving people from out-of-control cars. And while the Death Ray might not have been a hero killer, it's certainly great at blowing up giant evil robots.
And Minion was all for it.
Actually, once they went nice, Minion had to legally change his name to Old Chum because of some other Minion-related thing.
What? You mean the yellow guys?
No, I mean they got a cease and desist from Mr. Minion's Meatsicles.
Sounds delicious. I'm still gonna call him Minion. You can't break up this duo.
Even as Megamind uses his tools for good, destruction still tends to be inevitable. To the point that, as the new mayor of Metro City, and his new partner, Roxanne instated a policy that anyone inconvenienced by a Megamind battle would receive a free cup of coffee. That sounds horrifically ripe for corruption.
So that's why there's so many Starbuckses everywhere. At least the brain bots are covering all the cleanup.
See, this is getting to the part where I heard, the continuation of Megamind was the worst thing in human history. So this, I actually have not seen any of this. So I guess I'm going to learn through Death Battle how bad it is. Well, I guess I did listen to a video, but that was, I don't know, whenever that shit came out, a year ago or something. I don't know. The point is, I don't remember. So I guess we'll get to hear how horrific it was.
Messy job being a superhero, but Megamind's finally found his purpose, even saving the city from the Doom Syndicate, which is like 6 of him.
Though not without some self-induced difficulty. You have an instant wind gun on your hip. Use it!
Hey, with girlfriend, sidekick, and adoring fans to keep him going, it doesn't matter what sort of danger comes to town. Megamind will always rise up as the defender of Metrocity!
It's Metro City!
Wiz, what happened to you?
Oh god, really? The selling fucking plushes of these guys? There will never be a synth plush because I know you freaks would do it.
Oh.
Minions, prep the artillery. We're not letting him get away.
Okay, that looks horrific. My god. Where's the quality control? That looks real bad. What the fuck? Dude. Yeah, that's not good, dude. Whoever did that 3D model, that's shit. And yeah, the voice isn't very good either, but I'm not too surprised by that.
Hi, peoples. Ooh, and here I thought it was the hero who chases the bad guys. Ha! Oh. Oh.
Minion, I'm going to need a new pair of pants.
Yes, sir. Sending you the Sunday Best package. Oh. Take this! Oh. Ha! Freeze ray! A dark color scheme! Shrink ray! Henchmen who look the same! Laser gun! A genius weaponry! You are suddenly a real supervillain! You're just missing one!
Dude, the humor is so bad. Like, I can't pause every time I don't laugh at something and cringe, but I mean, it's adding up. It's adding up.
Thing. And what might that be? Presentation! Minions, assemble! And start the music! Oh! Check that mark in the morning. No, hey! We just fixed that! Come on, sir. Smash him! Oh, hey, that's kind of cute.
I get these have to be churned out really fast. But there's just no polish. Like, there's no artistry to any of this. This is the issue. Is it's like, you can't... This has always been my problem with YouTube videos, though. Is that when you put in effort, the more effort you put into something, the higher the expectations. When someone has a reputation for putting in zero effort, you have no expectations of them. Hence my based slop videos, of course. But when you... I don't even know how to describe this really, because I'm not an artist, as my channel banner says. But there's this weird mix of like high quality and low quality effort that just blends in a very uncanny fashion in some of these death battles. This is one of them.
You dare challenge Megamind in my own Metrocity? Do you even know who I am? Well, life is full of disappointments. Hey!
They didn't even really sound like they were talking to each other. Whatever. And anyway, whatever. I can't nitpick everything. But, you know, they did shit on AI artists, and that kind of seemed like AI dialogue, not gonna lie. All right, let's keep going.
Now, as you like to say, If you're going to steal my lines, at least do it properly.
That was so millennial writing, man. This is like again, normal fags will simultaneously agree the Focus M meme proves like modern game writing is bad, and then they'll like shit like this. It's like you fucking retards don't even understand why the shit's bad. The lack of sincerity. And I get these are it's two children cartoon movies fighting each other. Of course it's not sincere in that way. But this is retarded though. That's my issue.
Now, as you like to say, if you're going to steal my lines, at least do it properly.
Like what? Who the fuck likes that? No one likes that. Nobody.
Whoa! Okay, thank you for the help.
Minion, is the death ray ready?
Approaching. Getting there. Almost. Kinda. Maybe. On the way. Yes. Fire! Whoa!
Oh, Roxanne's gonna kill me.
Remember this, villain! The good guys always win! This is how it's really done! Dehydration!
I hate that. It's like they're rubbing it in our faces. I just think quality control doesn't even exist anymore. I mean, like, you see a close-up of this, you're gonna tell me this is good? This is awful. This looks so shit. Oh, man. The cringe with Death Battle is unreal, man.
Dehydration gun!
Villain! You mean... Oh, wait a minute. This is all a big misunderstanding.
Huh? Oh, work is going to kill me for this.
I guess that's 2 for Gru, 0 for Will Ferrell.
With so many chaotic factors in this fight, it can get overwhelming trying to keep track of them all.
So we'll break it down 3 ways: Arsenal, minions, and...
Again, in this case, I have no investment in either side. I get it. The minions are indestructible, whereas the drone robots are just robots. I get it. Like, again, I don't really care, so I can't really be mad about it.
In terms of weapon versatility, Megamind definitely had much more to use. The D-gun alone had enough effects to match what Gru could do with nearly his whole kit. Throw in disguise generators, invisible cars, portal bazookas, and it's a lot for Gru to handle.
Just one problem. Megamind might have had variety, but Gru's weaponry was far stronger in scope. Sure, Megamind's death ray could blow up a mountain, but Gru's shrink ray could take out the moon.
And is much easier to use on top of it. Frankly, much of Megamind's deadliest weaponry would have little effect anyway.
Check this out. When Gru first tried to get the shrink ray, he triggered a missile trap so explosive it created a mushroom cloud. Based on the size of the blast, that's about 4 kilotons of TNT.
Wait, this is the other one. Okay, so if they mention light speed, fingernails peeled off. If they mention tons of TNT, what is a torture? What is a torture? It has to be a minor torture that can be done many times over. But this is the other one. This is like the drinking game. The drinking game for Death Battle is how many tons of TNT and how, you know, how much, what's the speed compared to light speed? You know, how many times light speed, blah, 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 right? And just peel their skin. I don't know, like just carve a thin layer of skin off with a knife, maybe. That could be every time they mention tons of TNT.
And all those missiles fired at him from point-blank range.
Shockingly, that's about 38 times greater than Megamind's orbital death ray. and Gru kind of just walked it off. Megamind's mecha suit could take big hits like that, but Megamind himself? No.
So Megamind would have a hard time blowing him up, but he could still dehydrate him, disintegrate him, freeze him, or even just turn off his gravity and send him flying into space, right?
Sure, though Gru does have some similar weaponry. As far as arsenal is concerned, Gru could take out Megamind through sheer firepower, but Megamind could potentially counter with the D-Gun's effects. It's a whoever shoots first wins situation. Their arsenals match up fairly evenly.
But these guys aren't alone. Let's cover Gru's minions and Megamind's, minions.
1-to-1, one of Gru's minions was certainly more likely to take out a brainbot. Sure, minions may have the attention span of an iPad kid, but they can effortlessly hack, dismantle, and rewire most machines. Like, you know, Megamind's brainbots.
And they just won't die! Certainly nothing the brainbots have can take them out. For all we know, the minions may be completely indestructible.
To be fair, maybe one brainbot doesn't stand a chance against one minion, but there are far more brainbots than minions in total. 10 times more. And the brainbots are a much more organized and focused unit.
Compared to the vanilla minions, maybe. But the mega minions are strong enough to rip and chop through metal like wet paper. Aunt Mel's got a history of destroying satellites with a laser beam strong enough to cut through the earth, so
I don't know if it's even worth listening to the rest of this, honestly. I agree with the assessment. I can't really complain, to be honest. I hate this shit. Like, oh my god, Mach 10. Oh, hold on. What's speed feats? Hold on. Let me, come on. Come on, give it to me.
Easily flustered, or he just loves showing off. So it's more likely Gru could succeed in a whoever shoots first wins quick draw situation with their arsenals.
Quick draw is right. Megamind dodge an electric blast is impressive, clocking in around half the speed of sound.
But it pales in comparison to Gru piloting hypersonic ships into space and dodging heat-seeking missiles at Mach 10, meaning he is fast enough to win that quick draw. Gru takes skill, which finally tips the scales. After a nail-biting back and forth, he has just enough to land the
Sure. I again can't really complain. Can't really complain with the conclusion. I guess I agree. Yeah. Is this the worst one yet? From a cringe factor, maybe, but in terms of like, you know, what happens in the video, hell no. The worst one is Cell vs. Metal Sonic. This is the worst one ever. This is pure, unfiltered, like, child on the playground tier logic. Where it's just like, yeah, if Metal Sonic looked at God, he'd become a god. That's literally the logic of the video. It is so fundamentally retarded that it makes me extremely angry. Extremely. That's the worst one I've seen of the modern death battles. Fun fact, Death Battles fans brigaded Memory Runner's video view reacting to Ash vs. Yugi. That's funny. Not my channel, not my problem. Also, how the hell does Death Battle have fans? I thought these are just teasmos who watch this garbage, not fans. How can you be a fan of, well, I guess you could be a fan of consuming feces, you know, Indians, right? But how many Indians are there watching Death Battle? Why am I not subbed? I only watch these on stream. Why would I be subbed? I stopped watching Death Battle over 5 years ago. Like, probably like 7 or 8 years ago. Hold on. Let me look at that real quick. I'm gonna grab water, and I might eat like a quick snack. But we'll watch some vids for a while. Yeah, shit. Quite a few came in. Okay, I'll be back. Just gonna grab some water and a snack. Hold on, I know I'm not playing. All right. I'm here. I'm back. Bring Poir back. No. Hold on, I gotta get through the super chat video suggestions first. Bud Sunny, thanks to $2. Watch bar rescue clips. Didn't you send this before and then I asked you for specifications and I didn't get them? I think I remember that. You can't just say bar rescue clips. Also, is this a fucking TV show? Oh my god. Listen. This is the shit that makes me mad. Are you telling me, as what I hope is a grown-ass man, that you don't know how YouTube works? That I can't fucking watch clips of TV shows because they're copyright protected? How could you have presumably watched YouTube for years and not understand how the content ID system works? There is zero, and there's no excuse you could possibly come up with that is the correct answer. You should know, period. You should know. SAR stream YouTube movie, please. Yeah, exactly. Raymundo, thanks to the $2. Tim Kane's Why Are There So Many Ugly Characters? Oh, here we go. Tim Kane's gonna faggot Max. I can feel. I didn't even mean to say a slur there, but I just, I don't know. I think someone sent me. Someone posted on V a clip of this, and then someone, I think, mentioned it to me on Discord as well. Can you believe I am infinitely more popular than the Tim Kane? He might have more subs, but do they watch his videos? I don't think so. Synthetic God, who has never made a video game, is infinitely more. No, I know. I'm already pre. I'm pre-annoyed.
It's me, Tim. Today I want to talk about why are there so many ugly characters in games. No.
Hold on, I
say that, I put that in quotes because I don't necessarily believe it, but I get
You don't believe it? Are you retarded? What do you mean you don't believe it? Have you played the games? Is it because you're gay and you don't know what the word ugly means? No, because gay people definitely know what that means. Trust me. That's why they watch me, because I'm so handsome. No, that can't be it. No, you gotta say something believable next time, Synth.
And let me just put this in context. Me, a colorblind non-artist, who probably has ideas of who is pretty that's not the same as many of you, is being asked that question. I'm going to try to answer it. The most.
Wait, what did he just fucking say? Sorry, I was too busy being retarded. I'm not even being ironic. I'm making stupid jokes. I need to replay that sentence because that sounded really bad, at least what I heard.
Is being asked that question. Pretty colorblind non-artist who probably has ideas of who is pretty that's not.
Wait, what? Hold on.
No. I say that, I put that in quotes because I don't necessarily believe it, but I get asked this a lot. And let me just put this in context. Me, a colorblind non-artist who probably has ideas of who is pretty that's not the same as many of you, is being asked that question.
You don't need to be an artist to say if something's ugly or not. Have you become senile? What are you retarded? You're telling me you have to have like a fancy degree, be taught at like a fucking art school to know if something is ugly or good looking? Like what the fuck? Is he actually retarded? This guy is a programmer. He's supposed to be considerably above average IQ. But I guess, as we know, smart people are just as susceptible to propaganda as the rest of us. No, this is retard shit. No. Anyone, even someone, a fucking glorified baboon knows if something's good looking or not. Okay, no, all right. Well, I'm gonna keep going though. We can let him explain his point.
I'm going to try to answer it. The most recent question was from Gabor6502, who asked, I've been wondering for a long time, why do American and many European companies deliberately make player and NPC characters ugly these days? Is there some market segmentation or economic logic behind this? Disclaimer, I'm not interested in political things.
Tim Kaine says video games aren't art. That is funny. That's probably why no one watches it. He knows his fans are Redditors, so he's avoiding being canceled. Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Some players say on the subject, I'm interested in the real logic. I'm going to hold you to that. Because it seems to not work due to many flops. Also, do European and Asian companies seem more successful who don't do it? Or is this an effect of AI? There's no time to fix the generated characters. I'll say right off the bat, it has nothing to do with AI, because apparently this has been going on for a long time. And
yeah, it has been. I don't know why AI was even in that. Dude, what the... AI hasn't even been around that long. Is the Zoomer who wrote this shit, like, in some kind of weird, like, time loop crisis? Like, we've had these ugly-ass DEI characters in video games for at least 10 years. It just was less prolific.
You know, I've worked on games that don't have any AI in it, and most characters aren't generated with AI.
Okay, I do want to say something. Tim Kaine was the director for Outer Worlds 1, which is a very ugly game. So you need to put that in context. I guarantee the person who asked him that did not know that Tim Kaine was the game director for Outer Worlds 1. So just remember that for whatever he's about to say. So just remember that.
And you say it's done in many games, or you imply it's in everything or a lot of things. But I'm going to take this question at face value because OP said they wanted logic on this, so here goes. Also, many of you complain I take too long to get to my point, so here's my point. I like variety. There you go. There's the answer.
But it's not variety. When every game is pink, blue, purple, like bisexual lighting, it's the same DEI characters. That's not variety. It's actually all the same. That's why this person wrote the post in the first place to complain about it. It's not variety at all.
Fishbulb. Many people like variety in their games, and it's weird that a huge complaint people are having recently is there are too many samey games, but I'll get to that.
They are that's why people are complaining, because they are the same. But please go ahead and psyop us, I guess.
So many games use what I would call idealized characters. Some of you call them beautiful, and I get
that's just art in general. You fucking. This is why he's a programmer and not an artist, or really just anyone with taste for that sort of thing. All good art has idealized characters. Period.
To that. But let's call them idealized. You know, it's the buff man and the hourglass-shaped woman with big attributes. But let me remind you that for 2 decades, for over 20 years now, there has been a running joke that the protagonists in first-person shooters all look the same. People post this picture or one a lot like it.
Okay, so that makes it acceptable. First of all, half those characters don't even look the same. This is literally just racism against white people, because over half those don't even look similar. This is the most, like, black, I don't know, like a black woman posts a bunch of white people and says they all look the same. That's what this image strikes me as. I've seen a version of this image that actually does make them look the same. This is not that image. This is literally just, look at all these white people. Why are there all these white... Do those look the same? Do those look the same? Are we fucking for real? What? There is a version of this image. There's a version of this image that is much older than this one. That does have a lot of characters that look the same. This is a picture of a bunch of white people. This is fucking pathetic. Like, this is actually fucking pathetic.
Times. Because guess what? There's been white male brunette protagonists for decades. You have literally tens of thousands of games to pick from with that guy.
Okay, so we should only play... Yeah, I agree, Tim. We should only buy old games. Don't buy new games. Let them all bomb and fail. I agree, retard. That's why the games are bombing. You stupid fuck. How is this hard for you to understand? This is why you can't argue with leftists. Like, it's literally just like, yes, that is exactly what people are doing. They're not playing the new gay-ass, disgusting, subhuman shit. They're playing this.
Some variation of that guy in it. And it's weird because you might want to flip the question around and say, why are you finding yourself so triggered by a character?
Oh, we're triggered. I see. We don't buy your consumer slop. So we're triggered. Oh, I see. This is absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. These games are boring because generic white guys, some of the best-selling, highest-rated games. Yeah, exactly. Again, he made Outer Worlds 1, which was not a good game. Period. Like, I won't say it was complete shit. It was definitely better than the second one. The second one was definitely shit. But the first game is like an actual 5 out of 10. Like, actual 5 out of 10 game. With woke shit, of course, which would make it so you wouldn't even want to try it, even if for some reason you wanted to play a 5 out of 10 game. The second game was much worse, but he wasn't involved with it. The point is, Outer Worlds 1 was a diverse, aesthetic, garbage, piece of shit game where everyone was ugly, which is why he's defending this. And I know the person who wrote him this email or whatever the fuck did not know. There's no way the person who wrote the email knows he directed Outer Worlds 1. I guarantee it, because otherwise you would know exactly how he would respond. Obviously he approves of this shit. Obviously.
Who's not the idealized or mathematically...
He was a creative consultant for Outer Worlds 2, I see. Okay, well, I don't know how much involvement creative consultant is realistically, but yeah, okay. He was involved with the even shittier game. So there you go.
Center, or however you want to objectively talk about it, because he said he wanted to talk about logic. Why does it bother you to see characters who aren't this? Because
he didn't even say that. This is the worst like leftist projection I've seen in a while. Where in his email did he say, I'm triggered by these disgusting people? He just asked, why are they making these shitty, ugly games if they don't sell? That's what he asked. And you just interpreted a bunch of bullshit from that because you're triggered. Again, I want to say slurs. I'll hold the slurs down. But this is incredibly pathetic behavior. He did not in any way, in what you read, he did not in any way say, oh, I hate these people look different from me. That's what you interpreted, you fucking pathetic little bitch.
An era where people are complaining, hey, Tim, and I do this a lot, games out there there's too many games that are the same. They seem like the same game, just skinned differently, with slightly different mechanics and slightly different settings. And, you know, it can be for a lot of reasons. Caution among the people who have the money to spend on these games, or the fact that most games are made on just a tiny handful of the same engines. Those engines do certain things well, so those games all do those things because that's what the engine does well.
Yeah, he's right about that.
So it's weird to live in a world, to be in a world now where people are complaining about sameness, and then without any hint of hypocrisy.
That's not hypocritical. They don't like ugly art, you fucking retard. My God. The mental gymnastics here is insane. So, because people don't like samey games, like every game playing like a cinematic over-the-shoulder game. So, people, they don't like that sameness. That means you must like the diverse, woke, slop ugliness. Consume it, goy. Like, what is this shit? What is this fucking shit?
Oh, but I get really mad when I see characters that I don't think are pretty. It just seems like, do you want various games or not? And
please tell me that there's someone bullying him for this shit. This is actual like midwit or below midwit level. This is like 95 IQ. I don't know if his brain melted since his programmer days. He's getting up there in the years. But this is retard level debate. It's like people don't like ugly DEI characters, but they also don't like every game playing the same. Oh, hypocrite. There's no comparison. Those are not related in any way. There's literally no relation there. This is fucking... What the fuck is the connection? This is idiotic. This is actually like the party of science, as we know. This is the party of science. Retard. Actual retard.
And by the way, it's not just beauty. People complained, and they've done this in my games, that there were too many women in roles of authority.
No shit.
Which is weird because I can click on people and see all their comments. They don't complain about games that the opposite was true.
Cause that's normal, you stupid fuck! Men being in charge is normal. That's how humans work. Why am I not surprised? It's the homosexual who's saying this. Oh, whoa. Yeah, that makes sense.
Where it was men in every single role of authority. Somehow that's okay, even though to me that
is always okay. No, it isn't. How is that extreme? That was normal for millions of years, you could argue. Thousands if we're just considering all of human civilization. But if we're considering in nature, it's millions. All of human civilization, that was normal. But, oh, that's too extreme in the opposite direction for you. Yeah, you're making a lot of sense right now.
So, it's not always just about beauty. It's about anything that rocks the boat or makes them think this is not standard.
Oh, that's what it is. It's rocking the boat. Where have you been the last 10 fucking years? Oh, actually, it's 15 years. Ever since the fucking end of Occupy Wall Street. This is... Your gay-ass shit is normal now, Tim. You made a game full of faggots, you know, basically. Outer Worlds 1. A game... Actually, that's not completely true. I would say it was more asexual and fruity. Like there wasn't open like gay sex, but it was just a fruity, androgynous, asexual universe. You know what I mean? So that's the game you made, and that was completely fine to be made. How is that rocking the boat? What was the budget for Outer Worlds 1? How much funding did you get? Like what? This is just insanity, extreme copium.
Anymore. There are so many thousands, probably tens of thousands, I'm guessing maybe approaching hundreds of thousands of games that have particularly looking protagonists.
Yeah, and now there's thousands of woke slob games, but let's hear him cope about how that's not true.
You've got them. You've already got all that.
Yeah, so all art in the future should be bad because you already got the good art. Now it's our turn to make bad art. Again, great argument.
But then, I mean, we're going to have to ask a question like, what do you mean by beauty anyway? That's
I mean, Aryan white males subjugating women. That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. Quote it, bitch. Quote it.
That's why I was trying to say idealized. Because it's different for different people. I have a whole game called Bad Games, where I try to point out to people that what they think is bad in a game is very subjective.
Everyone already knows that. This is so pseudo-intellectual. Say that to Mahler. Say that to EFAP. They might learn something. No, they won't. But they need to hear it, not me. I know my opinion's subjective. I don't give a fuck. I don't value almost anyone else's opinion. That's how it is. I know my opinion's subjective. I just don't care about other people's opinions. It's that simple.
Some people will play games with low frame rates or with cartoony characters, and other people go, that's stupid, I won't play that. And yes, just like people said, well, there are some metrics I won't.
My favorite part with these leftists is when they accuse you of straw man arguments or other fallacies, and they themselves are the ones doing it, like that some ordinary Joe guy. Yeah, I mean, at least what he read at the beginning, the guy was just asking, why are there all these ugly characters in games? And then Tim just like spurgs. Like he immediately spurged and then pretended it was the guy in the email who's triggered. It's like, bro, this might work on Reddit, but you're posting this publicly on YouTube, and I know no one watches his channel really, despite it having more subscribers to me. but the point is, he doesn't really get regular viewers, so maybe he's just used to the echo chamber by now. But you know, clearly synthetic reaction god over here. I'm the new Jinx. No, I actually at least engage with the content instead of just, you know, staring at it with my mouth hanging open. But you get the point. This is a public forum. That's basically, you know, this is a public platform. I'm seeing your shit. Okay. You suck.
Play a game that crashes all the time or runs at 1 frame a second. There are some metrics of beauty, like symmetry and proportion, but even those aren't universal, especially not universal to everyone. Forget universal.
Okay, instead of beating around the bush, can you try to explain why these woke flop games keep flopping? You know? And I know every time it's brought up, people are like, the Baldur's Gate 3 sold a billion copies. Yes, if a game is sufficiently high quality and has things that appeal to certain gamer demographics, it can sell despite being woke, obviously. I do believe that. But the vast majority of cases, it is, you know, well, like that Mixtape game we just played is a good example.
Universal to every culture, universal to every person. But, you know what? Sorry, OP asked for logic, so let's go back to logic.
This is not, yeah, because you haven't done logic so far.
Although I will say that many people ask this question, they're coming from a place of emotion while pretending it's...
So have you. So have you. You've been emotional this whole video. I know self-awareness is not existent on the left for the most part, but you've been very emotional this whole video.
It's not. So, let me go back to logic for a second. Let me remind everyone watching that I made a game, an RPG, that had beauty as an attribute. That's right, beauty was one of the 8 attributes in Arcanum. This means in the Arcanum game world, beauty was considered completely objective and measurable. And this was the same for every race, every gender, because you just had beauty, and it didn't. And if you had adjustments made for those, that was for every race and every gender. So some people complained about that, and I said, well, it is a fantasy game, and there's magic and ghosts. For this game, we made beauty an objective.
Well, yeah, exactly. If anything, this is standing against your previous argument. That is the justification for why art is idealized in the first place. It is a fantasy world. We don't want to see ugly-ass motherfuckers in the fantasy world. I'm curious where he's going to take this argument, because I feel like this completely goes against what he said at the beginning.
Measurable thing. But more importantly, the point I'm trying to make now is that means that attribute went in, and the designers intended for beauty to matter, and intended for some players to take a low beauty, and some players to take a high beauty, and have that affect the game. So, in the game world of Arcanum, beauty was objective. But guess what? To players, we knew it was still subjective. And I'll give you a hint on how we showed you that.
Okay, this has nothing to do with his point, though. See, he just went off the rails completely because he's coping. Okay, in the context of this one RPG game you worked on, beauty is a stat. Okay, what the hell does that have to do with the guy's obvious point, which is that so many games now come out with objectively, fuck you, objectively ugly characters by any metric, by any standard. They are ugly, disgusting human beings. If you saw them in real life, you would recoil physically, but would have to hold it in if you're not autistic or not even non-ADHD, whatever, you know. Neurotypical people would hold in their disgust. Me, I don't have a good poker face for those things. I would just have my scowl, my typical scowl. But yeah, no, you know, this doesn't address, again, he's just pretending the problem doesn't exist. It's the whole millennial woes tweet about how, you know, leftist discourse is just pretending not to understand things. That's his whole video. It's 8 minutes of coping. He's pretending to not understand the guy's point. That's what the top comment should be, you know, on this video. I love dropping the objectively on Reddit stories like this, yeah. Yeah, no, Tim Kaine didn't work on New Vegas. He worked on OG Fallout. And he famously, even one of his videos he made was talking about how he didn't like the goofy stuff in Fallout 2.
We included a ton of portraits that you could pick to be your player character portrait. But they were not ranked as whether they were beautiful or not. You could pick any of them you wanted. We just threw them in there. It was up to you to decide whether this particular portrait represented a beautiful player character or not. That was entirely up to you. Now, of course, despite what portrait you picked, it was your beauty attribute that determined whether NPCs thought you were beautiful or not. The game was very clear about that.
Okay, and who the hell is going to make a video game where the character creation process based on, let's just say, lookism, like the red pill lookism people, it predetermines the attractiveness of your character based on those metrics. That would never even exist. This is, again, he's just whataboutism, this whole shit, you know? This has nothing to do with the original point at all.
And now, because it's Tim Kaine story time, I want to tell you a story. It's called my I Like Variety story. Back at Troika, a friend of mine, one of my coworkers, brought in a variety pack of chocolate-covered fruit. If I remember, there were blueberries, there were cherries, I think there were plums, there might have been raisins. She offered me some, and when she offered them, she said, "Do you want some dried fruit? There's a whole bunch of different kinds covered in chocolate," and it was dark chocolate. But she goes, "I only like the blueberry ones." And so while I was picking out, I think I grabbed a cherry and a plum. I said, "Well, if you only like the blueberry one, why didn't you just buy the blueberry package? Why did you buy the variety package?" And she looked at me and went, "I like variety." And a nearby coworker started laughing and say, "I think I like variety in this case means F you." So anyway, I just want to tell.
Okay. Well, that was a great, really fucking retarded video. Holy shit. He did not engage with the original email or post or whatever on any level. He did not even attempt to argue with the guy or explain anything. That was unbelievably bad. And the thing is, like, I don't know, how much of this is him, you know, being gay? How much of this is he was the game director of a woke slop ugly game? How much of this was, I mean, it's all the factors. It's all the factors. Him being a lefty, all that stuff. It's just no self-awareness, though, on how his points had nothing to do with the initial statement because he refused to engage with it on an honest level. That's all that was. Unrelated, but a Truan made a good video that breaks down the weird political shit Ian Flynn does around Amy Rose and the Sonic Games and Comics channel. It's called Dimitri Monroe. I don't want to really watch the Truan video. Well, I have other super chats to go through anyway. Of video suggestions. We'll never make it if I don't get to those first. Dimitri isn't a Truan. I don't know who it is. I have no idea. Dimitri's just gay. Alright. It doesn't say Tim Kaine's lineage on the wiki, but I bet he's Toucanish. It doesn't even matter to me. He's just another old school liberal, which is a lot of game devs. I mean, listen. I've never said leftists are wrong about everything. When they say the game industry was full of, like, old school liberal types, oh, they don't say it like that, to be fair. They say it in the dishonest way. They say, you know, game development was always leftist or whatever. No, it's more like back in the 90s and the early 2000s, at least in the West, most people were center-left, probably, you know? So, yes, that is true. But there's a huge difference between back then and what we have now, which is, you know, extreme insanity. This man can't tell the difference between game mechanics like beauty stat and art design that people use their eyes to look at. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would have respected it if he had at least, you know, engaged with the comment, been like, no, those people aren't ugly, or you don't even have to insult the person who wrote it, but you get what I mean. Like, he would say, there's nothing wrong with average looking people being the heroes or something. If he had tried to make that point, I would have disagreed, but at least it'd be intellectually honest. This is very dishonest. Yeah, not a good look. Nope. Yeah, the variety story was like the cherry on top. Like, this is just some random boomer shit that had no significance. Alright, and we can read some comments. Fuck it. I should really be reading more comments on things like this. Ideological subversion. I mean, that is the answer. I don't know if he's supporting or against this, though. All of Arcanum's portraits were so good, it was difficult to shoot. Okay, who cares about that? What always takes me out is when a returning character looks completely off model. Yeah, too bad he doesn't address this in the video or any argument that, on any level. It's too bad he didn't say anything like this at all and said nothing of value instead. That's crazy. I think variety in character design needs to lead to juxtaposition. The lack of juxtaposition when everyone is attractive, Eastern character design versus, or nobody's attractive, modern Western character design, can lead to a very bland, uninteresting aesthetic overall. There's some truth to that, but if I had to choose, when everyone is attractive, or at least has a baseline level of attractiveness, like there's like no ugly people unless a character is supposed to be ugly, like that's, a character feature. This is much better. Like, everyone being attractive is much better than the alternative, but I have to at least agree to a point. And what is the answer again? Yeah. He doesn't go into the answer. The answer was never addressed at any point in this video. I think there must have been a misunderstanding when he asked why characters are designed ugly. He was thinking of Starfield. Well, again, Tim would probably argue Starfield isn't ugly, so, I'm just saying. There's variety and there's ugly. It's like your fruits basket. Some are sour or bitter. Fucking owned. Fucking owned. Exactly. It destroyed his stupid-ass analogy at the end in a millisecond. This is just, he got outsmarted by a fucking no profile pic in his comment section. You've lost. You lost when that happened. The no profile pic, wise, is the beacon of wisdom in the YouTube comment section. To be fair, he wasn't answering the question. He was saying, you're wrong for asking that, Chud. You're right, Shadow Bandicoot. That's exactly what the video was. Street Fighter has had diversity in characters of different types for decades. Very popular female characters and archetypes from different nations. Still mostly hot, though. Yeah, it's almost like no one has ever, at least in the past, some, a loud minority, has certainly complained about the character designs in 6, for sure. I think 6 looks very ugly, but I don't play Street Fighter, so I don't really care on that level. But the point is, yes, like the Street Fighter 2 through 4 designs, maybe 5, solid designs, global characters, all different colors, ethnicities, whatever. No one complained about that. Funny had a discussion about those early 2000s generic action hero guy, and yeah, game-wise, hero dynamics weren't up to the level of the mid-2010s, so bald crew-cut protagonists were easier to agree upon. It's not even that. It's not even that. It's way more simple than that. Again, leftists don't understand this. They hate capitalism, yet they don't even understand the basic fundamentals, like, who is your audience? Who is buying Video games. What is a gamer? What is the prime demographic of gamer? What is that person like? What does that person think is cool? It doesn't even have to be white people. You just make a character that looks cool to men. As it turns out, the character that looks cool to the broadest demographic of men is a white guy with brown to black hair. You know, that's all it is. I mean, or bald, I guess. You know, I think a lot of character designs now are over-designed and or clash with the setting, like they're primarily designed for an ArtStation portfolio. And that's kind of a nice way of putting it. Too nice, so I'm not going to give it a like. Laura Fryer just talked about this too in her latest video, something along the lines of character designs that don't evoke aspirational qualities. Saying that as good or bad. Also, who the fuck is Laura Fryer? If you're ever referencing a woman... I'm chopping in that... Anyway, never mind. You know what this reminds me of? And I will always call her Nostalgia Chick till the day she fucking dies. But when people are like, this reminds me of a really good Lindsay Ellis video. Oh, you mean Nostalgia Chick? You mean the Nostalgia Chick who's never made a good video? And you're a fucking simp bitch? Yeah. Yeah, that bitch, yeah. Fuck you, Redditor ass motherfucker. They also stopped making black guys cool in games too. Yep. Every black dude in games used to be like Carl Weathers types. Now there's scrawny Urkel types. I know, dude. I hate Miles Morales. Like if Miles Morales was like Barrett from Final Fantasy VII, I still would be very angry that they're trying to replace Peter Parker. But at least it would be funny. It would be so funny, would it not? I would laugh so hard. That would be fucking funny. Yeah, because I was laughing at Yasuke and like Assassin's Creed Shadows, but they didn't lean into him being a YN. Like if they leaned into him being a YN in Assassin's Creed Shadows, that would have been a ironically very good game. I love how the Type 2 Productions... we're talking about this right now. There's the Type 2 Productions vid. Excuse me. Okay. You can do stylized / varied without ugly. Not sure why it's presented as a dichotomy. Exactly, because he's doing it on purpose, Chud. I mean, you're not a Chud, but you should become one for the good of the human race. I can sense there's a small part of you that wants to notice. But yes, he was being intellectually dishonest on purpose in this video. That is obvious. Ugly doesn't even necessarily refer to just the physical attributes either, like Concord, good spelling, had poorly stylized, awkward, weak character designs, a bad color choice. The word ugly means a lot more in that case. Yeah, it's almost like this video, even as just a rambly, like, zero effort, zero editing type vid, you could easily stretch this subject out to, 30 plus minutes. Instead, he rambled irrelevantly for 8.5 minutes. I mean, who the fuck, what could you even take away from this video? Nothing. I'm reminded of the story where Miyamoto's wife saw prototypes for Zelda Ocarina of Time, I think, and asked why they always made the main character ugly. So they remodeled Link after Leonardo DiCaprio. It's not a new complaint from people, I guess. See, that's a woman, assuming the story is even true. I don't know. That's a woman saying the character's ugly. Women, actual women, not Troons, don't like ugly characters either. The old hags on Twitter who bitch about people not buying the woke slop, they don't buy it either. They don't buy video games. They just bitch on Twitter all day. The actual women who might try a video game don't like ugly things. It's almost like the human race is shallow and always has been. Watch play uglier games. Hold on. I'm gonna read a few more comments. I got to get to the super chat suggestions so I don't scam people. I'm sorry. Okay, Tim, you either didn't understand what the person is talking about or you're deliberately avoiding it. What you said is true, but it's not what the person's asking. Actually, what he said is false, but I have to give you a like just for addressing the point of the video. This guy's a retard. I'm not reading the rest of this. You made some great points. No, die. Die. Shine! As a white male brunette, I feel personally attacked. Haha, funny Reddit meme. Requesting an hour-long tier list video of things Tim Kaine thinks are pretty. He replied to this. Let's read the reply. Kittens, sunsets, gigawatt lasers in the 7,000 angstrom range, petunias. And someone wrote based as a reply to that. Alright. That's so narrow-minded and bigoted, Tim. You need to add some more variety, give shantytowns and crumbling shacks a chance. Yeah, what a fucking hypocrite, am I right? That's actually kind of funny. Okay, that's WWE. Is there any disingenuous Tim? Yep, fact. One word, BlackRock. Yep. I don't see the problem is I respect the spirit, but this guy's wasting his breath. As is all the 96 people who gave, or I'm one of the 96. Shit. 95 people who gave it a like. Because you're posting this on the wrong channel. Tim's not based. I just respect that he cares about Fallout, which you should. Anyone should care about a thing that they created, right? But he's not based. He's very cringe. Outer Worlds 1, very cringe game. All right, let's keep going. The problem is, Tim, is we still don't get diversity. Everyone used to be beautiful. Not everyone is ugly. Yeah, just break it down simple for him. Since it's obvious that functional diversity can't be achieved, not always, but in most cases, let us have uniformity and beauty, not ugliness. Yeah, the thing is, no one ever complained about Sheva, okay? People all got jungle fever to Sheva in Resident Evil 5. They know. And there's many cases of this, of, you know, various ethnicities that people beat their meat to. The obvious problem is ugliness. We know this. I've seen politicians give straighter answers to questions. I like this phrasing, straighter. Yeah, did you use the word straighter on purpose, maybe? I like this. That's the type of shit that makes people on Twitter mad. I have to see the replies. There's 12 replies, so you know one person's like, Tim's gay. You know it. Let's see what happens. The only straight answer to this question would be to take a look at what year Western game uglification went into effect. The answer is 20 plus, an unlucky number. 2013 is probably when it did start to be normalized, for sure. It's not the first example. Okay. When a simple answer, 1 minute 39 seconds, I like variety, is not straight enough, you should watch other channels or start reading books. Bitch, the only book you've read is Harry Potter. You're an embarrassment. And not sure whether you made a pun or not. He's literally not straight. Knew it. Found the Redditor. That's not an answer. Saying he likes variety does not answer why they're making ugly characters on purpose. Exactly. It's almost like anyone with 2 brain cells could figure that out. There have always been unique looking characters, even in the first Fallout, but they are purposely making characters uglier than they should be. Yep. Absolutely. Beautiful people are part of variety. Yep. Okay, let's see. They're not. Oh, here we go. Red, they're lying on purpose. You knew it. You knew the next reply was going to be a lie. They're not making ugly characters on purpose. They make varied characters on purpose. You just don't like how they look. No, you're ugly on the outside and on the inside, you subhuman. If you breed... Never mind. You could feel the synthetic rant. It's going to come out. I was going to say some crazy shit. I got to move on. They clearly are. Why is it that I think that characters from the original first two Fallout or games like the original Dragon Age, Fable, Baldur's Gate, or Diablo had unique... Oh, it's probably Diablo or something. It's probably misspelled Diablo. Had unique looking characters and I never found them ugly. Why is it that it is clear that they insert themselves into games to look off or ugly on purpose? We all know what ugly looks like, and they clearly have been putting them in games for the past decade. Yeah, they do make ugly characters on purpose, otherwise we wouldn't see them uglifying originally beautiful characters. It's not about variety, it's an agenda, and you're in denial. Yep. No, that's a conspiracy theory. Wow, what? You really debunked the points. Yeah, just call something a conspiracy theory. Okay, retard. Yeah, go back to fucking watching, CNN every night and just drooling down your fucking leg, you subhuman. Anyway, there it is, conspiracy theory. There it is, conspiracy theory. It's clear that you never cared about having an actual conversation. You just wanted to have your opinion validated. Yup. Fucking facts. Absolutely. Did not care about having an actual conversation. Is this not just online discourse summed up right here? No one gives a fuck about debating. That's why, like, anytime people bring up debate in the modern internet, I'm like, are you fucking retarded? No one cares about debate. Everyone already made up their mind. Okay? You're not going to convince anyone of anything. There is no neutral party who's even going to engage with the debate in the first place. Anyway. No, it's not a conspiracy. There's plenty of proof of corporations, even governments, giving money to push these ideals and this propaganda. Just because you refuse to acknowledge the truth doesn't mean that we should do the same. Yep. Annihilated. Yeah, this is so bad, man. I remember seeing I don't know, someone quoted a bit from this vid on V. I think it was yesterday. And I was like, I have a feeling chat's going to ask me to watch this. Let's sort by new, because I know a synth cell said something. There's plenty of variety within a domain of beauty. Yeah, here's Diebravi's chat. Guys, they're already killing me for not saying Fallout was about capitalism. Please stop. Was a Cope video, LMAO. Yeah. Time to pack it up, boomer. Yep, cordless steak. Because of woke liberal ideology. Yep. Obviously. Take, old man. You're a psyop for Jewish propaganda in video games. Hang up the co-unk. So DEI will never bother you, not even the slightest. Yeah. I like variety. Yes, every character being a mystery meat manlet with a rapper haircut is variety. Yeah. Alright. Okay. We gotta move on. I've milked an 8-minute video for far too long, obviously. Yeah, this is real bad. I don't understand why people upload shit like this. I know it's lack of self-awareness is the answer, but I want it to be more. I want it to be more. Because there's no way, like, hypothetically, if Tim Kaine was watching someone else make a video like this, but it was right-wing instead of left-wing, there's no way he wouldn't have the same criticisms I have for the video. It's just because he's blinded by his ideology and all this shit that he doesn't realize how dumb this comes across. Like, he just completely avoided the question like a politician and just rambled about random shit, especially like the story at the end was just, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, okay, if my favorite flavor is milk chocolate and I buy, white chocolate and I eat some white chocolate too, you're going to laugh at me and I say I like variety? Like, what does that even mean? What does it even mean? No one wants to only eat milk chocolate for the rest of their fucking life. Like, what? I know food analogies. He's an American. I'm an American. We love our food analogies because we're all fat fucks. I get it. But even within the realm of food analogies, how the hell do ugly ass disgusting characters have to do with different flavors of candy, man? is like the dude who roasts him in the comments. Like, if you just have like a rotten banana in the pile of fruits, do I have to eat that because I like variety? I look at the obviously rotten banana covered with flies, and it's like, yeah, dude, what? It's not okay for that rotten banana to exist? I don't know. Retard shit, man. Food analogy. Haha. That's funny. Just to give the banana a try, he would say that for a different reason. Variety means you must include everything possible. Indeed. I don't know. That was real shit. All right. Lord Griffin, thanks $2. TOT is absolute slop. It's just disgusting slop. TOT. I don't know what he's referring to. Unless it's supposed to be like a crying face. Is it supposed to be like a crying emoticon type thing? Koichi Trump, thanks $2. Gotta watch the Mixtape 10 out of 10 Game of the Year IGN review. Alright, fine. Let's do it.
True nostalgia isn't the replication of a specific place or time, but of a feeling. It's those flashes of emotion that...
I gotta pause already because, I mean, this feels like it's in direct response to the points we were bringing up while, you know, you guys were watching, I was playing. It's just that this does not reflect anyone's childhood. It's more like a compilation of things people have experienced individually. And so they're just going for the vibe, like again, those like AI pictures and shit that people were drumming up for the 90s nostalgia shit, but I guess I'll let it keep going. I'll let his point keep going, but I just already, in what universe are people's childhood in the 90s represented by lesbians? I don't think so. I don't think you might have known a lesbian, maybe. I feel like that was way less common in the 90s though. That's more of a Zoomer women thing. Like Zoomer women are all gay apparently from the data. But I don't think millennial women were all gay as teenagers. I don't think so.
Transport us back into memories that have long sat dormant. I was born too late to be a teenager in the 90s, and believe it or not, with this accent, I grew up thousands of miles away from the schools of Northern California.
Yeah, so just like the Australians who made this game, this doesn't even represent anything from your childhood since you don't live here. So that's even better. Even better. You are the demographic for this. That's true.
Barely stepped on a skateboard outside of a few scraped knees in the summer of 2003, but none of that matters, and Mixtape knows this. Australian developer Beethoven and Dinosaur fills each and every moment of its coming-of-age tale with incredible music, perfectly hand-picked to set the tone for its free-flowing chapters in a way only nostalgia can.
Yeah, but it's licensed music. Like, I know normies hate video game music, or at least they used to. I think everyone kind of plays video games now, so it's probably not as common as it used to be. But I just remember 10 years ago, people shitting on video game music all the time. It still happens, just it's less common, I guess. But, you know, isn't that part of art? Like, the thing with video games is like it's a compilation of so many different art forms into one thing, right? And the soundtrack's part of that. They're just licensing iconic music that just fits the shitty movie they want to tell, right?
As original as it is reverential, it's a masterfully constructed dose of new memories hinged brilliantly on how they remind us of our own.
Well, again, maybe it's because I'm a 2000s kid, but my childhood was not like any of the shit that I saw.
The coming-of-age story is perhaps my favourite framework in all of fiction. That longing for a time I didn't...
That's because you're a pedophile. I'm just going to say... Hey, that's what people on Twitter would say. Let's be real. In any other context, that's what people on Twitter would say.
Living and being given a chance to hang out with friends who never knew me are sensations I find myself coming back to often. This is far from the first video game to tackle the concept, of course, but it might just be the first one to have nailed a tonal balance that hits just right for me. I've tried to enjoy the Life is Strange series more than once, but I've just found its dialogue a little too corny for my life.
Bro, no fuck. The dialogue was too corny in Life is Strange, but not in Mixtape? Like, I get it's a different style of writing. Like, that shit's more like late 2000s, early 2010s dialogue, and the Mixtape was like an amalgamation of old dialect and new dialect. It definitely wasn't like, you know, authentic 90s. Like, there's a lot of modern manner, like, idioms. A lot of modern idioms and references to, like, meme culture and shit that we noticed.
To fully get into. Mixtape, on the other hand, feels more rooted in how actual people talk and is all the better for it. Sweet without being saccharine, thoughtful but never forced, and always funny.
There have been noise complaints.
Okay. The story centers on Stacey Rockford and her group of friends as they look to make the most of their last day together and reminisce about past adventures before she skips town to chase her dreams in New York. You aren't given choices here, but experience these fully formed characters' hijinks and heartaches, warts and all. And
yeah, it's a movie. When you say experience, you mean, yeah, I watch things happen and I touch the controllers sometimes. Yes, 10 out of 10.
They feel all the more realistic for it. That's not to say their recollection of these adventures isn't laced with flights of fantasy though, as they've clearly been embellished in Rockford's mind, allowing each to be presented with lashings of style as if they were playable music videos. There's a great sense of spectacle later on that I wouldn't dare spoil, but I'm going to show you a couple of little clips here of the sort of thing you'll be getting up to earlier on, including like a trippy softball session and a police raid of a house party that you escape by hurtling downhill in a shopping cart. And these are all soundtracked by some brilliant songs, none of which I can sadly play for you here because YouTube won't like that. But trust me, the playlist is incredible. I'll mention a couple later.
Fair.
And music is kind of a big theme of Beethoven and Dinosaur's games. If you played their debut, The Artful Escape, you'd know that you...
No one played that. No one's even heard of this. What the fuck even is this?
Psychedelic metaphor to tell a tale of self-expression. Mixtape, though, is far more grounded in its exploration of friendship and how those closest to us help us grow. It's a story that won't necessarily surprise, but will comfort, and is often...
It's comfy, chat. It's a comfy story.
Hilarious. It's like those aimless afternoons you spend with friends without any specific goal for what the day had in store.
Play it. I just refunded it. I'm sorry you missed the first hour and 45 minutes of the stream, but I just did.
But you'd always end up learning something new about them, whether they'd want to reveal it or not. Obviously, those unlocked memories aren't yours, they're Rockford's. But these memories are just so well observed that they come across as universal, as if they could be ripped straight from your teenage Facebook or MySpace page if you're getting on a bit like me. In many ways, it's best to treat Mixtape, well, like a mixtape, with no knowledge of where it will go next, beyond a trust placed in the creator. There's no interest in fail states or high score chasing here, instead prioritizing existing in and enjoying the moment. Its simple mechanics match its simpler times, with each twist aiming to elicit a fresh emotion through interactivity in a way that only video games can.
Wrong. Wrong, because the interactivity is meaningless. You cannot fail. This is the ultra mega giga cope to try and shill the shit, pretending that, oh dude, don't trust me, bro, it's interactive. That makes it unique. No, but you could cut the interactivity out of the game and it would change nothing. I mean, you saw with the skipping rock shit, all it led up to is, oh, I got an achievement, and then the rest of it was a complete waste of time. You can't even fail. You literally cannot fail. It just rewinds the game.
That can be as simple as hitting a series of buttons to headbanging rhythm to Silverchair's Freak.
Shit, it's the cops. Be chill, it's chill.
Are they gone?
or just...
No, I never played the new Life is Strange because I never played the original. I just saw videos on it back in the day, like ERs. So there was no point in me playing the last one or this newer one. The newest, I guess.
Having a good time designing your own slushies from a selection of flavours. Some though are a little more out there, such as the recollection of Rockford's First Kiss, where with each analog stick you control a tongue and awkwardly have to navigate a set of brace-filled teeth until mercifully a button pops up at the bottom that says, "That's enough." It's funny,
great,
it's gross, but you know, I pressed that button as soon as I could. Each memory sequence...
Hold on, let me, I faded out again, hold on.
Some though are a little more out there, such as the recollection of Rockford's First Kiss, where with each analog stick you
Yeah, that
control
was
a tongue
disgusting. That was disgusting. He should have showed how disgusting that is on the screen so that, you know, he stopped shilling the product, but, you know, he'd get in trouble. He'd get in trouble if you show how disgusting the game is.
Button pops up at the bottom that says, "As soon as I fucking cherish memories." In this regard, Mixtape is somewhat similar to What Remains of Edith Finch, although I'd never say it carries anywhere near the same amount of emotional weight as Giant Sparrow's masterpiece, instead sidelining deep-rooted familial trauma for a focus on youthful joy. Any replay value is found in wanting to revisit these short pockets of fun. They won't change, nor will the relationships or conversations within them, but familiarity is at the core of nostalgia, and I can see myself treating Mixtape like one of those comfort films you pop on every couple of years. You know what's going to happen, so the surprise factor is gone, but spending time with these characters whose lives are only a few hours long is still valuable. That's probably why I've already played through its roughly 3-hour campaign 3 times.
It was only 3 hours? Fuck. I should have just finished it. We could have just played the rest. I played 2/3 of it already. Alright, hold on. Let's just play the rest. Oh, damn it, the refund went through. Never mind, it's over. the refund went through. It's too late. Alright. I'm not buying it again. Hell no. I ain't buying it again. But we played 2/3 of the way through it. It was only 3 hours. I wish I should have looked up it was only 3 hours. We would have just played the whole thing. Damn. That's too late. There's no point in watching the end on YouTube. Someone actually already spoiled it in chat. I just wanted to experience the cringe. I can't believe they're shilling a game that's 3 hours long. They gave a Listen, I know game length is not a requirement for quality, but it literally is just a movie. If you took out the gameplay, it would just be an animated movie. It's even the length of a movie if you took out the gameplay parts. Oh. Yeah, 3 hours is $20. And a game with no replayability. Like an indie game could be 3 hours long, but if it's a good game, I might play it again. So it's not a big deal. But it's just a movie that you're never going to watch the fucking movie again, even that IGN retard just said he did. Mikey Gamer, thanks $2. Where's my Jeff versus Adolf death battle? Any day now, I'm sure. Deranged Doomer, thanks to the $5. I didn't think I could hate Reddit more, thanks. My hatred is now more refined. Yeah. Yeah, you really just can't hate Reddit enough. It's never enough. Bud Sunny, thanks for $5. Fun fact, there was a Universal Studio theme park ride with Jimmy Neutron, Nicktoons characters. It closed in 2011, and it's now a Despicable Me ride. Yeah, that's a downgrade. Bring back Jimbo. Bud Sunny with another 5. Blue CGI characters are meant to look ugly. Megamind, the guy from Reboot. The I'm Blue music video guys. The You're Not Perfect thing from Courage. Okay, are you discriminating against our blue crimers? That's messed up, dude. Megamind, though, he doesn't even look ugly in the traditional sense. He just looks uncanny. Sweeping Hamster, thanks to the $5. If Death Battle did a match between Dorothy from Nikkei and Hoshino from Blue Archive, who'd win? I don't fucking know. Sumpa Alito Agent, thanks to the $5. Or $2. I'm not going to give you Stolen Valor. It was only $2. How Death Island ruined Jill Valentine's return. Okay. I think I watched Death Island. Maybe. I've seen two of the Resident Evil animated movies, but I can't remember which two.
A few weeks ago, Resident Evil Death
hold on, it's not capturing anymore. I can fix it.
Island finally released on Blu-ray and streaming services, and with it came the long-awaited return of Jill Valentine. Formerly, Jill's latest appearance on the Resident...
Yeah, I can see why he said subtitles available. His accent is a little hard to understand.
Evil timeline had been Resident Evil 5, which released all the way back in 2009. After 14 years of waiting and now multiple viewings of the movie, I unfortunately have to say that this movie fails miserably at giving Jill a worthy comeback. Instead, it completely destroys her personality while ignoring previous stories and failing to justify her new attitude as well as her actions. The character in this movie may be called Jill Valentine, but this is not the same person. Jill originally appeared in 6 games spread across the Resident Evil timeline. From a young police officer in Raccoon City to a dedicated fighter against bioterrorism in the ranks of the BSAA, Jill went on quite a journey. It all started for her with Resident Evil 1 and its remake, which is set in...
Alright, again, this is my ADHD. I understand I'm a hypocrite. Don't get me wrong. I love yapping in the intros of my videos. But my yapping is on subject. This whole, like, let me give you some history stuff, I hate that. But it's partially also because I'm just a Resident Evil fan, so I already know all this shit anyway. Yeah, let's hear what he says about remake. That could be interesting.
Now, all of this brings us to the Resident Evil 3.
He needs to edit out his mouth sounds, though. I'm getting mad. That's making me mad. I don't like that. Edit that out.
Remake, which was released in 2020. This game introduced a version of Jill Valentine that felt like a completely different person. To a degree, this was expected, given that Capcom defines their recent remakes as reimaginings. However, the changes to Jill go way further than any other character. Compared to the original Jill, this new version feels like an immature teenager. She's angry, loud, constantly throws curses and insults around, and consistently taunts Nemesis, who is supposed to be an intimidating foe. She seems to have very little control over her emotions and makes some incomprehensible decisions.
I am UBCS platoon leader Mikhail Viktor. My team was sent here to rescue civilians.
I would have... See, when this remake came out, it was in the first 3 months of my channel. I would absolutely annihilate this game from orbit if, you know, it came out right now. Back then, I had no idea what I was doing, so I was not nearly as harsh on it as I should have been, from what I recall.
Right. How's that going for you?
You'll have to circle around through an alley.
Yeah, the dialogue is so cringe. She's a bitch.
Maybe. Surely a tall drink of water like yourself can put out a few flames.
Fuck you. Right, let's do this. Suck it! It's done. Give me the vaccine, you greedy son of a bitch.
No.
Look, just so you know, this is the last fucking time.
Yeah, and that's like millennial writing. Can anyone take what's going on seriously? Please, God. Immersion is dead. I already made that video. I also made escapism is dead already. When do I reach the point in my YouTube career where I just recycle the video concepts? You just make them again. I mean, fuck it. There's enough material. You could just make another one. But like, this is... this is why there's no immersion video games anymore, because it's shit like this.
Go ahead! I'm gonna put you right back on your ass. You think I don't know how to fuck you up?
Of course, original...
Yeah, dude, my God! The cringe! What the fuck?
You think I don't know how to fuck you up?
Yeah, I remember cringing at that.
Of course, original Jill also had moments of anger or frustration, and she did curse a handful of times over the course of multiple games, but it was always situational and not her defining personality trait. Long story short, this reimagined Jill has barely anything in common with the original Jill. The Resident Evil 3 remake received a lot of criticism, including for its portrayal of Jill Valentine. However, Resident Evil Death Island was already in production at the time, and the writer Mr. Fukami has stated that he was playing the remake while writing the movie.
Oh.
So not only did the remake influence this movie's version of Jill, but furthermore, any feedback for the remake was probably not taken into account, and that unfortunately is rather evident. Before I get to Jill's personality and actions in the movie, I would like to take a moment to focus on her design. In Resident Evil 5,
I wonder
Jill
why. What an interesting clip choice. I want to focus on her design.
In Resident Evil 5, Jill went through quite a few visual changes. Her hair became blonde, and her skin turned pale as a result of Albert Wesker's experiments on her. The removal of the P30 device also caused some pretty serious wounds, which would have definitely left some scars. Now, none of this is present on the Death Island Jill model. The producers decided...
Yeah, because this is in the new timeline. Like, Resident Evil 5 isn't even canon anymore. You have to accept that the OG timeline's dead. Everything before Resident Evil 7 is no longer canon. So, yeah. I'm sure he's gonna yap about that shit, but the point is yeah, it's because Resident Evil 5 didn't happen. When they inevitably remake it, then we'll know what really happened.
So all of this brings us to the main point of contention: Jill's personality and her behavior in this movie.
Seeing the reticle with the fixed camera, it's probably a quirk with the PC version. I had the mod installed that restores the laser sights for PC, but that just looks fucked with the reticle just like in the middle of the screen with the fixed camera mode you can do in that DLC.
I would like to start by saying that this is not a continuation of the Jill Valentine we left behind in that chopper at the end of Resident Evil 5 so many years ago. This is simply a reuse of the reimagined version from Resident Evil 3 Remake, and somehow they have managed to make her even more insufferable this time around. Let's take a look at some of the scenes that perfectly prove that point. Jill appears first in the movie outside of a residential building.
Okay, there's a lot of ways to avoid copyright. This might be the worst I've seen yet. I mean, I can't even see what's happening. Really.
And Chris is telling her over comms to wait for the rest of the team.
Jill, come in.
Go for Jill. Okay, this is unwatchable, man. You can't, come on. Come on. You can't do this. You gotta be more creative than this. You can't even see it.
Based on first reports, this looks like a bioweapon situation. Cordon off the street and wait for backup.
Too late. I'm inside. Checking for...
He edited the audio too. Jesus.
Survivors.
Don't go rushing in. Wait for backup.
Ignoring her orders, Jill makes her way into...
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't watch this anymore. We can't look at this. Look, this is every single scene. Okay, it doesn't look as bad in the lighter scene, but in the dark, that is unwatchable. This looks horrific. All right. The Denied Wreath, thanks to the $20, for Cell v Metal Sonic Reaction. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I already watched it. I'm not gonna watch it again. Just know it made me very angry. I didn't like it, but I appreciate the money. Cinemus, thanks to the 21 months of membership. Get the flamethrower and purify this crap. Indeed. Dest the Dest. Thanks to the $2. Resident Evil 4, Leon Goes Mad. Okay. $18 years old. 18 years old. I don't know if this is the right vid, but it is the first thing that comes up.
Leon, I got it.
Yeah, dude, I think I've seen this. Despite it being 18 years ago and like ultra compressed by YouTube, I'm pretty sure I remember seeing that. That's just the normal scene. Alright.
This hunk of junk? I don't know about this, Leon.
There's only one way to find out.
Alright, that was pretty good. This is what qualified as comedy 18 years ago. Like, this humor was much, much slower. You know, 18 years of internet brain rot, there's no way you could get away with anything like this today. Mission accomplished. Yeah, humor is not AI generated. Yep, sadly, literally true. Sweeping Hamster, thanks to the $5. Who would win a death battle, Isaac Clarke or Leon S. Kennedy? Reminder that Isaac can travel faster than light speed with the shock point drive. I don't remember even what that is. I'm going to be honest. I don't remember what a shock point drive is. Well, if he's faster than light speed, then I guess he beats Leon. Because even though Leon is inhuman super strength, on par with Chris now, after Requiem, you know, light speed kind of beats all things. Neo SS Officer, thanks to the $2. Watch Low Tier God, this ROG, 3 life sentences. Okay. Leon is literal parry hatchet. I mean, what the real question is, can he parry literally everything? You know what I mean? If the answer is yes, maybe Leon would win. Maybe. If he can parry lasers and the force itself. I mean, what happens if you shoot the force gun? The force gun is telekinesis, basically. What happens if Leon gets hit with stasis? Can he parry stasis and not get slowed down? I don't know. These are the real questions. Oh, wait, I already saw this. Oh, well, maybe I didn't watch it on stream. It's possible that I watched this on my own. I guess we'll see. Are we already running out of the best low tier God clips? Hold on, I gotta move myself. I'm blocking him.
All right, so we got a ROG story here. Ezekiel Kelly sentenced to 3 life sentences with no parole, as well as 221 years for the hours long shooting spree across Memphis in 2022. I thought I had a video of him crying or some shit. Let me see if I got it.
More on what happened today in court regarding Ezekiel Kelly. ABC 24's Desmond Nugent reports why Kelly will never walk free again.
For the first time. Lots, of course.
Yeah, so wait, I've definitely seen this because I remember the dreadlocks comment immediately. Yeah, I did react to this on stream probably a couple of years ago. I do remember. Yeah, I remember because of that. Like that sprung it up in my memory. I guess we could watch it again.
Telling you, man. Look, if I was fighting some sort of a weird case, right? The first thing I would do is cut my fucking locks. Like, why are you even trying to fight a case with locks in the first place?
What? That's your first concern. Like, he shoots how many fucking people? Yeah, if he gets rid of the dreadlocks, don't worry. That'll reduce his sentence. I mean, if it was 221 years, who even gives a fuck if it's reduced?
Like I said before, I'm a judge. You're fighting any type of murder case. As soon as I see you with locks, I'm already ready to give you hella life. I'm already ready to give you 30 years off the rip. Because
see, this is why we need him. If he was a judge, then the streets would be clean, you know. How could you be shitting on this man? Like, he's trying to clean up the streets.
My courtroom with a stereotypical raw hairstyle that you got as a swag install kit and you're fighting a case? To me, you're already guilty. I'll listen to the evidence and, you know, I'll let everybody state their claim. But for the most part, I'm already thinking you're guilty unless I can completely see that you're proven not. Showing up to court with locks.
Ezekiel Kelly displayed emotion during his guilty plea. He will be serving 3 life sentences.
Emotion? How many people did he kill? How many? Oh, okay, it's going to show us.
On top of 221 years in prison.
Frowning his forehead and crying. My thing is this. Why do niggas cry after they air niggas out? What is the point in crying after you're a triumph in society for no fucking reason? You could have went.
Because they're used to having 0 consequences for their actions. Finally, it caught up to them. And there you go. They realize, oh, wow, you know, it's not that he cares that he killed people. He definitely doesn't give a single fuck about that. It's just, oh, you know, your life is over because he couldn't conceptualize breakfast, as they say.
Any route you wanted to, but you just said, fuck it, I'm going to pop on NBA Youngboy and just pick up a stick and just start shooting at the air and shooting at houses. And we're supposed to, hold on, and not us, because we're not going to. And the legal teams, the judge, the jury is supposed to have some sort of compassion for this wrong? Let it play.
You can't see yourself. You have lost yourself. Only way you can find yourself is through God.
It was this message from Aubrey Miller, the brother-in-law of Richard Clark.
Look at that. Killed somebody else with locks, but he was probably on, you know, he's probably on a good route. Probably was going to get a CDL. Probably, you know, he probably was going to cut his locks off in 2 years. You know, it's a little, no, it's probably 25. Like, fuck it, I'll cut him at 30, cut him at 27. Killed this guy. Killed an ice queen. That's really what got you to years. And then killed a respectable black man. Right? When you see a black man with a mustache like this, he never committed crimes in his life.
I remember laughing at that back when you see, I'm remembering parts of this video back when we watched it the first time, but yeah, you know, obviously the shit's not as funny if you've seen it already.
When you see a black man with no lineup, he has no criminal record of any kind. But what really got you, you killed a Caucasian woman.
One of the victims in the 2022 shooting spree across Memphis caused by Ezekiel Kelly. Reality set in for Kelly and tears began to fall.
I acknowledge.
I guess him frowning up his forehead was going to help sway the judge to maybe give him 30. Please let me get 30 in parole, judge.
Yeah, there's nothing I can say to him. He needed a victim for a victim family. But I believe that.
What the fuck is he even saying?
It's all about where do I go from here. That's the satanic move that you want to go out there to do something wrong. Let's talk to him. Talk to him. Talk to the Lord.
Kelly pleaded guilty to all 28 counts. As part of his plea agreement, he received 3 life sentences.
Look, he pleaded guilty thinking he was going to get a slap on the wrist for crying and probably mentioning God, so on and so forth. 3 life sentences with no parole, in addition with 221 years in prison. I'm calming. Just that simple. That's a calm. There's no reason for me. You know what I mean? I'm about to do any reckless thing I could possibly do in that motherfucker to get calmed, or I'm calming myself. It's a wrap, because you wanted to go practice raw shit. And before somebody said, well, LGD, like the white boy be doing the school shooting, I don't give a fuck what they do. We're talking about niggas here.
Yeah, based. Yeah, very based. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. Who cares about the whataboutism? This is what we're talking about right now.
With locks, especially.
His hate for dreadlocks is what makes this funny.
That's what makes it even worse. The nigga has locks.
I mean, they are gross, to be fair.
Is this hairstyle is turning into something that automatically places you as a criminal when you get pulled over, automatically makes you look guilty when any fuck shit happens. Because this is morphing into a criminal hairstyle.
With no parole, in addition to 221 years in prison. This is for the mass shooting he was involved in back in 2022, taking the lives of 3 people during a shooting spree while live on social media.
But that's the shit that's crazy. It's one thing to like not be able to conceptualize the future in your head. It's another thing where you're so retarded that you're doing the shit live. Like, that's not even comprehensible for even a midwit to understand. Like, obvious, like, it's just, you cannot even empathize with that, like, above a certain intelligence level. There's no universe where you're like, I'm going to film myself shooting people. Like, what? Unless that's the point. If it was, you know, an incel schmool schmooter or a troon schmool schmooter, doesn't matter which one in this case. If they were filming themselves, that would be the point. In this case, was absolutely not this retard's point in any way. It just didn't even. I don't know.
While live on social media. He asked the victims' families and anyone he's hurt for forgiveness.
Yeah, I'm gonna forgive a random rog with 4C locks that just ran around just airing niggas out for no reason, just shooting at shit, hoping to God I can shoot somebody and hit something, and just I'm so stressed out as a black man. There's nothing else I can do in society. The world's against me. I'm a nigga. But then on top of that, I installed locks to my head to make it even harder. I'm not even a clean cut nigga.
I also do feel a little positive, but I know this not enough. It's not enough for the victims, man. I hope one day in y'all life y'all come to the point where y'all find in y'all heart, forgive me.
Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy believes this plea deal represents justice. Mulroy says instead of the death penalty, the victims' families believe this plea agreement was the best step towards a resolution.
It meets their desire to have this over with, to be able to move.
I think this is, I don't know if this is the Ice Queen's family member, but I'm capital R for the rest of my life after this. Just that simple. Any ethnicity. If I'm any other ethnicity and anything happens to me by any black or any of my family members die by any black, I'm capital R for the rest of my life. And I'm saying this to somebody black. So if I'm saying it to somebody black, I know people that's not black gotta feel like that. I wouldn't even want to look at this no more. I'd be like, oh.
Yeah.
In fact, I'd be like, man, sign me up for that fucking town over there where they're churning butter and fucking breeding goats and all that type of shit. Let me sign up for the all Caucasian town. That's what I would do if I was a Zach, or if I was an ice warden, if I was an ice queen or an ice maiden. Anything happens to me in life from a, I'm capital R for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I mean that is, a lot of people are racist because of actual experiences, which I know, to a Redditor, no, they can't be that. It was obviously There's obviously brainwashing from redneck parents or something similarly retarded. It definitely was never any actual experiences with these people that they themselves have never been around, of course. Yeah.
There is nope. That's it. One commotion. No more chances. Nope. Too stereotypical for me.
Move on with their lives, and we also know that Mr. Kelly will spend the rest of his life in prison.
Kelly's attorney says although his client is going through a transformation within himself, he's challenging the juvenile system to provide
Wait, he was a juvenile too?
resources for troubled youth.
These kids go through some horrific...
Bro, how old was the dude? Can somebody please find out for me real quick? So the nigga's not even 18? 19. Bro, I thought that was like 28. Just from looks alone. I did not think he was a 19-year-old. That goes into that goes into what I always say. People need to be able to have to apply to have children. I don't understand why people of poverty, people of brokenness, people of zero achievements, people of no drive are allowed to just randomly, recklessly have kids.
All true. However, I think it'd be very easy to turn that on low tier God himself, obviously. But the point is, absolutely. Now you have the question, why are these people allowed to have children? Why does democracy exist? That's another big question.
You're literally creating fucked up anthros in the environment because you're producing them in the fucked up environments. Now, if you produce a child in a great environment and they still fuck up, all right, that's not on you. You done everything. You tried everything. The motherfucker went their own way. You went to work every day. The motherfucker went to the streets. But why are people in poverty even allowed to procreate? That's my real question. Why are people that make less than 40K a year allowed to have children?
Just he's yeah, truly a question. Truly a question. All right, yeah, Tyrann KPX. Yeah, I've seen it. I saw it. I actually believe I said that already, didn't I, during the Megamind part? I think my mom watched locked Sammy in my room. Hold on. Maybe I'll just grab her and have her on stream for a sec, then I'll let her out of here. Look at this fatty. Yeah, you're a fatty. It's alright, Sam. It's been a while since you've been on stream. It's okay. Yeah. It's alright. I don't know why my mom locks her in here. I mean, she likes to check out what's going on here, but she doesn't really like to stay in here. She's probably going to try and get me to give her an ice cube, but I'm going to resist, at least for another hour or two. Does Sammy like carrots? I think she has. I think we've given her carrots before. She usually doesn't like vegetables. Like, she'll like the smell. And if, you know, like let's say a piece of lettuce falls on the ground, she'll like lick it one time and that's it. Aryan Rooftop Party, thanks to the £2. Tim Kaine equals nose. I'm not sure, to be honest. Shekel Galore, thanks to the membership. Old Sterling, thanks to 13 months membership. Are we enjoying the decline? I was enjoying parts of Mixtape, but I think if I had to choose between get my refund and play the rest, I chose refund. But if I had known it was only 3 hours, I think we would have just played all the way through it. But if we're just talking about society declining in general, I'm apathetic. Just put it that. King of Hearts, thanks to the 7 months membership. Preference means the goy may not buy product. Indeed. Cordless Steak, thanks to 21 months membership. Tim Bundle of Sticks Kane. Yep. It was a massive black pill because childhood friend goes lesbian. Yeah, when they got to that part, that was kind of sad. I don't know why they even put that in, except to make Chuds mad. Because that's a modern thing. That is not really a 90s thing. Like, I think it's fine for childhood friend to be friend zoned, but for childhood friend to be lesbian, that's more of a Gen Z woman thing. That's not a millennial woman thing. Blacker58, thanks to the $5. I replay Fallout 1 and 2 heavily modded at least 2 to 3 times a year. The only realistic woman in charge are Miss Kitty and Bishop. Rest in peace, Fallout Entertainment Industries. Yeah, listen, we all know what Tim Kaine was doing there. We all know. What do I think of Old Sterling? I like his videos. I've watched at least a dozen of them. That's a huge trend in modern cartoons too, is demoralization. Yeah, the lesbian stuff, yeah. Legit, there was a kid in my grade who simped for a lesbian for the majority of his life, then he turned out. So the joke was real. The chat was faking the joke that the modern version of the story would have the dude turn out to try and get with the childhood friend. That would elevate it to Dustborn tier if that happened. That's what I would have liked, but nah. Aryan Rooftop Party, thanks £2. This guy wrote the Legion. No, Tim Kaine did not work on New Vegas. He was the lead programmer on the original Fallout. He did some work on, and he's like a co-creator as well. On Fallout 2, he did some work. He talked about what he did in a video, but it wasn't as much. He didn't have as much involvement in 2. And then that was it for Fallout, I believe, that he was actually involved in. Coastal Reaction, thanks to the 13 months of membership. Occupy Wall Street is what made corporations gay. Yeah, it was the strategy. They had to... The lefties were actually getting uppity. You know, they were actually being effective. And, you know, the Jews do what they do. And they're like, if we get rid of the white man in this equation, then nothing will get done. So... then we had our progressive stack and all the woke slop shit. Bong Sips, thanks to the $5. We all know the answers to all of the questions. We need to stop pretending we don't, especially this hack. I guess I'm glad we never got New Vegas too. Well, again, he wasn't involved in New Vegas, but yes. It's clear that, like, he had his time in the sun. I know people like Arcanum as well, from what I recall. But, you know, all of those boomer, old school, liberal types all just kind of went with the fag shit, and they kind of buried their head in the sand and pretended that it's not nearly as bad as it is right now. You know, he didn't even bother addressing the question. I'm sure he knows exactly what the poster, commenter, et cetera, whatever that guy was talking about. He purposely dodged the question. Was he involved with Van Buren? I'm not sure. He might have not been at Interplay anymore at that point. No, Tim Kaine didn't work on New Vegas, no. You guys are probably thinking of Chris Avellone. If what they're saying is true, you should play the Resident Evil 9 DLC. I will if it's a real... Well, actually, I probably will regardless, because it's content. I mean, I played Separate Ways when it came out, so I don't see why not. How would I rank the Souls games? Dark Souls is probably objectively the best. Yeah, I mean, the only argument against Dark Souls 1 being the best is the fact that the last third to half, depending on who you ask, is significantly worse than everything up until Ornstein and Smo. Right. After Ornstein and Smo, there is a quality drop off. That's evident. Whereas I'd say most of the other games at least have a somewhat consistent level of quality throughout. It's just that Dark Souls 1 has higher highs than any of the other ones, at least in my opinion. And that's usually what I value a game for, is its best moments. That's why Dragon's Dogma is one of my favorite games, because even though it has so much bad, the best parts are better than almost any other game, at least to me. So it's just bogged down by a lot of bad elements. I feel somewhat similar about Dark Souls 1. But yeah, if I were to rank them, yeah, Dark Souls 1's probably top. Number 2 is either Bloodborne or Demon Souls, probably Bloodborne. Demon Souls number 3. Number 4 might be Elden Ring. Elden Ring and Dark Souls 2 are kind of close to me. And then like bottom is Dark Souls 3. I didn't rank Sekiro because I only played like an hour and a half of Sekiro, or however long it was, 2 hours, 3 hours. So Dark Souls 3 is the best. No, it isn't. You don't even believe that. That's the sad thing. Dark Souls 3 is the worst one out of the ones I named. Without a doubt. If you think Dark Souls 3 is the best, then you understand why it's ass. Dark Souls 2 is the best one. You don't even believe that either. The two fakest opinions in the Souls fan base are Dark Souls 2 is the best and Dark Souls 3 is the best. No one who actually has played all the games believes either one of those things. Because Elden Ring is not completely, but I would say just a better version of Dark Souls 3, except for some of the open world elements are definitely worse than Dark Souls 3. But I'd say the gameplay-wise, I enjoyed Elden Ring more than Dark Souls 3. And then for Dark Souls 2, the game is fucking slop, okay? But it is fun. But it is slop. It is, like, Dark Souls 2, there's potential. There's potential in there. But it is very sloppy. Very, very sloppy. But I respect there's heart. There is heart in it. But it is schizophrenic in its sloppiness. That's the problem with Dark Souls 2. My opinion isn't fact. Actually, it is. I don't know if you knew that, but my opinion is fact. Well, what's even the point of that statement? Of course it isn't. But I already said this earlier in the stream. I just don't value most other people's opinions. Anyway. Blacker58, thanks for another 5. Kane wasn't really part of Fallout 2 development, but they had a cut LGBT joke group called Rainbow Confederation. All the people were named slurs. I can see why that didn't make it in. Rigoberto Avalos, thanks to the 17 months of membership. Thoughts on the YouTuber Basic Logic IQ? Yeah, I like his vids. He's probably going to get banned. But his vids are good, though. Yeah. I think I reacted to at least one on stream, probably. I don't know. I've seen quite a few on my own time. Bong Sips, thanks to the $5. Was every game in the 90s a fluke? Did these assholes just get lucky? No, it's just all the talent's gone from the game industry. That, and also, again, the only correct point in Tim Kane's video was that the corporate higher-ups just want to make safe games that they know are successful. That is true. Everything else in the video was a lie, though. Sendatsu Gaming, thanks to the $5. Gotta go after work late night shift. I see Synth watching Mike Hollow on that sidebar. Didn't know Synth watched fighting game content. Yeah, I listen to fighting game slop sometimes. It's good background stuff. You know, playing Runescape. I've wasted too much time playing Runescape, so yeah, I will listen to the stuff I don't even really engage with. Bud Sunny, thanks to the $5. Gaming Greatest Generation, the 6th generation by Wiz. No copyrighted footage in it. Okay.
Before your phone could play games that look better than a PS2 title, before gaming meant microtransactions, there was—
Wait a minute. We already watched this. Have we seen every video on the internet? There's no way that there's already been this much crossover between videos I've reacted to. We've seen this one. I'm pretty sure we've seen this one. The same guy thinks Dark Souls is good. Why would you write LMAO at the end of that? Everyone thinks Dark Souls is good. You're the retard. I mean, genuinely, if everyone with a respectable opinion, it doesn't have to be online, in real life, in the entire universe, says something is good, and you, the mouth-breathing retard, thinks it's bad, you're the one who's wrong. Like, this isn't even that complicated. Like, this isn't even rage bait because it's just like, duh, I'm stupid, duh. It's like, yeah, I get you're stupid, but I mean, like, what, do you just want attention? I mean, I guess I gave you attention. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm scamming Bud Sunny, but I think there's enough videos on the internet that I shouldn't react to the same ones more than once. And look, I get it. I'm not blaming you because I've been streaming for over 5 years. Obviously, most people who are here right now were not around for all the streams. Well, nobody. I would say literally nobody in chat right now has seen every single stream. But my point is, I don't want to scam you, but I also don't want to watch the same video again. You know, I've seen this. I've seen this. Do you like how the 7-Up ad is literally just upside down? I guess that's one way to avoid copyright. Anyway. I mean, maybe Brian. If anyone in here has seen every stream, it might be Brian. I don't know. King of Hearts, thanks to $5. Not sure if you've seen Basic Logic. Yeah, I have. But his vids are short but good. Okay, we can watch a Basic Logic vid that I haven't seen. Just because, I mean, I figure... Yeah, this is good. This works.
The Strait of Hormuz is the trade route responsible for 25% of the world's seaborne oil trade. And it's been all but cut off due to the US-Iran war, leading to a global economic disaster. Oil is essential. It's not just energy production. It powers transportation, logistics, manufacturing, even food production. When oil gets disrupted, everything gets disrupted. So what's really behind this war that would be worth this immense cost? Killing large numbers of people is expensive, and tends to be difficult to justify to the public. So major wars are never driven by a single motive. They're usually a convergence of aligned interests. In this video, I'll be focusing on just two that often go unmentioned: the petrodollar and the US-Israel alliance.
Well, I guess it depends on which corners you're in, but
and the US
we seem to talk, you know, if you're in the right circles, I would say this talking point gets brought up a lot, actually, I would say.
US-Israel alliance. The petrodollar, for those unfamiliar, is quite simple. Unlike its golden age, US manufacturing is long dead. Instead, the US maintains its massive economy through controlling market access and financiering. This is rough for the average working American, but great for the financier class. The US dollar used to be backed by gold, but now is officially backed by nothing. That's why the Fed can keep printing it out of thin air. But then how does it not lose all value as a result? Because everyone's forced to use it, if they want to buy oil. The entire Western oil trade, almost the entire world's oil trade in fact, is forced to be bought and sold in US dollars. And every time a country decided they want to sell their oil in another currency, the US thought it was time to share some democracy. This is also how the US justifies its massive defense budget. Their finances are literally dependent on their power projection. Why does this matter now? Because Iran was successfully circumventing that system, secretly selling enormous quantities of oil to China using what was literally called a shadow fleet to get around US-controlled trade, a direct threat to the petrodollar. As such, the Strait of Hormuz proved itself to be a difficult and costly trade route to control. So what if a new trade route opened up and captured lots of the trade traffic that was originally going through the Strait of Hormuz? What if that trade route was managed by a more favored ally? Perhaps even a greatest ally? Israel is in a very opportune moment. It is perfectly positioned to control the oil trade routes between 4 continents with geography alone. All it would need would be a few Saudi pipelines connecting to their port in Haifa and rails in Jordan. The only reason this hasn't happened yet is because no one's had a real need to, since the Strait of Hormuz worked fine. Until now. If this happened, it would turn Israel into the Rotterdam of oil, a position so privileged even Israel's own officials are calling this a rare window of opportunity and strategic windfall. And that brings me to the second motivation: political support for Israel.
That's the jump scare.
For debatable reasons, many Americans are in love with Israel. So if this war helps...
It's just... Baby boomers are just brainwashed. I guarantee nobody under the age of 50 loves Israel. Maybe not literally nobody, but the point is, the average American under 50 does not love Israel, no matter your political affiliation. I mean, there's definitely some of these dumber conservative types that are younger that at least begrudgingly tolerate Israel and might be able to justify in their head why they like it. But I genuinely think it's just like older Gen X and all the baby boomers that love Israel. It's not anyone on, you know, I don't even want to say young, because like people in their 40s aren't young. But the point is, I don't think the real issue too isn't even necessarily like, okay, it's only the old people who think it. The old people also have all the money. I mean, the baby boomers have all of our money. So the young people don't control anything except their vote, right? Not that your voting really matters at this point, but yeah, they're not just senile retards who are brainwashed. They also have all the money, which is a real problem.
Israel, it's easy to justify it as a moral crusade, but it also creates an interesting opportunity. What I'm going to discuss now is an unlikely scenario, but the fact that it's even on the table warrants discussions. What if down the line, after Israel takes control of the oil trade, they betray America and start selling oil in shekels? In one singular move, the US financial system is on the brink of collapse, and Israel elevates itself to a world power, especially if they secure an alliance of a larger nation of manufacturing, like India. it'd be near impossible for the US to justify a war against Israel, especially to their pro-Israel base, after just fighting a war for them. The more likely outcome, though, is a long-term US-Israel axis, with the US directly controlling the oil in the Americas and Israel controlling the rest. The entire world will be forced to engage in the current financial system, no matter how corrupt or predatory it becomes. The only ones outside their control would be the Russo-Chinese alliance, but they would not be able to stockpile enough oil to ever be able to be a threat, and therefore, any possible resistance would be contained, because don't forget, fighting wars requires oil.
Yeah, I think in the long term, that's not going to be our concern, though. The long term is going to be that, I mean, society's literally going to collapse because the only people who will be breeding will be, I won't even be racist, we'll just say idiocracy tier human beings. Okay, the dumbest, most subhuman people will breed. And, you know, anyone with a soul, with any fighting spirit, with any independent thought will go extinct, and society will collapse. You know, as much as you don't even have to view this as black pilling. It's actually arguably more white pilled than the alternative. The real black pill, it would be Israel wins, all white people go extinct, and they have a slave class of mystery meat people for the rest of time. I would say society collapsing is more white pilled than that, at least, because they'll lose too in the end, right? It's kind of an everyone loses situation. That's a little bit better than the elites winning finally, I think. If you know what backlogged is, you could have a segment where you judge one of your viewers' gaming taste. That could potentially be funny, but to be honest, I don't really want to roast chat like that. Like, I think there's enough good games, not now, but I mean in the past, there's enough good games of 15 plus years ago that you could have an entire wide variety of games that you like that I don't care about, and they would still be good games. You know, there's plenty of good games that I just don't enjoy the genre. I'm the biggest Invincible fan. I watched, well, okay, that's a fighting game slop vid, to be fair. And apparently the Invincible game is dog shit. Kusuge. Yeah, I do listen to fighting game slop. The actual Invincible vids, the ones that are not connected to the game, I think YouTube has gotten the message and they're starting to not show me the shit anymore, I hope. But they were trying. They were trying to shill Invincible. Here's one. Well, that's a comedy vid, to be fair. I've seen his stuff before. Okay. Axon Zero, thanks to the 15 months of membership. My cat of 7 years died. It rained when she died. Sad. I'm sorry, dude. Even though I don't really care for cats. That does suck. I'm streaming. I should watch it. That's true. Why does YouTube do that? Too long to react to, but I stumbled upon a vid of an old Brit saying Conquer is misogynistic. Then in the middle of the video, he started grooming his cat while talking to it. It was funny. Or talking. It was funny. Okay. Maybe you should learn something like Tekken eventually. I think everyone should become slightly proficient in these games. Makes you so much better at other games. That's just not really true, though. If you take a fighting game player and put them in a shooter, they're dog shit. I've seen stuff like that before. I don't agree, because fighting games control differently than every other type of game. Most games are designed around some level of button mashing. Fighting games are not. So, I mean, I know they got more scrubby ones with auto combos and stuff these days, but fundamentally, they control completely differently than almost every other genre of game. Low Tier God plays non-fighting games worse than DSP, I believe it. Buff Shaggy, thanks to the 2 books. Watch Kratos versus Netanyahu by Dusty Morgan.
Netanyahu, your son has returned! I bring the destruction of Israel! What will you do now, Netanyahu? You can no longer hide behind Donald Trump. Trump man Begalish! Begalish Hizam The hands of Epstein could not defeat me. Little St. James could not hold me. And you will not see any more of my money. I will have my revenge. Yo, that's Bunny. Les Moyoto, Torsavites.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I like the classic audio, the Thomas tier audio. It's funny, we only did one stream with Thomas when he got a better mic, but I'm assuming he's being whipped like a wine slave these days, because he's only like texted the group chat like a few times in the past month or two. Nick Spence, thanks to the $5. When some tubby leftoid says they like coming of age plots, the Chomo alarm bells start ringing. Yeah. Exactly. Hold on, it skipped me. Alter, thanks to the €2. I like coming of age stories too, like Blue Archive. Yeah. Eli, thanks to the $2. Mixtape is game of the year. Truly. That's why I refunded it. Chud Sensei, thanks to Australian. Do I have any interest in Motor Slice? That's like the 4th or 5th time someone's brought it up. I might give it a try. I feel like that's the type of game maybe, though, I should play off stream to give it an honest shot. And then another 2 Australian. Reimaginings, call them what they are, retcons. Yeah, they are in fact retcons now. Swooping Hamster, thanks to $2. Best version of New Jill was the Nikkei version. I forgot that even happened. Gilgamesh, thanks to the 50 pesos. The first video I watched from you was actually a Resident Evil 3 Remake one. So thanks, Resident Evil 3 Remake, for having such blatant dog waste. Yeah, that's crazy. You've been watching since the beginning, man. Dude, so much, I feel like, so much and so little has happened in 6 years. You know, it's insane to even say it was 6 years, but I morphed into an entertainer, you know, call it whatever the fuck you want, you know, at some point. I feel like it's inevitable because you want to be entertaining. It's a feedback loop, you know. The funnier you are, the more money you make, at least for the streaming stuff. For the videos, obviously you're incentivized to make a better video for multiple reasons, I guess. One, to get more views. Two, because, you know, any good critic is able to poke holes in their own stuff, and my old vids are extremely flawed. Extremely. What would 2020 me say to my current self? He'd be pretty disappointed that I made everyone hate me. But other than that, I would be extremely shocked by how successful my channel was, though. Especially my consistency. My consistency is so good for what my channel is, you know? Not consistency of uploads, but consistency of views is what I mean. Yeah, I mean, Honk Honkler, like, in the early days, I had no intentions of making every other YouTuber hate me, but I also had no intentions of ever kissing up to anyone either, so this is the natural conclusion. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of can't have it both ways, because all these fags want to have their cliques. I don't belong in any of these social clubs. I just do what I do. You know, this is what I want to do. I don't get along well with people in general, so it's not a surprising conclusion, but I guess it's disappointing how it happened. You know what I mean? If I'm talking to myself 6 years ago and I have to explain all these gay-ass dramas I've been in, I can just imagine the level of, like, confusion and seething that I would, you know, induce in past me. I think old Synth would look you in the eye and say, good. Yeah. I think another thing probably the old me would be a little sad about is the fact that I don't look up to anybody in the YouTube space anymore, you know? Like, there used to be a bunch of YouTubers where it's like, oh, you know, if I made shit, I'd like it to be like them. But even before I even made any videos, that number had been dwindling and dwindling and dwindling because, like, especially, like, 2015 onward, everyone showed their true colors and, you know, bent over and spread their cheeks for the political ideology shit. So, I mean, I'm not going to say it was a long list by the time I started, but, it's dwindled down to basically nothing now. The update for Resident Evil Requiem is a Leon must die game mode. Oh, do you die in one hit? That, might be annoying. Yeah, Larry was definitely a good sport. That was, yeah, that was good. I was very shocked by that. Do I still like running shines type of content? It depends on what you mean by that. I mean, I'll still watch, like, analysis type videos sometimes. I don't watch them that much anymore, though. Isn't PewDiePie worthy of looking up to? Yeah, but what... That's not really what I meant. I mean, like, in content I still watch. Like, even though I respect JONTron, I haven't even watched a JONTron video in, like, 4 years. Well, that's probably not true. I would say 2 to 3 years. And I know he hasn't even made a video in almost 2 years now or something, but my point is, I don't even watch any of those people, really. I meant out of the people that I still watch. Like, Flash Gets is probably the only ones where I'm like, yeah, these dudes are real-ass motherfuckers. Yeah, they're not, like... They're not throwing up 1488s, but they're sticking to their guns till the end. Super Alito Agent, thanks for $5. Since the Jill video has the original upload, you're watching the re-upload censored version. Why is there an original and a re-upload? Did the original get reinstated after it was taken down? I don't know. I didn't care that much, to be fair, about the video. Sorry, whoever I scammed, but there's no promises I watched the whole thing. Mega Rock and Rolla, thanks for $5. Watch Kovacs when being a wholesome chungus goes wrong. Okay. Yeah, Tom's an edgelord. He shits on women, and he subtly shits on the Tarun shit, too. But he knows he has to bite his tongue. Yeah, Tom's great. I mean, all the way back in fucking... I already told you... I've said the same shit a million times. I'm running out of things to talk about. But before I start this video, I'll complete my thought, because I know I get distracted easily. But I've been recommended this. I never clicked on it, though. Because anytime I see a soy jack in the thumbnail, I'm just like, nah. Unless it's a really well done thumbnail. Like, you can do it well, but it's hard. You have to actually put effort in. And usually having soy jacks, the whole point is to not put effort in. And this is the part where someone says, you used to use soy jacks in your thumbnail. I know, back then it wasn't as, the meme wasn't beaten to death. It is by now. Anyway, to complete my thought, I was telling you guys, like, before Space King and, well, obviously Flash Gets has been around for over a decade, but my point is, when I was listening to the shitty podcast, Cream Crew, yeah, Meat Canyon would always, he would do what you should never do in any comedic material, you know, exactly what they teach you not to do in, like, improv shit. He would just end it. You know, Tom would start going off, saying some edgy shit about women, minorities, whatever. You know, joking, but still saying it. And then Hunter May Canyon every time would ruin the joke. And it's just like, this is gay as fuck. Why are you guys even buddies with this guy? He's obviously fucking... Not only is his shit... Never mind. I'm not going to get into a rant about Meat Canyon. But I hate Meat Canyon's ugly ass art, and like, he's obviously lefty leaning because he hates his dad. He literally talked about how he hates his dad on Cream Crew, so that's not even reading into it. He is the stereotype of like this, like, soy boy lefty, but he pretends to not be a soy because he doesn't look directly like a Redditor stereotype. But the point is, I don't know. I'm shocked that they got along with him, but you know, Cream Crew went to shit because of Meat Canyon. I don't know. Is he Jewish? I would believe it. I mean, his art is extremely Jew-coded. It looks exactly like the type of art they make. He does have the curly hair, so he probably is, yeah.
What is up, my negas? Nega being short for negative, of course. We wouldn't want to be racist or anything. But it seems that some people that live in the current year...
You know, it's funny. When did this come out? Oh, okay. So he probably did it on purpose to reference the Amazing Digital Circus. Yeah, is that what this is about? Yeah, this is about the Amazing Digital Circus thing. I did hear about this.
Do view that word as racist, though, as it is too close to the dreaded N-word, the worst word you can possibly say. The word I'm talking about is, of course, nigga. I'm 100% nigga. Now, I don't like showing people such hateful language, but if that made you uncomfortable, that's a good thing. It means that you know your place and would never ever step out of line. Your knees are firmly planted on the ground, worshipping at the altar of what major platforms and people on Twitter deem to be socially acceptable speech. Now, the reason I'm making this video is because recently a very popular voice actor has recently deviated from the straight and narrow and laughed at a joke with his friends on livestream that could possibly be construed as racist. I actually have the clip right here. Let's watch it. So in that clip was Michael Kovac, voice of Jax in The Amazing Digital Circus, and Ashley Nichols, voice of Zubul from the same show, both laughing at the word nega.
I'm sure someone will ask, no, I have not seen a single episode of that shit. I mean, I know you could argue it's for children, even though the creator's a troon, so, interesting. Don't read into that. But no, I've never seen the show.
But you see, Ashley is actually a person of gender, a non-binary to be exact. So she could rape someone in broad daylight and get away with it, which means most of the shit that she would have gotten from
It's
this
for adults. I have heard a significant amount of their fan base are children, but I guess that doesn't matter.
Was offloaded directly into Michael Kovac for being straight, white, male, and not a person of gender. He was also in an open relationship with Ashley at one point, which means he's a cuck, marking him as a very easy target. Of course, the mob of tenderqueer LGBT faggots descended upon him because, you know, when you're in videos called the amazing digital circus cast being the kindest and funniest humans ever.
Yeah, 1 million views. Yeah, you know what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, this shit like this is everything wrong with the modern internet. It's like I hate to go into this, but I can't help but think about this stuff sometimes because I don't know. Obviously, I have personal experience with it, but the type of people who make shit like this become like the biggest Kiwi Farms users when their heroes betray them in their eyes. You know, it's just like, just don't be a freak. Just be normal. Just consume the product. You know, you don't have to cynically call it a product. You consume the art that you enjoy. Don't fucking idol worship these freakazoids who help make the thing, okay?
Fans are going to expect you not only to be a wholesome chungus 24/7, but that you were always a wholesome chungus for your entire life and never deviated from that path a single time, even as a stupid kid or teenager. Of course, what else could Michael Kovac do besides apologize, which he did in the
These are the people who tell you to touch grass so that you're parasocial. Yeah, I know. Well, it's just like truants calling people incels. It's like, you guys are incels, though, in many cases, like by definition.
following tweet. I've just been made aware of this. This is absolutely an insensitive joke. Earlier in the stream, we heard Ashley read out a username that contained the word nega, short for negative. All of us, including chat, freaked out because we misheard what was said. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, we poked fun at the absurdity of it. However, the joke relies on the fact that it's teetering on racist, which ultimately is no different than making a legitimate racist joke.
Yeah, how dare you laugh at anything edgy at all? We're mature now. We're mature now. I didn't know. Me and Devin have had this conversation 1,000 times, but a Redditor's idea of being mature is just being a woman, which women are not mature, okay? Period. All right, let's just get into this. The vast majority of women are fucking, you know, basically. Well, I don't even know how to describe this really. They're just women. Like, what? In a way, that almost makes it worse. Where it's like, I want to say slurs, but it's like when you say like a soy boy is a soy boy or a fag or whatever. These are all different ways of calling someone a woman. Basically, like you're acting like a woman, because being a woman, because being a woman's the worst thing you can be, clearly. Which is why turns are so confusing. Why would you want to be a woman? Anyway, obviously. So I'm just messing around, kind of, but you get the point though. Is it's like, how the fuck do you think being a sensitive little bitch is being mature? Is the point of what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, that's not maturity. You're becoming pathetic. Do you think your father? Do you think your grandfather? Do you think your grandfather was not mature? Because they said all these slurs and they didn't give a single fuck. They're twice the man you will ever be. But I guess they're immature by your gay-ass, useless definition. It's just copium.
I apologize for any harm this has caused, and for the fact that we ever thought it humorous to joke about in the first place. Racism is never okay, and we should always strive to be kind and lift each other up. Right on, Michael. Very cool. There's a reason the Negachin was a bad guy in the first place. Now, one detail I left out until now is that the stream he's talking about is motherfucking 7 years old. Michael is 30 now, so he was around 23 during the time of the stream, but people still seem to care a lot about it. And instead of
to be fair, 23 me and 30 me laugh at all the same shit, say all the same edgy shit, have actually I'm more extreme in some ways, probably around the race related stuff and the LGBT related stuff than I was at 23. So I'm the same on the woman stuff though. I don't think I've gotten any more extreme related to women since I was 23. But on the race and LGBT shit, yeah, absolutely.
telling them to just fuck off, which is how you prevent these things from happening repeatedly and worse every fucking time until you end up like Dream, he decided to apologize like a pussy shit little f***. Of course, this would have the effect you'd expect. People smelled blood in the water and decided to dig for even more bullshit, which resulted in them finding an animation of a Goku X Anne Frank fanfiction.
Dude, that was fucking Kino, though. That was fucking... I remember when chat had me watch that shit. That was so good. I can't believe how good that was.
Participated in that I actually watched when it was first uploaded, and it really wasn't all that offensive at all, yet Michael still continued to apologize with this tweet. When I was a teenager and even into young adulthood, I would audition and voice act for a lot of parody content that was dubious, immature, and...
Is that really making fun of it, though, if it was so good? You know what I mean? Like, I know he's saying it in such a way like, oh, dude, they were mocking and belittling this fanfic writer or something. It's like, I don't know, dude. Well, actually, okay, it's the way he says it here. This particular video is making fun of a really horrible fanfic, and while it doesn't glorify it, it's certainly in bad taste and doesn't do a good job of clarifying that it's again. This is why leftists. I will never watch Amazing Digital Circus because I just know it's fag shit, which obviously is. I mean, if you look at the fan base and stuff, but the point is. You literally are saying it should be propaganda. Like, I know this. They cope, they seed, they dilate, etc., etc. But if you translate this into human speech and not weasel speech, you're upset that the parody video is not propaganda. That's what you're saying. Like, that's fucking pathetic. Like, it actually being, like, ridiculous and over the top gets the point across, I think, to anyone who's actually human.
Not great, but unfortunately wasn't uncommon between 2010 to 2016. This particular video was making fun of a really horrible fanfic, and while it
hateful words aren't a
it's
good
certainly
look.
In bad taste,
Bruh.
and doesn't do a good job of...
I'm pretty sure I've seen you on this channel before. Is this the new type of rage bait? Aren't a good look. Do you know who the Synthetic Man is? Do you know who I am?
clarifying that it's against the material it's parodying. I wouldn't work on something like this today, nor would anyone else involved. This offers a little more pushback in explaining that a lot of the shit he did back in the day was a product of its time, but then goes on to show more trolls remorse and apologize. Also, that animation was an adaptation of that fanfic. It wasn't a criticism of it, and you guys made it for no other reason than because you thought it was funny. Don't even pretend. He's also trying to distance himself from this project, acting like he was just a voice actor, when him and Moogie Mikey were like really close friends that worked on a lot of stuff together. But we'll get to that in a bit. By responding to this...
These fucking slimy motherfuckers. You cannot be friends with a leftist. Because, again, they hate themselves. They hate each other. They hate everyone. You can't be friends with someone like that. I should know. I hate everyone. You knew where I was going with that thought. But the point is, you can't be friends with these types of people because they're going to stab you in the back. I'd never stab anyone in the back. I just stayed the fuck away from people who I know will tilt me and I'll just not want to talk to them anymore. You know?
At all, he just proved that he's extremely easy to fuck with and get a response out of. So that's like another entire bucket of blood dumped into the water. And it's starting to attract IRL trolls.
Yo, it's my nigga! What's up, nigga?
And of course, not even Michael Kovac, but Glitch themselves tweeted about this dumb kid fucking around at a convention instead of just ignoring it.
I thought he was 19 because he's Asian. That's funny.
Behavior from a specific individual around our Glitch booth today, and we have contacted Level Up staff to take action and have them removed and permanently banned. We have also told our staff not to serve him, others featured in that video, or anyone exhibiting any behavior that would make members of our community.
My God, this is so gay. And this is the shit. This is the shit that gets millions of views. I don't care how good it is, which is, I bet it's not. I think people just like the animation, the character designs. I don't care. If this is how you act, you deserve, you know, to fail. And unfortunately, there's too many... Never mind, I'm not going to get into another woman rant. or True and Rant. I'll hold it in.
Feel unsafe or unwanted. These idiots are not representative of our community and fans, and we want to make any glitch event as safe as possible for all. We condemn absolutely any hateful, discriminatory, or dumb fuckwit behavior.
Can we react
Be
to reading
kind to each
Berserk?
other. And if you can't, then piss off. We don't want you here.
No.
You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior.
Yeah, so anybody with a sense of humor, you get the fuck out of here. But if you're one of the people trying to cancel our voice
Unleash the
actor
rage.
for laughing at the word
It's just the
nigga
same
7
shit I've
years
said
ago,
1,000
well, we
times,
like
so
you, you can
that's
stay.
why I'm stopping
Listen,
myself.
you know the results are in, right? People like the AVGN and Nostalgia Critic have already demonstrated that the way you make controversies like this go away is by completely ignoring them. So now you've not only demonstrated to cancel-hungry woke motherfuckers that you'll bow your heads and apologize for every perceived infraction, no matter how minor, but you've also signaled to everyone else who just thinks it's funny that you're extremely easy to fuck with, which again is making it a lot more likely that something similar will happen in the future. This might not be directly from Michael Kovac, but he did retweet it. It's kind of fucking dumb to disable replies on all of your tweets, yet retweet your detractors' greatest hits. Alright, Michael, so if you're willing to apologize for something from 7 years ago and beyond, what if I pulled something up from over 10 years ago that's far, far worse than any of this? I'm not doing a hypothetical. I actually have something like
here
that,
we go.
and it's been sitting on my hard drive for the past decade or so. It's called Robotnik Claus. It was a yearly Christmas special created by the YouTuber Moogie Mikey, with 5 episodes and a visual novel. It is also one of the most offensive things I've ever seen in my entire life.
Trolls remorse every single fucking time. This is the problem with people. There's a million iDubbbz out there. Honestly, in hindsight, it shouldn't have surprised any of us. Because the iDubbbz archetype, the guy who's like edgy, but he's deep inside, he's a little bitch, you know, who would completely cave to peer pressure or pussy, or both, immediately. There's a million of those. Like, the millennials, there's a million millennials who are like, oh yeah, as a teenager, they're the edgiest motherfucker ever. And then a woman probably shamed them one time, and they just spread them cheeks. You know what I'm saying? Just immediately. Completely spineless. Completely spineless.
I'm sitting in your chimney! The reason I'm bringing this up is because Michael Kovac played the character of classic Eggman in this series, who would go on adventures with modern Eggmans where they would commit crime and try to molest children. Like, literally, their entire characters are just being extremely degenerate gay pedophiles with no limits except for not jacking off to Banjo-Kazooie. To give you an episode summary, episode 1 and 2 are the Robotnik Clauses becoming mall Santas so that they can get off when children sit on their dicks, ending with them getting thrown in prison for fucking each other in public, in front of said children.
What? This is what I'm saying. This is the guy who's woke. This is the guy calling you a racist chud incel. This is the guy calling you a racist chud incel. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. It's so pathetic. Like, again, I feel like I've said the word pathetic this stream 10 times more than I usually say it, but that's just what we keep seeing today. There's no other way to describe it. This is so shameful and embarrassing that someone who made, or at least helped make this, voiced one of the main characters in this, is pretending to be, you know, this politically correct woke guy. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, he grew up. Yeah, whatever, fag. Cope.
Bitch, lick my ass! Okay, Papa Smurf.
Ah, security! Security! Where the fuck is security?
Hey, yo! Stop being so pissy! We're trying to celebrate Muhammad's birthday here!
Episode 3 is them getting out of prison, but missing the non-stop gay sex they'd have with other men in there, so they kidnap the elf from previous episodes and set out to commit more crime, hoping that they can get arrested and thrown back in prison. These crimes include breaking into a house and shitting under the Christmas tree, breaking into a woman's house and impregnating her in her sleep with a turkey baster, and more, all of which they framed Elf for, to give him the gift of the jail time that they wanted. There's also a scene where Sonic
They
talks
say the
about
N-word
wanting
too?
CP for
Okay.
Christmas.
Hell no! I
asked for something ultra manly.
Is it that black dildo I've been eyeing at Spencer's?
No, I want a shitload of child porn.
That's actually pretty neat.
Yeah, I want to sell it so I can frame Shadow. I'm still not over that shit he pulled in 2001.
Do you have to sell all of it?
In episode...
What? It's... What? What? This is old internet humor. This is the, you can't get this shit anymore. This shit does not exist anymore.
For Elf follows the Robotnik clauses around.
What the fuck? Oh, okay.
While they continue their degenerate escapades.
It's
starting with them bouncing children off of their dicks.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Down a slide and into a ball pit, and ending with them basically raping Elf to death. And episode 5, I honestly don't even want to talk about episode 5. They do a bunch of shit with a baby. That's all I'm gonna say. It's really disgusting and not even funny. Like, up until that point, I thought it was pretty fucking funny in a shock humor kind of way. Yeah, they're making pedophile jokes, but it's not like Vito Gesualdi, who just runs around saying he's literally a pedophile who wants to rape your kids. And
yeah, he's pretty fucking retarded for doing that bit. I'm be honest.
That's supposed to be the entire joke. The characters in the show are obviously written to be extremely fucked up in a way no person would want to emulate. So basically they were just trying to be as edgy as possible. I don't believe anybody involved in this was a pedophile. I think one guy got outed later, but that's besides the point.
Is that besides the point though? I mean, I get his point that people are just being edgelords, you know, the freedom to do whatever and all that, you know. But I don't know.
Point is that this series was just supposed to be as shocking and offensive as possible, and it did a pretty damn good job at it. So is Michael gonna get down on his knees and apologize for this too if it ever gets attention? If a bunch of people actually watch this fucking video all the way through? I mean, this is some pretty bad fucking shit. You're gonna have to beg and plead for your life if you don't choose to just ignore it or tell people to fuck off. Because that's the precedent that your kind of behavior results in. Now, like he said, some of this was done when he was a minor, but by the end, he was a young adult. Where's the line? And are you going to allow other people to decide where it is for you? Here are some of his best lines, by the way. Take it all in.
Well, I still got some hot action with some little boys, so I'm doing all right. You fucking dick! If you lay one finger on her, I'm going to beat you with a Metatron's.
I mean, oh yeah, Amanda's, yeah, yep.
What was it you planned
Wait,
on?
hold on.
You lay one finger on her, I'm going to beat you with a Metatron's core.
What was it you planned on accomplishing here?
Giving our hefty sacks of tiny white presents to good little children. Yeah. He means that we're going to stick our penises into them.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. I obviously there is no subtlety in this, but come on now.
Here you go, sweetie. A special something from Mrs. Clyde.
A Hitler doll?
Yeah, you spicy cunt. He has karate chop action. It's supposed to go with the Helen Keller doll.
Don't you mean Anne Frank?
I know what I said. We're gonna molest the 1%. And then, after a few days, the corpse will bloat, which is the perfect time to put your fat dick in. Oh shit! Hold a minute, we gotta go! We got more kids to sodomize! I think we each nailed an entire group of choir boys. Let's rubber chuck on the kids! Without them knowing, yo! I think I'm gonna stick some of these candy canes up my ass before we pass them out! Fuck you, you little tumblerista! I'm a fan of calling out names of kids during unwanted pornification.
Now that sounds nothing like him, so you're probably wondering how I know that's actually him. Well, other than him appearing in the credits sometimes as the Vatcher, here's a live-action video of him and Mookie Mikey hanging out in real life and doing the voices.
Hello there, this is Dr. Modern Robotnik. I've just totally messed that up. And this is... Hey, I'm Classic like Eggman. I fuck bitches for money.
God damn it.
It's okay. We can keep going. Whatever. Fuck it. We've got Bob. We've got Bob last, motherfucker. Right in front of Taco Bell. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Let's drink this shit.
Yeah, he's the most heckin' wholesome, nice. What was the fucking video called with 1 million views? I don't know. Whatever. That's this again. Why the fuck would you ever idolize? Well, you really probably shouldn't idolize normal human beings, but regardless, fucking e-celeb type people of all things.
God damn it.
And do note, this is just the stuff I archived. They've done worse, like their Nerd Slayer series where they said slurs constantly. If anyone watching has archives of those videos, please let me know because I fucking love them. There was also like an improv audio that Michael and Moogie Mikey did together where they're pretending to be the Eggmen and they're raping a dog to death. And then after it dies, they call it the N-word. It was fucking awful. Like, it was shock humor for the sake of shock humor, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't find it humorous. Of course, I have no proof for this, so you're free to just not take my word for it, but if you've seen these videos before, leave a comment.
Is this the worst case of trolls remorse I've seen? This is pretty bad. This is pretty fucking bad, yeah. Like, if this guy was an iDubbbz type figure, he would definitely at least be on par, you know, if there was a woman involved. There's gotta be a woman to simp after, though.
You remember. Now, I want you to look at the screen and read these tweets, and tell me if you would rather have these people be your fans.
Grown-ass adults kecking over barely crossing the line of saying a slur. I don't want to hear anyone defending them because this was in 2019. All of them are too grown to be acting like that. Yeah, especially because, like, well, here's the thing. I don't give a fuck when it happened. But, like, why are people pretending like 2019 is different? We've been in Fagland, we'll just put it that, since like 2015, in the sense that you're not allowed to say anything edgy, you know. Though the point of no return was 2017 with the adpocalypse, you know. With the adpocalypse on YouTube in 2017, that's where you actually were not allowed to be edgy anymore. Like, it was gone. Not to sound old, but 2019 was literally not that long ago. Like, that was peak Tumblr, and right before BLM, like, they knew better. Retard, do you even know where Black Lives Matter came from, you dumb motherfucker? God. The forced laughter, what's so funny, guys? What's the joke? Like, I genuinely can't tell if they're overreacting for the sake of the stream, or if this would genuinely get 20 seconds of laughing and table banging if they were alone, by the way, ew.
Or people like me.
By the way, this is Frankie Stein's gay uncle, so you should definitely listen to this retard about how the world should work. Fucking rape victim trying to moralize.
Don't really care what you say or do as long as you're funny and not doing shit that's actually morally reprehensible.
I'm not
like
even gonna read this
abusing
shit.
animals or molesting children. Now here's a follow-up question. Why do so many of you retards pander to the stupid motherfuckers?
Rooster Teeth did the same thing. They became cringe. Yes, Rooster Teeth fell off extremely hard. But it's still very recent and well into the woke era. Right? Like, the thing is like, on some level, I can understand the whole, you know, when you're a teenager, you do super edgy things, and then as an adult, you're like, oh, that was cringe, and I've grown, I'm different now. I understand that, but, like, this is the type of shit, the trolls remorse stuff is not explained by maturity. It's explained by being, you know, shamed by your peers. That's exactly what it is, you know, by whatever communities you decide to hang out in.
who will destroy you the second you step out of line just a little bit. You are literally tying your own noose, then trusting the bloodthirsty crybabies who require a new victim every week not to pull the chair out from under you. Even Gooseworks, the creator of Digital Circus, fucking hates this fan base.
Niggas. They only think about chicken. They're black!
Pretty much any person or show that makes themselves super palatable to the hypersensitive and people of gender ends up either living in fear or regretting it. You can tone down the edge in order to be more palatable to a wider audience. That's what the people who worked on Smiling Friends did, but I don't see them on their knees disavowing every single offensive thing they've ever done and begging for forgiveness. You didn't grow as a person and become better because now you grovel at the feet of the people who put you through struggle sessions when you say not even the wrong word, but something that sounds vaguely similar to the wrong word. You're not becoming morally superior by supporting the current thing. I think the moral of the story here is stop being a fucking bitch and apologizing for offensive jokes people dug up from a million years ago. And when they do, either ignore them or tell them to go pound sand, or else they'll keep fucking doing it. You are not squeaky clean. Nobody is. Stop passing yourself off as an
Especially that guy, though. I mean, this goes beyond, like, oh, I did some edgy things when I was younger. Like, this is extremely, like, peak edgy shit. You know what I mean? This is the old internet type stuff in a nutshell in my brain. You cannot pretend to be, you know, a super woke, politically correct, you know, hug box person after that. You just can't. It's over for you. Try again in the next life.
wholesome Chungus who has all the right political opinions, because if you were born in the 90s, you were screaming the N-word at people on Xbox Live and engaging in casual racism when you're alone with friends, just like everyone else. And honestly, you probably still do, because as much as you hate to admit it, it's fun. Before I end the video, I just wanted to show you this video of a furry who was dedicated enough to get a Jax tattoo with Michael Kovac's signature under it, and now regrets it less than 48 hours later because he laughed at the word nega 7 years ago.
Special thanks to Mr. Kovac again for letting me—
What do I even do in this situation? Where do I even begin? It's still under the second skin. Not even 48 hours. What do I fucking do in this situation?
Anyway, this is the end of the video. Like, comment, maybe subscribe, maybe not, because I don't know how many more of these drama videos I'm gonna be doing. This is a new channel, I'm just...
Yep. He even fucking linked the fucking episodes, dude. Wow. Watch them? Nah, I'm gonna get in trouble. You can already tell there's shit in that I can't show here. I'll probably actually watch them off stream. I mean, part of it is obviously just pure shock value with no substance, but there was a few things that were funny. T-Rex, thanks to the 21 months of membership, free Requiem DLC just went live. Leon Must Die mode. Is it like... maybe I'll have to check it out. Maybe next time I stream I'll try it, but is it like just the Leon bits? We only play as Leon, die in one hit. Is that the deal? Because I might try it. That could be at least kind of interesting. Sanguinor, thanks for the $5. Shrek 3 Type 2 Productions. I actually just watched it yesterday. You don't die in one hit at first. It gets harder as you do. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'll try it. It's just Leon Bits arcade mode. I could try it. You know, I'll have a second or third game ready, though, so that we're not just, like, watching videos. To be honest, though, I didn't really feel like doing anything other than just streaming in general. I wasn't attached to anything specific, so... yeah, I think I've seen Rock League gets red-pilled. He sounds familiar. Bud Sunny, thanks 2 books. Max Quaza, problem with video game collecting. Okay.
I made a video a few years ago going over the retro video game market, and in that video I talked about my problems with the hobby. But since then, a lot has changed, and now in 2025, things are very different, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So for starters, the big thing to remember was that back in 2020 with COVID, there was a massive boom in pricing for a lot of consumer items, especially video games. Looking at this graph, we can see the spike in pricing caused by people having both more money and time. Coupled with video game collecting becoming more mainstream and constant YouTubers hyping up the hobby, it was really only a matter of time before prices started getting crazy. People who had never really...
It was a fucking scam, though. That shit was all fucking scam. It was an absolute scam. I think he's given way too much credit to like some idea that people were trying old games. It was people reliving their nostalgia because they had nothing better to do while they were locked up.
Cared much about video game collecting now started becoming interested, and many began chasing after the rare and expensive games on older consoles. Rule of Rose on the PS2 is always a good example of this, as that game is not good at all, but it still fetches over $1,000 Canadian at the time of this recording, which is pretty insane when you think about it, because to me, this game, like many other harder to find titles, is simply a hype piece that people collect just to show off. And you know, I'm guilty of that mentality myself.
Zombie Barbecue. Little Red Riding Hood Zombie Barbecue.
As a while back, I bought Zombie Barbecue on the DS because it was a game I had convinced myself into wanting solely due to how rare and expensive it was. Yet after making that purchase, it really did open up my eyes on why having a budget is so important and how to be more realistic with the amount I was spending in general. I look at YouTubers like JRPG Life who encourage people to game hunt on a budget while still going for quality over quantity, and I feel like that mentality has become
I was about to make a comment about, you know, just never mind. Again, it wasn't worth the energy. I was going to say some shit related to women, and then, well, here we go.
a lot more popular over the past couple years, as high prices have forced people to start trying games that aren't just your typical old school Pokemons or Marios. The idea of buying just the most popular games has slowly become less popular, and it seems the people who did that kind of thing during COVID have slowly trickled out of the hobby and are now moving towards things like the Pokemon trading card game. It's usually the same kind of people you'd often find in the sneakerhead community who have now set their sights on Pokemon cards, because that's what video game collecting became in 2020. It was no longer about the games themselves, but rather about how rare or expensive they were. With the high volume of YouTube videos, people at home with free...
I mean, the sad thing is, I can relate ever so slightly to the appeal of this, because I've talked about this before. In my early 20s, when I finally had a job, even if it was, you know, a slop job, I did buy a bunch of crap. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if probably about 30 of the games behind me I just bought because I wanted to own some games. I mean, some of the games were games I traded into GameStop. And then, you know, there's a lot more games on the shelf to the left of me as well. But I never saw the appeal in just collecting dog shit for the sake of dog shit. Like, I wanted to play those games. Now, there are some of those I haven't played to this day. Maybe I'll stream a few of the ones. I'll have to take a look at the shelf and just be like, you know, what would be interesting to stream for me? But if, like, you're literally just hunting down a game because it's worth money, I mean, this is like, you're coping... Like, it's basically like you need to indulge in your consumerism, but you also have to fool your brain to thinking you're making an investment. It's a video game. It's not actually worth much. You know, I won't say it's worthless. It's not literally worthless because it's still a thing that you have. But in reality, you just want to indulge in consumerism, and the big number trickles the dopamine in your brain.
Time and money during COVID, and the resurgence of popularity in video games in general, the price increase in the retro gaming market now makes a lot more sense. And as these prices moved upwards, so did the mentality of the hobby, which I feel has changed for the better, and that has a lot.
Yeah, GameStop scammed the shit out of me, and my parents let it happen. I mean, I don't completely blame them, but it's a weird situation where I am mad because my parents realistically have given me so little independence in my life. So they allow me to have independence on trading my own games in because they don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? It's not like this wasn't meant to be a teaching moment, even though they cope and say that it is. It isn't meant to be a teaching moment like, oh, you know, this is your possession. You're only getting this much money, blah, blah, blah. They knew, and I knew, even at the time, because I was a teenager, that it was just me trying to basically the equivalent of getting my next fix, because I was hopelessly addicted to video games for most of my life until I finally got burnt out in my early 20s. The point I'm trying to say here is that if you have to trade in 10 to 15 games to buy one new game, that is not a good value proposition for anyone. I just justify in my head, I'm probably never going to play it again. But then 10 years later, obviously, in less than 10 years, actually, it was probably more like five, in between 5 and 10 years later, I want to play the game again. And so you buy it back again. Thankfully, basically every retro, not even retro in most cases, because PS3 wasn't and isn't retro, but all the older games I bought was before this massive price hike. Even the PS2 games I bought in, what year would that have been? Probably 2018 or something. The shit was cheap as fuck. It was, as is covered in this video, COVID is what skyrocketed all of the older games into being like a collector's game market thing. So I actually did buy a lot of stuff back for pretty cheap, but obviously more than what I got from GameStop.
To do with YouTubers and the consumers themselves. It's pretty clear nowadays that people within the gaming hobby have gotten kind of fed up with people like Phoenix Resale. Now, for a little context, Phoenix Resale is a reseller YouTuber who is best known for entering
pre-owned 8th gen games is still dirt cheap. That's good, I guess. So instead of paying the FromSoft tax digitally, you can get Dark Souls 3 for $9. Yeah, I guess it's only anything perceived as retro, so pre-HD era is the stuff that's really overpriced. I mean, Devin, I think, has already said this on stream multiple times, but Devin, he got an N64 for like $20, and this was in 2013, I want to say, probably around there. He got an N64 for $20 in like 2013. So the shit is all artificial bullshit, just nostalgia garbage.
Mentions early and buying up all the inventory, and then also using Amazon to sell his video games for way over their market value. He basically embodies what is wrong with the hobby, and within the past few years, more and more people.
Yeah, I know multiple people have mentioned the Ari Requiem thing. I think I'll reinstall the game and we'll try that out the next time I stream in a day or two. I hear Sam barking. I know I've interrupted this video to monologue, but this is the type of video that reminds me of things from the past, so I'm like rambling. Hold on, let me I'll just throw the breakers music, but I'm probably just gonna let Sam out. That's it. I'll probably pee too, yeah. Smash Bros. No. I almost ate something, but I held it back.
People have started to speak out against this kind of behavior. One of those key people being Heckin' Steve, who is slightly controversial depending on who you talk to, but regardless is a passionate person when it comes to video game collecting, and I really do think that him and others within the community provide a very strong message about enjoying the hobby itself and not just always seeing it as an opportunity to turn a quick profit or fill up your shelf. I feel the overall mentality that people have for the video game collecting hobby has gotten a lot better in recent years, and it's only going to improve as people continue to speak out about the negatives and provide advice on how to collect, which is exactly what you want. Which leads me into the final part.
See, the thing is, like, this is a good example right here. I remember this was back when gamers had standards. You know, since we're so polluted down by normal fags now, this would never happen if it came out today. Well, someone would make a video essay and that'd be it. But, like, with these games, right? I think pretty much everyone agrees that the Silent Hill HD collection is probably one of the worst ports ever of all time. So, like, what's the point of even collecting it? Just to say you have it? You know what I mean? Like, it's the shittier versions of 2 and 3.
Which is exactly what you want. Which leads me into the final part of this video on why now is a better time than any to jump back into video game collecting. The reasoning for this is based on a few upsides, with the first one being pricing stability. The past few years
Hold on. That's a good example right there. I wonder, how much do you think a used copy of Metroid Prime goes for now? I don't feel like looking it up. I'll just tell you, it's many times more than what I got it from. Me and Devin got Metroid Prime 1 and 2 from GameStop. Prime 1 was $4. $4 used. This is back in, I don't know, probably 2012, 2013, somewhere around there. One day I'm gonna have a yard sale, and I'm not gonna sell my games, even if I don't value owning them like I used to. I'm still not gonna sell them.
Based on a few upsides, with the first one being pricing stability. The past few years have been pretty turmoil, and now things are finally starting to settle down, which means you don't have to worry as much about price drops.
Like 30 used on eBay. Oh, that's not too bad.
Buying, which ties into the second upside, and that's physical availability. Less people buying means there's more to go around, and that increase in availability means you can get some decent deals, and you stand a good chance at finding what you're looking for out in the wild. And speaking of what you are looking for, now is one of the best times to start buying games for certain consoles, which is my third upside. Systems like the PlayStation 4 and Wii are still very affordable, and they offer games that you can't find anywhere else. But again, it's always important.
Oh, wow. Is that going against the old internet meme that the PS3 has no games? It does have games. It does have games. They just were not as nearly as popular as, you know, shit like Halo and Gears of War.
To remember to collect what you actually want to play, as you might have a complete.
I can't believe this guy felt that needed to be said. If you're at the point that you're collecting dog shit games that you have no intention of playing, I don't think someone online, you know, random stranger telling them is going to change their mind.
64 set, but if you don't actually like the system, then what was the point of collecting it at all? So it's best to always go for what you like and ignore the hype that you see online, as gaming is not just about numbers and rarity, but also about playing the games and enjoying them. And well, that is where I'm going to end.
$30 was for the Switch version. Metroid 2 is listed at near 300. A used Prime 2 is 300. Let me see what I got it for. $10. I got Prime 2 for 10. Yeah, see, the collector's market shit is just, I don't know, man. Like, on some level, I get you could make the capitalist argument, supply and demand type shit, but it feels way too artificial. It's like, yeah, I get it. You guys all got locked up for 2 years. You wanted to relive all your games, and you're too stupid to emulate, I guess, or you got psyoped into wanting to own the stuff or something. But, I mean, come on. It feels like it... Never mind. Let's just move on. I don't like investment shit. And I'm not even talking about, like, clear scams like NFTs or like loot box stuff when you don't even really own anything, because at least when you collect games you do own the game, but it's just you're fucking just blowing money for no reason.
Things off for now. I could go on and on about this topic, but I really did try and condense some of my key thoughts into this video, and I tried to avoid making a long-winded rant. I haven't made a discussion video in quite some time, so I thought it would be fun to just do a small one, as this topic has been on my mind for a while now. But as always, I'm sure I missed some stuff, so if you have any ideas or suggestions, I'm always happy to read them down in the comments below, regardless of if they are positive or negative. And with all of that said, I just want to say thank you so much for watching my content. It really does mean a lot to me. I hope you have a great day or night. I will see you very soon. Take it easy.
Well, that was a vid. I mean, it was okay, I guess, if only just because it stirred up some old memories, but I think the vid itself was kind of meaningless. I don't know. Problem with newer physical copies is what version is on the disc. Yeah. Hold on, I still have to get through the supers. There's a few more. Watch Hitman, or Stallion Milk, thanks for $5. Watch Hitman 2016 aged uncomfortably well, no commentary? Okay. Oops. Hitman 2016. Well. Oh, okay. So I'm guessing by no commentary, this is gonna be like a Robe Cat show don't tell type of thing. Owen Cage is an idealistic eco-warrior driven to extreme measures by what he perceives to be a relentless race towards environmental collapse, driven by a cabal of high-ranked Illuminati members and coordinated by the Elders of Zion. I'm shocked they were just allowed to do that. Okay. Is that still in World of Assassination or whatever it's called? He espoused his conspiracy theories under the internet name Black Tide on a range of internet message board. This is just facts. I mean, this guy exists. That might not be his name, but is this just like QAnon? Like, is that what they're doing? Like, what? This is literally just like actual thing.
Very well. The secrets of the global elite. 5 years of work. Everything we've collected. This thing makes WikiLeaks look like a gossip rag. The pen beats the sword, huh?
Good evening, 47. Your destination is the Paris Fashion Show by Sanguine, one of Europe's leading couture brands. Your targets are Sanguine owner Viktor Novikov, a former oligarch turned fashion mogul, and his partner Dalia Margolis, a retired supermodel. An iconic
that's interesting.
power
That's
couple on the
interesting.
global fashion scene, and two of the most dangerous people in the world. Novikov and Margolis are in fact the ringleaders of Iago, an enigmatic spy ring that deals in the global elite's most valuable secrets. Unscrupulous and opportunistic, Iago has caused disastrous security leaks all over the globe. When Crimean separatists caused a deadly meltdown at the Odessa nuclear power plant, Iago gave them access to the plant's security network. And when the Delgado drug cartel shot down the plane of President Hernandez and his family, Iago provided the classified flight plans. Now Novikov and Margolis have obtained a knock list of British undercover agents, which they plan to sell at a secret Iago auction during the Sanguine show. So our client, MI6, need us to stop the ringleaders before the knock list ends up in the wrong hands. The Sanguine show will be swarming with security, and Viktor Novikov will be the focus of everyone's attention. But despite his posturing, he is merely the money man. The real target is Dalia Margolis. Beautiful and brilliant, she is a master manipulator and the true brains behind Iago.
Come on, she was a catwalk model. Yeah, those girls are tough as nails, sure, but how much of a criminal mastermind could she be?
Oh yeah? Check this out. The rumors were she was trained by Mossad.
Mossad does walking lessons?
What the fuck? I mean, I played this. I don't remember any of this conversation, but it was 10 years ago. I do remember this. This is like the first mission, or at least one of the first missions.
Take it easy, Chief. No, apparently back when Margolis was a supermodel, she was also working as a spy for the Israelis. I heard that's how the Mongoose was caught after years underground. Everyone wanted to meet dazzling Dahlia, including those who should have stayed in the shadows.
Huh. So you're saying that Mossad trained her to be a spy, and when her career started going downhill, and they couldn't use her anymore, she went rogue.
Wouldn't be the first time a covert government weapon bit their makers in the ass.
Very true, very true. Man, now I really want to ask her out. That Novikov might talk.
I mean, in this situation, wouldn't that mean Agent 47 is the agent of, you know, well, yeah, I guess in that scenario, you're the one who's sent by Israel to terminate her for going rogue. If the one-to-one is, you know,
but I bet he's all
I don't know.
bark and no bite.
That's what we're going with.
It's been nice knowing you, pal.
Miss Margolis. What's her story? You know, actually, I read this this book about the fashion industry through the ages. There was this whole chapter on her. I don't know, I mean, as I recall, Margolis' dad was some overzealous Israeli army general who, yeah, he did not approve of his daughter's chasing a fickle dream. She was disowned and had to fend for herself. I guess that explains her demeanor. If fashion is tough, okay? I mean army tough. Her father, he should really been more approving. Anyway, she went all the way to the top, and then, I mean, just as her career was slowing down, she met Viktor Novikov, nouveau riche Russian with a bad boy reputation, looking to turn over a new leaf. So Dalia persuaded him into buying Sanguine, and she launched her own modeling agency. With his money, of course. Yeah, say what you will, but the girl is charmed.
See, that's the thing. The crazy thing about this coming out in 2016 is that was really on the cusp of when, you know, 3 parentheses organizations, big investment firms, et cetera, really got their claws in the game industry. So, like, modern IOI would definitely not have a mission like this. This is back when people were still allowed to basically do whatever they want as long as it made money. Yeah, that's kind of crazy though that the devs knew all this shit.
Keep racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. What? How they do it? Margolis and Novikov, I mean, all this stuff they're selling, state secrets and shit. I mean, where they get it from?
It's gotta be hacking.
I don't see it.
What, mind reading?
Yeah, sure, Saul. Mind reading.
Wait. I got it. Margolis was a supermodel, and she owns a modeling agency, okay? She has access to a lot of beautiful people, right? Hang on.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if whoever was the writer for this stuff is, you know, a poll type of guy. Maybe he just straight up browsed poll. But with all the like standards and practices type shit that's in video gaming, and especially trying to meet ESG standards for funding, there's no way in hell that a mission like this would get made.
With me, what if she's using the models to infiltrate the power elite and spy on them?
Supermodel spies. That's pretty out there, so even for you.
Hey, I don't see you coming up with anything.
Okay, why are you grinning like that? Usually there's a vein in your forehead the size of a garden hose. And are you sporting a tan, Oliver?
Very funny. Actually, I met someone. Her name's Kara, and she's a model.
No kidding.
I am not. You know Dahlia Margolis, right? Well, she's the one who introduced us.
Huh. Little Miss Cupid.
What do you mean?
You know, Dahlia was the one who hooked me up with Elise. Remember her? Also a model. Hot as hell. She even moved in for a while. She was cute. Had these tiny little feet. But, she ditched me after the scandal broke.
Yeah, I guess it would be a little bit too far to be like, yeah, she flew me out to this island, and they had all these, like, they couldn't do that stuff, but they did what they could, within reason.
I can't really blame her. I got angry, bitter. I even accused her for what happened. Like she would have any reason to hack my laptop and sell me out to the feds.
So, I gotta ask, Mr. Decker. Section Chief Komarov, is that your handiwork?
Look at these hands. I'm a bureaucrat, Carson. I don't go around staging perfect suicides. No, I dare say young Komarov got a taste of Viktor Novikov. Ask me, he had it coming anyway. Nobody likes an overachiever.
In the file. Must be pretty important for Novikov to cop up 7 digits. What's in it?
Every bit of dirty intel the FSB ever collected on him. Our friend Novikov wasn't always in fashion, Carson. But the public has a short memory span.
And now he's tying up loose ends.
Securing his legacy and our retirement plans.
This is good shit. I do remember liking this game a lot.
Mr. Decker.
Those are always good stream games, the Hitman stuff. I'll probably, if I stream Hitman, I'll do Blood Money, though, just since that's usually the one chat asks me to play. I know it's considered the best one of the old ones.
How are things at the office?
That's 91 all over again. Komarov is found dead, gun in hand, office locked from the inside. In his safe, evidence that he was leaking state secrets to Langley. An FSB section chief, Kremlin's golden boy, a CIA spy. Look, I don't know who you hired to pull this off, but I want his number.
Trust me, you don't. The case file, please.
Right. Of course. Last and only copy. There was an unfortunate server room fire at HQ. Misery loves company.
Oh, Mr. Decker. I do believe this is going to be the start of a beautiful friendship. The money's being wired to your account.
Do I need to call my guy in Switzerland?
Why? Haven't you heard? I am an honest businessman.
Haley, where are those surveillance photos of Prime Minister Ingram at you-know-where that I asked you to get an hour ago? They just went for $8 million.
Yeah, right away, Dahlia.
Haley, that video of the Swiss ambassador's son, accidentally strangling a stripper? Yeah, on my desk, now.
Right away, Dahlia.
Oh, Haley, you're nothing short of a miracle worker. Haley, pull up that audio on the plot to overthrow the Moroccan government.
Sure, Dahlia. I'm on it.
Camille? Oh, no, don't be silly. I said you could call anytime. Where are you? Monaco, huh? Who's Margolis sending you after? I've seen him. Not bad for a first gig. But what does Iago want with a rock star? No, wait, I get it. It's about that sect he's in, isn't it? The Church of Ascendants. Smart. Oh, trust me, sweetie. That part is never hard. Not with looks
Yeah, I think that was like the Scientology thing.
like ours. It's just how their brains are wired. Leading man or not, you'll have him eating out of your hand in no time. Don't mention it. Keep me posted. And Camille, don't get converted now.
Dahlia, Camille is in position at the fashion show. So, who's the mark?
Julian Wakefield, the actor. Camille is just his type. She's got that Ada Lockheed look.
Wakefield's old girlfriend. Clever. And how will you guide Wakefield into her path?
Wakefield only drinks a particular brand of smoked whiskey. I made sure that all the bars are out, except...
Alright, hold on. I've just, let's see. It is kind of crazy. I just kind of miss the good writing stuff. Well, who's this at the end?
They did look like lawyers.
The 007, was it First Light or something like that?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Absolutely, dude. That's going to be a fun thing.
Dude, it looks so good. I'm not excited for it. Because it's going to be like the first one that's not like character-based. Like, it's not a Pierce Brosnan.
Right.
It's like his own thing. But the other thing, too, is the guys who made it is I.O. Did you ever end up playing Hitman?
You know what? I have Hitman. I played 3. I'm going to be honest with you, man. Like, it was complex. That first level, dude. And I was like, I can't put this much time into this freaking Hitman game, dude. But it was fun. I could see it being like something that, you could put a lot of time into.
Oh, for sure. It's kind of one. It's fun because it's different puzzles and stuff. But the main thing, though, I thought you'd be interested in is actually the story, which I find it very interesting that I.O. now has the trademark to then have the James Bond game. Because, like, the whole Hitman thing is espionage. And all, like, the backstory that you get from playing, like, one of the levels I think you'd love, I think it's Hitman 2.
2? Okay.
It's all the same story, but there's one where they go to a place called Isle of Scale, and it's like a eyes wide shut, Freemason.
Oh, wow.
Masked, like, party on this, like, Scottish castle thing.
Okay.
And there's all these layers to it to where there's, like, there's 2 main people that you're trying to kill are like taking over from this previous guy that you killed earlier that are part of this whole
So I never played the second one, but that looks pretty interesting.
secret cabal. And you're hearing throughout while you're like in the different characters like trying to sneak in and stuff. There's one guy who they're trying to blackmail who like runs a coal mine and oil, and they're like trying to blackmail him and force him into like the Green New Deal kind of a stuff.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Oh, yeah.
We can just go ahead and make our way all the way up to
we
the
get to
council
go in
meeting
here
itself.
and bust up the butt pirates and the Illuminati rituals here.
Yeah, dude, it's weird, man. They got like there's like a
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, sorry. The guy was
pretends to
in the bottom
sacrifice
left there.
herself and
Whatever.
you can kill her in there as well. So she's like a trap
Look.
door, and you like kill the kill
flying
the gas
around.
pistons that release the door, so she just ends up burning in there when she's not really supposed to.
I'm getting kind
And
of
then
tired.
there's a spot where you're kind of go through the questioning and stuff to be like become part of the secret society as well. And so they kind of have options through that, and you like can tell the truth or lie through a lie detector test and get like electrocuted and stuff, and
awesome.
All these weird rituals and all that crap. And there's like this top secret one where you're wearing these weird like
All right. CG Goodwin, thanks to the $2, and then another $2 after that. Clueless Steve video. That's kind of a vague title. Actually, I might have seen this.
Our first clue was B, handsome guy named Steve. Our second clue was a bed. And now our third clue is up and down. So we're trying to figure out what's going to be her favorite thing to do in her special place tonight with a handsome guy like me. A bed up and down. What could she do with the bed up and down? But what could she do with me? What would she be doing then?
Apparently I watched Blue's Clues when I was very young, but I don't remember because I was too young. Ves Molo, thanks $5. Had your old 2020 Resident Evil review recommended. You were once young, optimistic, humble, slightly Reddit, and taking requests after a year. Play Persona 5 Royale. I was just hiding my power level. I've always been a chud. I just, in the early days, I was very excited to make YouTube stuff. Like, it was extremely interesting, and like, getting The first time you get positive feedback for your work, it's like, oh shit, this is crazy, because I mean that basically had never happened to me. So the thing is, about 3 years in, that wore off. So yeah. It was a good first 3 years. It was a good first 3 years. The second half of that, I don't know. I don't give a fuck anymore. I like streaming. But making the videos, I don't care. Yeah, dopamine nuke. Yeah, it was a very new experience, you know. JI, etc. Thanks to the 10 Australian. My Steam controller just got delivered. It's pretty comfy. Maybe I'll order one for the meme. I doubt I'll use it, but fuck it, I could try. The original Steam controller sucks. It's very cheap, but the new one at least looks a bit higher quality for what that's worth. Krusty Bussy, thanks to the $2. I haven't laughed this hard in months. Holy Kino. I'm assuming that was at the Eggman shit. That was crazy. Soapy, thanks to $5. They couldn't make this game today by Peter Spit Tech. It's something to hate watch. Fair warning. Saros vid was good, by the way. Keep it up. Thanks. Oh boy. I'll just write Peter.
The Wolfenstein reboot is comprised of 2 profoundly unapologetic games. They do not do a single thing to look away from their subject matter, which can make them feel grim and dark and desperate.
Okay, retard alert, you don't have your media literacy license. The second one was goofball shit and was not serious at all.
The reboot tells the story of an alternate history, one where the Nazis won World War II, and shows just how bleak the world gets under the new regime.
Bruh, it is not... Did we play a different fucking game? I guess the first one did have a little bit more of a serious tone. The second one didn't. Maybe if you're retarded. But...
Wolfenstein takes a clear stance on the matter, a stance that I'd argue is meant to be entirely uncontroversial, but the central reason why I imagine we might not ever get another game in the series. Wolfenstein hates Nazis.
Yeah, it's really the most controversial thing in human history. Oh, I got my Reddit gore compilation, just like my favorite show, Invincible.
The politics of the first game in the reboot duology, Wolfenstein: The New Order, are incredibly simple. The game makes it explicitly clear what we must do with Nazis, that there is no role fascism can play in our future other than to be stomped under our boots. It's a political perspective that seems largely uncontroversial at face value. Nazis have been seen as fair game to be demolished, ridiculed, and killed in media since the party took rise in the mid-20th century.
Put that phone down. Get me the radio tower. Put it down.
To show you just how normal and uncontroversial that stance is, here's a quick clip of Kermit the Frog killing a Nazi in 1990, something that no one batted an eyelash at.
I don't believe in violence. I don't believe in violence.
Yeah, no shit. Jews have been shoving this propaganda down our throats since the end of World War II. Duh. I mean, obviously we're dealing with a soy boy tard who would never notice that. But he probably hates Israel right now and supports Palestine, but there's no connection between Israel and Jewish people, of course. Of course.
While many have certainly dissected their politics, films like The Sound of Music and Indiana Jones aren't often discussed as having strong political dialogue despite taking firm anti-fascist, anti-Nazi stances. I think that's because those stances were largely uncontroversial when the films came out, so there's not much discussion that needs to happen for us to know that Indiana Jones isn't a bad guy for doing this. Wolfenstein: The New Order is of a similar ilk. It's deeply political, yes, because it centers itself around the hatred of a hyper-conservative political ideology.
I don't think the word conservative means what you think it means. When I think of authoritarian right-wing regimes, I don't know. Conservative isn't exactly the adjective or even like political identifier term I would use. Yeah, this is just straight up retard shit now. That's the yeah, it's extremely political to kill Nazis, as you just demonstrated how normalized it has been for, again, since the end of World War II.
But when it came out, there wasn't much controversy surrounding its themes. There's not
No shit, retard.
much of a stance anyone would argue with being made. While there are more explicitly political moments that unpack fascism, like this scene where Jay talks about his experience with segregation in the United States.
That's not the America I fought for.
Really? I was little. My mother wanted to take me to the picture show, but we had to go in through the fucking colored entrance. I wanted a hot dog and a lemonade, but the sign says we don't serve Negroes in this establishment. You're a patriot. Blue-eyed, jarhead, motherfucking Nazi-killing patriot that you are, you're still a fucking puppet to the man. You're exactly the kind of guy they ordered in come lynching time. You don't get it, do you? Before all this, before the Germans, before the war, back home, man, you were the Nazis.
Wolfenstein.
Holy fuck, he just lets the guy talk to him like that. That is a humiliation ritual right there. Actual humiliation ritual right there. To shame the player. Like, absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Like, white guilt is probably the most disgusting aspect of modern humanity. Like, it truly, I cannot think of something more repulsive, yet more normalized and widespread.
The New Order's politics are relatively straightforward, quick, and potentially easy to miss. The game's sequel...
Easy to miss. Doesn't this have like a fuck ton of views? This is 1.5 million views. At least it has some dislikes. Granted, the dislike extension is not accurate, but this is like the most retarded shit I feel like I've seen. Like, this is... My God. Oh my God. Oh. This is so dog shit. My God. I know, he already said it was rage bait when he super chatted. I understood what we were in for going in, at least, but... Dude, this is... I know you could say this is unrelated, but to me it is. But there's a reason I've had a philosophy, even since the very beginning, that I don't view 99.9% of videos as art. It's content. It's propaganda, you could say, but not art in the traditional sense. You could say literally, yes. Literally, it's art. But metaphorically, in the same way people ask, are video games art? I don't think YouTube videos are art. This is just some faggot getting on his soapbox, bitching about right-wing people and his dad, of course. I'm sure he hates his dad. It's like, and you poured that into this fucking extremely cringe shit that, I don't know, man. Like, we need to bring back shame. The only shame left in the universe is reserved for straight white men, basically. That shame does not exist for any other demographic. So, we need everyone to feel shame again. They need to be shamed into never speaking up about anything. Shut your fucking mouth, you bug. Because nothing you have to say has any value. Not a single fucking thing. This is the dog shit that gets 1.5 million views. What the fuck is this description? They think they're a wolf in sheep's clothing, but they're not among sheep anymore. This fag really thinks it's gonna be some kind of lefty revolution against the chuds. No, you pathetic slime. You will never do anything. Or amount to anything, for that matter. Aryan Rooftop Party, thanks to the £2. My dad sold my N64 for weed. Brutal. I'm sorry. That sucks. T-Dub the Bully, thanks to the 1 month of membership. I love my emulation handheld. Yeah, those seem to be decently popular. There's a lot of those. I don't really play games on the go because I don't really go anywhere, so I don't really have a need for that sort of thing. You know, I'll just browse some garbage or watch a YouTube video on my phone. Deranged Doomer, thanks for another 5. Wolfenstein was a glimpse at the good ending of the big bad. Everyone is happy and everything is clean. This reeks of pretentiousness from the intro. Yes, I know. Well, there was heckin' racism. You don't get it, dude. There was heckin' racism, so obviously if the Nazis won, that'd be the worst thing in human history. Absolutely horrible. The funny thing about the Wolfenstein universe, and I think this was some other guy's video we reacted to, is that the Jews quite literally had hyper advanced technology in like their own Atlantis that they hid from the rest of the world. And that's how the Nazis won, is that they took the super advanced Jew technology. Like, this is fucking BioShock. Basically, it just sounds like BioShock, but the Nazis stole the super technology and then took over the world. That's literally the plot of the newer Wolfenstein games. It's so fucking stupid. It's so embarrassing on so many levels, but then you get fags like this, you know? It's not wolf in sheep's clothing, it's Wolfenstein coding. I get it. Isn't that like Man the High Castle? I can't remember the explanation for how they won Man the High Castle. It's something to do with them being able to glimpse the future or something, wasn't it? Like they got to... I haven't read the books, and I only watched, I think, 1.5 seasons. But I do remember there being a part where they had like film reels that showed our timeline. So I don't know what the big twist was. Maybe someone can explain it in chat. I didn't watch that far. In the book, they got to the bomb first. Oh, okay. I know that the TV show literally became Love Triangle Slop. How the actual fuck do you turn a show about the Nazis winning and taking over the world into woman drama? Like, that's infuriating, man. That is so infuriating. I hate streaming. I fucking hate streaming shows. Because who consumes streaming shows? Women. Because men are playing video games. So, of course, they make the shows just for women and not for men. Inslayer Cologne, thanks to the £2. Watch the Jedi. The Jedi are evil from my point of view. Yeah, Anakin he's too based for this world. Which one of these is it? The way he wrote it had parentheses. Is Inslayer Cologne still in here? My first video from you was the new God of War video. How many years ago is that? That's definitely like the inciting incident for me to like YouTube less was that gay ass drama for sure. And yeah, I think that was 3 years ago. Yeah. Okay. Do you guys know which vid I'm supposed to click on? Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. I mean, I remember this part of the fucking movie. I love how Inslayer Clone ducked out. Wait a minute, that was only 7 minutes ago. Wait, Inslayer Clone sent the super chat 7 minutes ago and then he left? What, bro? I need you here to tell me which video we're watching. Like, I was expecting, oh, it's a super chat from like an hour ago and I missed it. No, it just happened. Where the fuck is he?
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
Anakin, I find your assertion that the Jedi Order are ontologically evil to be beneath you. You well know the axioms of the Jedi Order are to help others and serve the will of the Force, which I would argue places the Order in excellent standing from a deontological perspective, as, assuming one takes as their own personal axioms that minimizing harm to sentient life throughout the galaxy is a moral good, then it is obvious the Jedi Order is, itself, good. Similarly, if we examine the Jedi Order through the lens of virtue ethics, again, we are...
See, this is what I imagine happens in any of these fucking Reddit RPGs where you have speech 100 and you try to talk down the 11-foot tall Terra Chad who's about to tear you limb from limb, and you're like, well, actually, you can't win because if you cross the river, you know. I know everyone's thinking of the New Vegas. I think of New Vegas every time, but yeah, no, you're not speech checking the guy who's about to tear your head off, you know. Yeah, well, here, let's watch the short one.
Anakin, I have failed you. I should have known the Jedi were plotting to take over. Anakin, Chancellor Palpatine is evil. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Well, then you all lost.
That's just the original part of the movie. So that couldn't have been that. Hold on. LM16813, thanks for the 22 months of membership. Watch Life Lessons, Coach McGurk. I've probably seen this. Home Movies was, it wasn't a show I really watched much, but I think it's had so many internet clips that I've probably seen most of the show through internet clips at this point. You know what I mean?
The other thing, Brendan, is cheating is just another way of being prepared.
Okay.
Basically, memorizing something is cheating.
Right.
You knew the answer before the test was given.
Right.
And so by taking the test and saying that you learned that stuff...
It's cheating.
It's cheating. You're already cheating.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I'm discovering all this, too, as I say it.
Wait, shh, here comes Melissa. She doesn't need to know about the cheating stuff. She'd freak out, okay? Just talk about something else.
Brendan, what are you doing? Soccer practice is over. Get out of here.
I'm waiting to be picked up, and they're late.
Right. What's really going on here, Brendan, huh? You thinking about running away or something?
No, I'm not gonna run away.
Well, let me tell you something. You should. It builds a character.
Is that a fact?
Yeah, I did it. Running away from home is great.
Really?
Well, the first time I ran away, Brendan, when I was 8,
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to go work on an oil rig. That was my dream.
Right.
So I pointed myself in the direction of Alaska and started running.
How far'd you get?
I got to the pizza place.
Right.
But I got a job there.
It's not bad.
Yeah, and they pretty much raised me, the Greek guy who owned it.
Is that true?
And I came home about like 5.5 years later with my new Greek dad and my Greek mom and my Greek brothers and sisters and said, this is my new family. Introduced them to my old family.
How'd the folks take it?
We had a party.
Yeah, that's a good story.
All right, anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, get out of here.
We had a party.
Welcome to the Fat Club. Brendan.
No.
Yes, you and me.
It's a shame that the audio is slightly off here. I'm assuming it's just how it was recorded, considering how old this video is.
Fat Club members.
No.
Yep.
No.
Nothing wrong with it. In fact, you should be proud of your size.
No.
And I'll tell you, the first way of dealing with your fat is admitting it. Now say it, fatso.
No, you say it.
All right, you're fat. You're getting fatter. It's amazing. I love it.
Okay. So I'm fat. Big deal.
Well, you know what? You passed the first step, Brendan. Now, the next question you have to ask yourself is, how does being fat work for me? Well?
I don't know.
Well, it makes you funnier. Everybody loves a fat guy. They're funny.
I would have to get really fat, wouldn't I, to get really...
You can tell I'm really tired because I am just watching prolonged clips of copyrighted material. But it's possible that this show... this show is probably at a time where it's not like content ID'd like that. Like, I'm sure it'll be content ID'd and like demonetizing, but it's not going to get it blocked because it's not that type of show. You know what I mean? Otherwise there would have been something in the description here, which is not. So it's probably okay. I don't know. Then again, I don't really want to risk it. Yeah. Red Juror, thanks for the $10. Shit, I really wanted to clip Wolfenstein watch segment, but I got struck by community guidelines last time on the FBI video sent to react to because there's a picture of a guy with a Hitler salute. LMAO. Okay, never mind. He can't be Memory Runner. Memory Runner would have never given me money. All right, he's been absolved between the gifted memberships and the money. Nah, it can't be him. He's not Jewish enough. Thank you for your Malaysian donations. Anyway. Watch until the stepmom part of the video. Okay, hold on. All right. Which part's the stepmom part? I guess we'll just skip through.
Like fat fathers. Undo. It's all made up crap.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're all con men. All of them. Even the women.
Oh.
Just remember that when they're telling you how screwed up you are.
Okay.
And let me tell you something.
Wait, who, therapists? Hold on.
Here's a piece of advice, Brendan. There's no such thing as psychology. It's all made up crap.
Psychology.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're all con men. All of them. Even the women.
Oh.
Just remember that when they're telling you how screwed up you are.
Okay.
And let me tell you something else. Astronomy is BS too.
Really?
Yeah, all that star crap is ridiculous.
But there are stars.
Whatever, Brendan.
Okay. Will you ever go to a therapist?
Oh yeah, sometimes you gotta do certain things to re-enter society, alright?
I guess I've got some issues.
Well, like what? I'll fix them.
Well, I guess I'm slightly frustrated about my father remarrying, this...
That's a load of crap, Brendan.
Yeah, well...
I mean, come on. That's psychobabble.
What?
Don't fall prey to it, Brendan.
Okay, what does that mean, though?
So what were you saying?
I was saying, I guess I'm slightly frustrated about my father remarrying, the woman...
Oh, that makes sense.
The woman he's marrying, though,
What is she, ugly?
No, actually, she's attractive, which is...
Really attractive?
Pretty attractive, yeah. She could be on a magazine.
Really?
Yeah.
What type of magazine? Like a dirty mag or like one of those model mags?
Like a model mag,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're jealous?
Oh, no way. No. She's not my type. She is way too wound up.
Well, so are you, Brendan.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yeah, you are.
No.
Yeah, see?
What?
You're defensive.
Well, it's because you're accusing me.
There's nothing wrong with being wound up, Brendan.
All right.
And you're like weak and sickly.
Yeah.
You're a little short, too.
Whoa,
Nothing wrong
there.
with that either, Brendan. Nothing wrong with being short. You make up for it in other ways.
Right.
Use your head, for instance.
Sure. Yeah, what?
No, but anyway, Brendan, it's clear to me you're jealous.
No way.
Yeah.
No.
And this woman probably acts like a baby.
I like this bit. He's like, psychology is all fake. Now here, I'm going to psychoanalyze you. That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good.
baby, you know, and acting like a baby's your job, right?
No.
And she's stepping on your toes, and you hate her, even though really deep down you wish that she was marrying you.
What?
You heard me.
No.
And maybe you opened your father's bedroom door, and she was just getting out of the shower.
Right.
And she had just a towel on.
Right.
You know, and that towel was riding really low, exposing a lot of cleavage.
Whoa.
And she's all wet.
Yeah.
The skin's all fresh after then you can smell it.
So calm down.
She's pure clean and nude and beautiful.
Yeah.
It's textbook stuff, Brendan. Look, the bottom line is you're gonna be fine. You're just a kid.
Right.
All right, that was. I'm assuming that's the bit he was referring to. Yeah, the show had some good bits, but it was very weird. I remember really not liking his mom. I did not like the mom character. I can't remember exactly why, but yeah. Ray, thanks $2. You like Star Fox, right? It's okay. Opinion on the new game. Yeah, it looks awful. I agree with everyone. The hyper-realistic hire this man animals, that looks like complete shit. Black Metal Gamer, thanks to the $2. White Gill is the most cowardly lady brain psyop. Yep. Nordfolk, thanks for the 4 months membership. Watch We Are All Prince Star. I watched it. I talked about it twice earlier in the stream already. Yes, I watched the Type 2 production. I like those videos. I know I know why people are asking me, because I think I reacted on stream to both the first and the second one. So I should have saved it for the stream, but I didn't. I watched it. Die Brav, thanks to the 2 reals. Watch Under the Knee. It's a 9-second short. Okay. I feel like I know where this is going.
Under the knee, under the knee. Counterfeit one, drugs I took plenty, now I can breathe.
Deranged Doomer, thanks $2. Watch Sodium Chloride, but Skeet is the smart one. I think I've seen this as well. Actually, I believe I've ranted about this. I'll save the rant. Why is it not typing? I'll see if I can find comments of what I'm talking about in a second, but
just
I'll
a
watch
little
this
sodium
first.
chloride.
Actually, dude, it's salt.
That's what I said.
No, dude, you said sodium chloride. Yes, it's the same as salt, but you could have just said salt instead. Everyone in this town knows you're a boy genius, dude. You don't need to say overly large words to sound more intelligent. The fact of the matter is that nobody cares how smart you are. If anything, calling simplistic objects by their scientific name ironically makes you seem less intelligent and more pompous. I know you're smart enough to be better than this.
Yeah, so yeah, I saw this, I think, back when it came out. Now, what I've ranted about on stream, I want to see if we can find comments of this. Let's see. I know you're smart enough to be better than this. That hit home for whatever reason. Because we live in a time, especially Redditors, Reddit's an entire website of midwits that think they're smart. So yeah, that's going to hit home with a lot of people. Let's see. I wish he actually said this in the show. This isn't quite as bad. I want to see if I can find comments, because I've described this before, and I didn't make it up. But if I can't find it, I'll tell you my thoughts in a second. Let's see. I know you're smart enough to be better than this. Damn, that's straight up better parenting than his parents ever did in the entire show. That's probably true. Finally, someone put Jimmy's play. Okay, here we go. Here we go. You didn't watch the show. I can't believe that we have to have a discussion about media literacy for fucking Jimmy Neutron. You retards. Jimmy fucks up in every episode. That was part of the point of the goddamn show. You dumb fuck. I've literally, it was probably years ago now. I brought up this video on stream before. And it's a funny video. But the comments, half these motherfuckers didn't watch the show. Jimmy, in this very episode, turns the fucking restaurant into an evil robot AI thing. Jimmy fucks up in every fucking episode. Like, what do you mean someone put him in his place? What do you mean? That happens in every fucking episode. So anyway, my point is, we need gatekeeping for Jimmy Neutron. We need gatekeeping for Jimmy Neutron. It's time. I'm done with these tourists. They didn't watch the show growing up. You don't get to be included, okay? You don't get to be included. Only real Jimmy heads like me. All right, hold on. Hold on. I need to bring something up now. Here's... hold on. Now I get to share a video with the class. Okay.
Do you remember that part of the Jimmy Neutron movie, where Carl, they talk about puberty, they're like laying the little fucking stupid asteroid, and Carl's like, oh, I get my first pube.
Yeah, and he's like,
Hey Jim, you want to join Antifa? Hey, Jimmy, Jimmy, go to the brain cell subreddit. It'll really change, it'll explain why Cindy doesn't love you. It's because you're a sub-8 male. You're a new male, Jimmy. You're a new male, Jimmy. Don't take the red pill. That's for cucks who...
No, Jimmy, take the red pill. I love the red pill.
Is that's Sheen? Yeah.
The MRA is the only way to go.
That's like Cleveland. That's like a Quagmire Family Guy. That's not even.
That's
the black pill, Jimmy. That's the biggest black pill of all. Jimmy got a brain blast when he went to the brain cell subreddit.
The funny thing is, I actually did use the brain cell subreddit. It's a pretty funny subreddit. Because it's literally... Because the original incel subreddit got banned for hating women or whatever. So the brain cell subreddit complied with with Reddit's rules for the most part, and it was only jokes. It was only jokes, and it still got banned. It was actually pretty funny, but it still got banned. Yes, I have used many chuds have used Reddit in the past. Many chuds. Because the thing is, Reddit is a good format for a website. Except for the upvote system. The upvote system is the only core problem that the site always had, which led to it becoming what it is now, where it's literally just bots and hive mind stuff. That's anonymous image boards. Obviously, like anonymity in that sense just doesn't work in the modern internet, right? Like people being anonymous is great for a lot of stuff, but it's also horrible if there's no consistent moderation. Like modern 4chan has like no moderation for any of the stuff that actually matters. Right, it's just shield threads, softcore porn threads, etc., right? Like Reddit's format is just extremely, like it's very doom scroll pilled in the sense that you just keep going. It's easy to swallow information. So yes, Reddit has been very gay and cringe for a long time, but it's easier to just find the few subreddits that aren't gay and cringe. But then they all got banned. Like, I think Brain Cells is like the last one that I browsed regularly. So when that went, that was when I was done with the Reddit. That was probably, I don't know, 2018 or something. 2017. I don't know when Brain Cells was banned, but probably somewhere around there. People forget Reddit used to be insane and free, r/space dicks. Yeah. Hold on. Jumping Moose, thanks to the $2. I lived as an 80s man by Buff Dudes. I think I got recommended this and I never watched it.
Yeah, that's me. My name's Brandon. I'm totally living my life like I'm straight out of the 80s, dude. But you might be wondering how I got myself into living this bodacious lifestyle. Well, to answer that totally awesome question, we should probably go back to when it all started.
Now, both me and my brother were born in the mid-1980s, so I really didn't feel like I got to experience that time as much as I would have liked to. But the little bit I do remember is that it was big, it was bold, and it was totally awesome. A lot of memorable events can happen over a decade, and of course the 80s were no different. Ronald Reagan.
I don't like this, like, editing mill type of shit. Like, every video is edited like this now. The sad thing is, like, in 2008, if you showed someone a video like this, they'd be mind blown that YouTube videos would be this high quality. But this shit is completely soulless. Like, once you've seen one video like this, you've seen them all. And unfortunately, it's extremely common now.
Becoming president, the rise and fall of the stock market, and all-time classic movies and music being released. Even to this day, there seems to be something about the 1980s that draws people in. I mean, it was around 40 years ago now, but a lot of the same stuff from that time period is still around and going strong. But you have to think, is it just nostalgia that's pulling us in to thinking that's the best decade in history, or is it truly as awesome as we remember? That's why in this video, I want to see what it's like to live like a 1980s man for a full week. Now, I'm not going to be concentrating on politics or the economy, but what I do want to focus on is the lifestyle. The hair, the clothing, the pop culture, the fitness, the nutrition, and what they did in their pastime. Just think of it as...
You mean smoking a lot of cigarettes and drinking? There's gonna be a lot of drinking in this video. I guess we'll see.
Is me trying to relive my childhood in a way, which I guess is probably what a lot of people are doing. So it's time to see if I can truly implement the 1980s lifestyle into the modern day. And of course, to begin this journey, I need to start...
All right, we gotta skip ahead. There's a lot of filler engagement slop. It's crazy that, I know you could say this is me being narcissistic, but I could listen to someone like rant in an indirect, I don't know. It's hard to describe this, but basically, like, as long as you're sticking to the subject matter, but you're ranting passionately about something, I could listen to a really long intro, right? As long as you can tell the person cares about what they're talking about. Like, I'm not even going to reference my own videos. Like, these fighting game slop videos that I'll listen to in my second monitor, like, I don't know, let's say... Like, if it's a Broski video, like, he has, like, no editing. It's literally just, like, basically clips of his streams, but he's just ranting about hyper-specific details about, like, Street Fighter characters or whatever. Just the fact that he cares and goes into detail on the thing holds my engagement more than, like, I don't know, like, this highly scripted content. This is only 1 minute and 40 seconds in. I feel like I'm already done with the vid just because, like, I'm not convinced he gives a fuck. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Okay, I don't care about the fashion. I don't know. What do I care about this vid? Give me a timestamp. There's gotta be something interesting, Jumping Moose. Give me something. I know, everyone wants me to skip it, but there might be something interesting in here. Maybe. Jumping Moose, that was 20 minutes ago. Is he still in the stream? Just go. Everyone wants me to skip this. Does he like smoke or drink? Because this guy is obviously on TRT at bare minimum. So I'm guessing the health stuff is only going to be the lifting weights. Yeah, let's go to nutrition. Is he going to eat slop?
Culture shaped by changing lifestyles, emerging health trends, and of course, a booming processed food industry. One of the biggest shifts in the decade was the rise of low-fat and diet foods. The fear of dietary fat, largely driven by government guidelines and media influence, led to an explosion of fat-free and reduced-fat products. From fat-free yogurt to leaner versions of popular snacks, people were consuming more health-conscious options. At the same time, fast food and convenience meals were thriving. That's
engagement bait. You know what's funny? It's funny this is a real thing because it doesn't feel like it's real. But like when people will insert purposely incorrect things in videos to get people to comment. Sadly, I don't think that works anymore. I don't think YouTube actually values comments, because my videos, again, it's not just my videos. It's any video where the content's organic, like you're giving a real opinion. It's going to have a fuck ton of comments compared to, like, if we go to a Skill Up vid, like Skill Up can have a vid that has 5 times as many views as mine, yet half as many comments, because basically anything that has an opinion is going to get people to talk. However, I don't think that actually pushes a video in the algorithm anymore. I think YouTube mainly just cares about click-through rate, watch time, that, you know, if the material should be shadow banned, that kind of stuff. That's about it. I don't think rage bait in comments works anymore, but people will do shit like that.
Meals and processed snacks became household staples as busy families embraced the convenience of quick prep meals. Fitness culture also had a major impact on food trends. With the rise of aerobics, bodybuilding, and gym culture, high-protein diets gained traction. Protein shakes, energy bars...
Okay, so he's not gonna, you know, he's not gonna drink a fucking, like, 12-pack of beers and smoke cigarettes and shit. So this is fake and gay. Is that what I'm understanding? I think this is fake and gay. He pussied out. Shit vid. Yeah, I'll dislike it. Fuck it. Anyway, M. Garcia, thanks $2. Typed it. Listen, I'm not mad at you guys. I'm not mad at you guys. It's my fault that I watched the Shrek 3 vid off stream. I should have known. I should have known, because I reacted to the first 2 ones, that people would ask me to react to the third one. Yes, I watched it. Yes, it's good. Watch it yourself. Get scammed, Lamau. I'm not going to pretend I haven't seen it. Fernando Kuzanoha, thanks to 11 months membership. Watch What to Do on a Date. Did I... Okay, Brian, somebody, or I'll type it, fuck it. It's 1 a.m. I'm getting fucking tired. I'm not going to even make it through all these suggestions. So there you go. No more videos suggested, so you will get scammed. All right, What to Do on a Date, 1950. Can you at least give us your opinion on the video? I mean, I probably have similar thoughts on the Shrek 3 vid as I did the first 2, where it's like, obviously, yes, Shrek is subversive. It absolutely is. I don't think all of the messaging was the intent, but at the same time, it absolutely, like, I'd say is vast majority correct. Like, just objectively, in the sense of, like, Prince Charming represents the white man. The fairy tale people are the minorities. Shrek, you know, if Shrek is supposed to be black, just like Piccolo, what is it with green homies and being black? But if Shrek's supposed to be black and he's the king, why did he give up his fucking responsibility immediately? It's like, you know, a black father leaving their child or something. I mean, shit. See, I haven't seen Shrek 3 in, you know, I don't know how many years. No idea. 15 to 20, obviously. But it's just, like, I don't know, man. It's so, never mind. Whatever. It's a base video. You should watch it. I don't really have very complicated thoughts on the video itself. I thought it was funny. I think the analysis of the themes and the political propaganda element are pretty much correct and all that. So it's similar to the first two vids. It doesn't have the meme factor with Farquaad, because Farquaad is a fucking meme in and of himself. Because like Prince Charming is much more stereotypically like, this is literally like Chad. They made Chad evil, and they made the ugly subhumans the good guys. It's like, yeah, that's a little bit more on the nose. Like Farquaad is a tiny manlet dude. So that appeals more to the conventional normie idea of like, oh, he's bad because he's a manlet. I don't know. Oh, it's copyrighted? Fuck. I should have checked. Yeah, this copyrighted music. Yeah, let's yeah. You guys need to check this shit before suggesting the vid. Mental146, thanks to the $2. Check Deronged Domer on Star Fox. Why am I all caps? Oh, right, because I switched. I can't tell if that was horribly misspelled or if I'm missing something. I have no idea. Oh, it's Deranged Doomer. Yeah, okay. That's on me. I already watched that vid too. Yeah, I watched Deranged Doomer's vid already. I talked about it earlier. I'll show you. Yeah. No, I watched the whole thing. I don't know why it shows only partial, but I did watch it. Devin also is slopping out a vid real quick. That'll be out tomorrow. I pre-watched every video people want me to see, which is funny. Guna Rooney, thanks to the 5 Australian. Hasten to check out Resident Evil 4 is a Chromecast problem by Avalanche Reviews. Okay. I actually did get recommended that. I don't know what that means, but I guess we'll see. Cause yeah, I think no, not Avalanche, I'm thinking the wrong guy. Boulder Punch is the Resident Evil guy, and he was actually Shield in the vid. Or not Shield, but he was referenced. Resident Evil 4 is Rob. Avalanche, isn't he the guy whose channel fell off hard because of the August algorithm shit that fucked over everybody? I think so.
Well, here's something you don't see me doing very often. To put it mildly, response videos require a skill set fairly well outside of what I normally get up to. So it's rare that a piece of content elicits a strong enough reaction from me and the broader internet to require my frankly worthless input. But I saw some things in Chromecast's latest...
We're not off to a good start. Don't say it's worthless. Put the crown back on, King. Come on. Say your opinion's the only correct one.
Criticism of RE4 Remake that felt like they may need a bit of a counterposition. Especially since I fall into that weird category of person who isn't really all that wild about either the 4th Resident Evil game or its 2023 big budget remake.
Okay, well, I'll be honest. That's not exactly the opinion I wanted to hear. Okay. All right. Resident Evil 4 is one of the greatest games ever made. Eat shit. Anyway, let's move on. Let's keep...
I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
It's not exactly an objective position, but close enough to at least give the impression of an honest reaction. And I really hope this goes without saying, but I'm not arguing against the opinions given by the individual content creators in this video, but instead the overall point that Chromecast is making by stitching them together in this order. There are people featured here that I know, and creators I watch and enjoy, so unless very obviously stated, this is my disagreement with Chromecast. He's just using other people's words in place of his own.
Thank you. I have to give this a like. Because people you know, you can say, oh, I was spurging out that I wasn't in the vid, but I know for a fact multiple people referenced that video don't hate the remake. So he quotes other people out of context for his critiques because he won't give his own narration to his videos, which gives this false conception that everyone featured in the video liked the game less than I did. I was plenty critical in my video. I was excluded for a reason. And you'd have to be retarded to believe otherwise, considering I literally defended Crobcat in a video I released after that review. Okay? Anyway, I just had to get that out again.
So let's break this video down into its more coherent arguments and see what kind of shit we can stir up.
Everything will work out just fine.
I was starting to get worried.
Don't you mean lonely?
First things first, I'm going to assume the pronunciation of this guy's channel is Crobcat. Before sitting down to voice this script, I watched through a solid number of videos from other creators discussing his content in the past to get an idea for how to say it, and in nearly every one of them, they either purposefully mispronounced the word as a bit or used one of 5 different readings for it. So let's...
Why are you wasting time in the video for this?
Let's hope I randomly picked the correct one. With that out of the way, Crobcat here is not new to controversy regarding RE4. 3 years ago, he put out a 37-minute video roughly outlining a similar position to this most recent one. Really, the more I sit down and think about it, these are less like 2 separate pieces of content and more like companions to each other. His soul versus soulless comparison video is essentially his full argument for why the original release of RE4 is considerably better in artistic terms than its own remake. And this new one is its works cited page, a collection of takes from an impressive number of other content creators that align with, validate, or strengthen the established Crobcat position. Now from my side of things, I did find a lot in that original video to disagree with, but since a lot of those same points come up again here, we can just touch on them as they pop up. The first portion of this video was spent making the point that Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube was a totally original work of heartfelt artistic expression, while RE4 Remake was essentially the opposite of that. Where the original set out to establish a standard, the remake just adhered to the accepted standard of its era.
The aesthetics, the branding of Resident Evil 4, and then they grafted on this lame Last of Us style ripoff with parries and stealth sections, and there we go. We did it! We remade the game!
And, you know, when you don't think about it too much, that's not the most insane take in the world. It's not like I don't have my own issues with modern gaming trends making it into remakes like RE2, 3, and Silent Hill 2. I mean, I'm the guy who was pissed RE2 wasn't going to be a fixed camera survival horror game. But here's the thing. This entire narrative is not only fabricated, but so verifiably so, it almost feels like all of the people whose voice clips made it into this section weren't necessarily around for the release of RE4 on the GameCube. They make it seem like Resident Evil 4 was this wholly unique creation, standing outside of the era that spawned it, which doesn't even approach being accurate. Third-person horror shooters were something that had been done numerous times before Mikami started, quit, restarted, quit, and restarted RE4's development.
Okay, so this is... I already know where this is going. He's going to name a bunch of irrelevant bullshit that none of which was popular at all. I mean, yeah, most of the greatest games ever made were not the first to do what they do. They were just the most popular one to do it. So this is a bad point, I think, starting off. Yes, I don't think... I'm not really like in these communities that discuss this or whatever, but yeah, I mean, I've never said myself that Resident Evil 4 was the first third-person action horror game or whatever. No, it was just the one that did it the best by far at the time, and really for the pretty much ever. But you can debate there's some other games that at least approach the same level of quality that came after it, but it's still my favorite of that genre.
Cold Fear released a few months after RE4 and uses almost the exact same setup, so much so that people often feel like a game in development alongside RE4 somehow copied it before anyone could even play it. But even if we do decide to discount the fact that RE4 was, in fact...
I mean, honestly, Cold Fear is a great example where it's like Cold Fear is so much shittier than RE4 that it's unreal. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, I think Cold Fear was decent, but it's like we're comparing a 6.5, maybe 7, 6, 7 out of 10 game to a 10 out of 10. You know what I mean? Like it's like in a vacuum, Cold Fear is fine. It entertained me. It was kind of interesting. Resident Evil 4 like shits all over this fucking game.
So not unique that it released alongside a game that already played almost exactly like it.
That's not true. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Cold Fear and Resident Evil 4 played the same. When's the last time this motherfuckers played Resident Evil 4? I know I saw in chat someone was like, "You're gonna remove that like." I knew in my heart that he was right. Yeah, they play the same because they're both third-person shooters. That's literally where the similarities end. They're horror and they're third-person. You do not play these two games the same at all. Like, not even fucking close.
The entire game is essentially a who's who of popular early 2000s design elements.
I mean, some of that is true, what he just said there. Like, is he going to compare this to, like, God of War or something with the quick time events?
Like, what's one of the first things you think of when someone brings up RE4? QuickTime events, right? That makes sense. They were a massive part of the game's mechanics in terms of volume and even bigger.
Okay. I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, it is a significant part. I don't know. Massive is kind of exaggeration, though. Yes, in boss fights, it is a component of the gameplay, but the QuickTime events, the clips I'm sure he's going to show here are going to be almost every QuickTime event in the game. There's not actually that many across the entire thing. It's just that for boss fights specifically, it is a component of the gameplay, and that's the worst part, really. But for this stuff barely even happens. I mean, it's like a handful of moments like this across 12 hours.
Element and its effect on the people who played and discussed it back in the day. Now, hopefully, I'm not blowing any minds here, but this style of interaction not only predates 4, but was implemented in popular titles long before Biohazard even existed as a series. 80s Laserdisc and Mega CD games like Time Gal, Ninja Hayate, and Road Avenger come to mind as early examples of the practice, but if you're looking for more contemporary ones, there's Die Hard Arcade in 96, obviously Shenmue in 99, basically coining the term, and Sword of the Berserk.
This guy saying he didn't care about any of this in the beginning should say enough. He's not going to be 100% honest. Yeah.
In 2000, and all of these games sold much better in Japan than in the US, which means they would have a much better chance of influencing the Japanese dev staff working on RE4. Outside of that, we have what is undeniably Deus Ex's grid inventory system, the wide open environment.
I mean, yeah, kinda. But I feel like the way RE4 does it is so much more aesthetic.
Environments that were becoming much more standard thanks to open world games like Grand Theft Auto 3. Zooming in over the shoulder to better focus on your target was a massive part of the shooting in Splinter Cell. Using a laser sight as an on-screen aiming reticle was one of the most identifying features of the N64 game Winback, and you definitely can't forget the fact that the game uses tank controls, which is a system well worn not only from its use in the Resident Evil.
I actually don't have a problem with what he's saying, but at the same time, what is the point here? Is he saying that because a game takes elements from other games, it can't be a unique artistic vision? That's a pretty fucking big stretch. That means there hasn't been anything original in the game industry in like 30 years. I don't know. Like, that's a fucking huge stretch, dude. What are you talking about? I mean, yeah, all art is derivative. What is the first fucking cave paintings or the only original art in existence? I don't know. This feels very dishonest to me.
Series proper, but also since its introduction and popularization.
He's saying RE4 was also a product of its time. Yeah, okay. If that's the point he's building toward, that's vaguely true, but also not really. Because, again, you have to think of what were the popular games at the time. When did Resident Evil 4 come out? 2005, I think. Third-person action horror shooter was in no universe representative of the popular games at the time. Those are no fucking... Again... there are vaguely similar, pretty popular games. Like, you know, the Metal Gear games turned more into third-person shooters after the first one. So those came out before this. There's, you know, like GTA, it's third-person shooter. But those are not comparable to this. It's not the same genre. I mean, yes, third-person shooters existed before Resident Evil 4, but as what this package is, all those other games that he named are niche, you know, games that even if they made a little bit of money, were not smash hits. They didn't like move the medium forward or something. Yeah, Max Payne. Max Payne's another good one. Resident Evil is not Max Payne or GTA or Metal Gear Solid 2. It's none of those things. Resident Evil 4 is Resident Evil 4.
And Alone in the Dark and other DOS 3D adventure games. Listening to this video though, you really get the feeling that a lot of the people featured were under the impression that the OG game had created wholesale all of the mechanics used in it when they get so animated about remakes similarly utilizing the design trends of its own era. Systems like stealth takedowns, attack parries, the weapon selection HUD, and apparently showing a translucent indicator for thrown items.
Yo, it really is The Last of Us. That's wild.
Which I hate to break it to you, but that famously existed in Rockstar's The Warriors, the first game that comes to mind outside of, I don't know, countless other games before The Last of Us.
I'm gonna critique both Krobcat and him at the same time. The genuine critique of Krobcat here is that because he is, and I said this when I watched the video, because he's only using clips of other people, he cannot make a strong, like, I hate to use the word nuance because nuance is a meme word now, but you can't make like a multi-layered argument if you can't find a clip of someone else saying it. You know what I mean? Like, I can't blame Avalanche for attributing certain talking points that weren't brought up in the video because there wasn't really anything in-depth brought in the video. It was basically just, okay, here's a problem with the remake compared to the original. Here's a clip of a guy saying it's a problem. Here's my B-roll of the problem. And then if someone says, well, what about this thing? Unless there's a clip of what about this thing, Krobcat can't even address that complaint in the first place. So again, like I think I kind of agree with some of the things Avalanche Reviews is bringing up, but it's also not even featured in the video he's critiquing in the first place. So it's kind of like both sides suck. Let me replay the thing. I actually forgot where I was going with this. So let me replay what he just said to remind myself of why I thought of this.
I hate to break it to you, but that famously existed in Rockstar's The Warriors, the first game that comes to mind.
Yeah, so the point is to side with Krobcat. Again, Krobcat, even though he didn't explain what he's saying, I think you could infer that what he means is The Last of Us 2 is a bad influence. Like, you can take good elements of good games to make a better game. Like what arguably the original Resident Evil 4 did. The remake of Resident Evil 4 took bad elements of modern games that are popular because of normal fag retards and put it into the new game. But again, because of the nature of Krobcat's videos, good luck making that argument unless you clip the synthetic god who should have been in the video. He should have been in the video, but he wasn't. That guy wasn't in the video, but I made the argument just now, so.
Outside of, I don't know, countless other games before The Last of Us. I think it's possible some of these people might need a better reference for what video games are than what was released on the PS4 and up. Look, the point I'm trying to make here is not that the original release of Resident Evil 4 was derivative. It's that both it and its remake were cut very much from the cloth of their day. They both equally reflect popular design trends from their respective seats on the gaming timeline.
Again, but the popular is debatable. The games you named that influenced Resident Evil 4 were not popular games, though. So doesn't that kind of defeat the point you just made? And again, this is my point, not Krobcat's point. But the games of 20 years ago were better. So if you take influences from games that were better versus games that are, you know, overrated normie slop, then you're going to probably make a better game, right? So I do agree on some level with the point he's trying to make, that Resident Evil 4 was inspired by other games. That's true. But what you're taking inspiration from is important. But I guess my ultimate point is that this doesn't feel like a response to Crobecat, because Crobecat didn't even make the point that he's arguing with right now. He's I guess he did with the video title, in the sense that, yes, the modern one is a product of its time. But Resident Evil 4, the original, was not a product of its time. It's the thing that inspired a million things after it. Could you say Half-Life 2 is a product of its time because it has a million elements inspired? You could say, like, the movie game stuff is inspired by Metal Gear, the blah, blah, blah. No. Half-Life 2 is not a product of its time. It inspired movie games after it, is what happened, in a bad way, arguably. Like, you could go back further with Half-Life 1. Half-Life 1, you could say Half-Life 1's inspired by Doom because you shooty things. I don't know. That doesn't mean that it's a product of its time in that sense. Though shooters are popular, so that one's probably not as good of an argument, obviously. You could say Half-Life 1 is because that style of shooter was gaining a lot more popularity at the time. But the point is, you know what the point is. I already said it a million times. Resident Evil 4, the original, was not a product of its time in the same way the new one is, because none of the games that are in the same genre were anywhere near as popular or good, or even just good, as Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 is the thing that inspired the time in the first place. It created a time. Like, even though another good example is Dark Souls, even though Demon Souls, I guess, is really the first one in that, like, exact subgenre. But Dark Souls specifically created a fucking time, you know? Dark Souls can't be a product of its time. It is the time. Resident Evil 4 is the time. So it's not the same argument.
And to hold one as superior to the other in terms of originality or lack thereof is to admit you're either too old to remember just how much of the entire industry playbook made it into RE4 in 2005, or so young that RE4 was legitimately your first time experiencing those elements. To put this in its simplest form, let's look at an analogy. Neil Young's Cinnamon Girl has been covered by a number of bands over the years, and the first one to do it is no more or less original than the last one. Now, is the typo-negative version objectively the best? Obviously, but that's neither here nor there.
¿Qué carajo estás haciendo aquí? Lárgate, cabrón!
This might actually have a good argument in it, because this was never addressed in the video. But the original Resident Evil 4 is much easier than the remake. And the way that certain clips were framed in the Crobecat video would have you believe otherwise. But if you've played the original Resident Evil 4 and you understand how the game is meant to be played, it's very easy.
Sorry to have bothered you.
So this is a kind of running contradiction throughout the entire video, because it features almost back-to-back dueling ideas that knife parries take away the tension of the original's difficulty, and that the remake is way too difficult because you can't get staggers and melee knockdowns off of every single headshot like you could in the original.
Putting that lifeline in place where it's like, oh, we know we can block the chainsaw. We know we can block it, so we're not scared of it anymore. It takes away the tension. Whereas in this, you know you're going down when that chainsaw guy gets close. There's a sense of tension there.
Sometimes shot will stagger, sometimes they don't.
Are you kidding me?
Drop the girl.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I'm gonna be honest, like, even though I kind of fundamentally disagreed with this first point, this one, yes. This was the same problem I had watching the video. It's like, yes, you can absolutely, in a vacuum, if we're implying, which would be a lie, if we're implying those 2 points have no relation to each other and he's just saying they're bad independently, that's completely fine. But that's not what Crobecat was doing. We know that's not what he was doing. That's not what he was doing. The video is all a broad, you know, narrative, which is mostly correct, about the Resident Evil 4 remake, right? The problem is this independently, like, these clips don't really say anything. You know what I mean? I don't want to keep saying the same thing over and over again, because I talked about this video too many times already. But he has completely reached the limits of his style, where unless he's just going to straight up plagiarize someone else's entire review, which in some ways he did a little bit of that with this video, how the fuck are you going to make more complex talking points by just simply showing video footage? You can't. You know what I mean?
Dude, I kicked this guy and shot him in the head 4 times, and he's alive. What are you made of?
Furthermore, stuns come in the forms of so much fuckery in this game.
And those aren't the only 2 examples on either side of that just wonderfully contradicting idea, but I think they are the most representative. Now, the knife parries, I do personally feel like made RE4 Remake an incredibly fun playthrough, but if you don't like them, fair enough. I feel like the fact that parries degrade the knife's durability and that major attacks from bosses and mini-bosses take away massive amounts of that durability sort of counterbalances the loss of raw difficulty, but if you'd rather play the original...
Well, the thing is, it isn't a loss of difficulty, though. It is harder than the original one. The original one, if you employ proper positioning, is quite an easy game. The parry... I mean, I'm sure if you get good at the parries, it's probably not that much more difficult than the original RE4, but again, if you add on, like, enemies not being consistently staggered by handgun rounds, I think those 2 elements together definitely just make it harder than the original. If you could stagger an enemy with every shot, then it'd be just as easy, but that hidden stagger gauge element, it's not good difficulty, I'll say that. It's not good, but it does make it harder.
I can't necessarily blame you. I do, however, find it kind of interesting how highly praised the Wii version of RE4 was for making its aiming significantly more accurate and fast, which, in my mind, has the same effect as Remake's knife in terms of difficulty, but hey, that's just me. Look, the point isn't necessarily that the knife does or does not ruin RE4 2023's toughness. I mean, difficulty is a very, very subjective area of game design. For example, I find the Stalker games to be an incredibly comfortable playthrough, but I've talked to plenty of people who've tried out Shadow of Chernobyl and weren't even able to leave the Cordon. I think the big takeaway here is that if you do find that to be the case, if RE4 Remake's knife parries did really ruin the difficulty, complaining that enemies are too hard in the same breath, it kind of fucks up your argument. And the wild part is that this video eventually does transition into how the more clunky elements of the original game, like the inability to move while aiming or its narrow FOV, equals out to a more difficult/tense experience.
You cannot move and fire at the same time, nor can you strafe from side to side as you can in a typical shooter. This dynamic has an exceptional way of heightening tension.
The camera system never quite allowing you to keep track of him at all times. Now the edges are sanded off and it's less intense, less memorable.
It's Schrödinger.
I mean, that... I think he's definitely reading into those lines. Like, especially Gaming Bridge shows specifically, doesn't comment on its difficulty. I mean, the new one could be, which I do remember that fight being somewhat easy as well. I mean, it was... I don't know, I guess I can't say if it's easier or harder than the original, but it definitely wasn't significantly harder than the original. But he was absolutely correct that the remake's boss is less memorable. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Gaming Bridge shows right about that.
Now the edges are sanded off and it's less intense, less memorable.
It's Schrödinger's difficulty. Anything that could be seen as a negative in RE4 is actually something intentionally crafted to increase the horror and therefore good, but anything similarly unenjoyable in its remake is actually bad game design.
It is not the way it is because it's an old game and the designers didn't know any better. It isn't outdated just because it isn't like every newer game.
And then on top of that, there's a lot of gun sway and there's a lot of imprecision with your aiming in terms of actually lining up and firing.
And I really hate to get off on a side tangent here, but this is an ongoing issue of the Resident Evil series. For some reason, the go-to explanation for gameplay systems that RE fans would otherwise see as negatives is that they were an intentional element used to amplify horror. Like, if you start looking...
Okay, this doesn't make sense, though. All right, this now he's coping. RE4 was, you know, the first action one. From RE4 all the way until, you know, they basically soft rebooted the series, they stuck with precision aiming. You know, 4 has precision, 5 has precision, 6 has precision. Even though I don't like 6 as much. That's putting it lightly. Actually, extremely lightly. I hate Resident Evil 6. You know, Revelations 1 and 2 have precision aiming. It was starting with, you know, Resident Evil 2 Remake. They decided, and it kind of worked for that game, where they wanted to dial back the action elements, make the aiming less precise, right? Because it wasn't, they wanted it to be less of an action game, but the problem is it became an action game kind of by the end anyway, so it didn't completely work. And then for some reason, now that they're basically back to being action games again, they decided to fucking, they refuse to just have laser sights on all the guns again. You did it right the first time. Stop being fuck-ups. But no, they gotta do things the new way.
Through any discussion of the older Resident Evil games, it's not going to be long until you come across the cope that tank controls weren't the only system known for navigating a series of static background screens with wildly differing perspectives when the games were created, but instead a handcrafted part of RE's approach to horror that was geniusly implemented by its developers, which, I mean, obviously is not true. I'm not trying to shatter anyone's grip on reality here, but tank controls, they predated Resident Evil and were quite literally a stopgap solution to give the player a single dedicated reference for what button.
Okay, now he's being pretentious. All right, I must revoke my like. He's crossed the line into pretentious. I played a really obscure game from 1996 where it's like that doesn't even have anything to do with this argument. It has nothing to do with it. Like, we get it. You played a bunch of obscure games that, let's be honest, a lot of them probably sucked. Some of them are probably hidden gems because, you know, there's a lot of old games that are actually pretty good, even if they seem like ass. But some of them were probably shit. Like, it doesn't matter if Resident Evil invented tank controls. The point is, they took that shit and they made it work. Okay? And I'm not even one of those people who has any problem with them getting rid of tank controls. I have a problem with them making slop. You know, that's what I have a problem with. You know, and you could argue getting rid of tank controls is part of what makes it slop, but in my eyes, I just want a good game, and it's undeniable that them, you know, just making a game that feels derivative of every other modern game is bad. And trying to debate that point, I'm in such a complex position when it comes to shit like this, where I think he's made at least a couple decent points, and I had some big issues with the Crobecat video, but this has entered dishonest territory in multiple ways. Like, how can you pretend that you don't care about Resident Evil 4 or the Resident Evil 4 remake while also like dropping a bunch of bullshit? You know what I mean? Like, do you care or not, motherfucker?
Input would move their character forward when the concept of forward can change on a moment-to-moment basis. Back to the actual point of this video, I am genuinely baffled at the pinball effect of jumping from remake being easier, which makes it worse than the original, but also the lack of gameplay features that made the original so easy, also bad. And look, I'm genuinely not trying to be a dick here, but if you do think that being able to reload while running...
You can reload mid-reposition while angling the camera to keep an eye on the enemy.
Or having better control over your camera...
You don't have that whole risk-reward system of having to manage what's creeping up behind you.
Or the ability to parry incoming attacks...
All you gotta...
Again, I feel like I want to debate everyone at the same time. I don't know. I don't want to be a dick, because again, I don't I'm on the side of people who don't like the remake as much, even if I was more positive than I usually am toward it. But I also feel like everyone is playing Resident Evil 4 wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm like slightly more speedrunner pilled on that game than the average person, but I just like the Electric Underground point about managing like things behind you and stuff. Like if the broader point is about positioning being more important than the remake, that is correct. But at the same time, it's also a game where you can just pause and switch weapons with no delay. You know what I mean? And I love that. I wouldn't change that about Resident Evil 4 at all. You know, again, Dragon's Dogma is a game where you can pause and heal every millisecond, and I love that game as well. But this is a problem where like vague language doesn't work as well. That's why even though sometimes I'll autism ramble about stuff in my gameplay sections, it's because I need to make it clear what my point is, because people misconstrued me too many goddamn times in the past. You know, I guess, again, the God of War Ragnarok review will live on in my brain for the rest of time, but it's not the only one. I've made plenty of videos where people will nitpick little shit that I wasn't clear enough about in my gameplay sections. So it's like, fine, motherfucker, I'll just break it down for you. And then people complain it's too boring. It's like, shit, like, what do you want from me? Electric Underground was saying close-up camera adds to the tension. I mean, yes and no. I don't know. It depends. It's better for a lot of things than this style, yeah. If the N64 ran on discs, no one would be bitching about tank controls in old RE games as a cop-out to not play old games. Yeah. The gotcha stuff he's trying to do to appeal to his ignorant audience screams Reddit shit the max. The thing about this guy is, from what I understand, he is the type of guy who's reviewed a bunch of like obscure games and shit. The reason I remember him is because back in August of last year, when I was mega ultra correct by everything, I don't know what's going on. I'm getting tired, guys. I got to end the stream soon. I'm exaggerating, but back in August of last year, when the official story, which I'm still skeptical of certain elements, the official story is that Adblock, or uBlock specifically, updated how it works to get around like YouTube's new system. So the way it was working was making it so when you clicked on a video, it didn't even count it as a view. So everyone's views tanked overnight, you know. In my case, it was about the Season 2 trailer for the Fallout show, right? That was the Spurg thing. So anyway, to tie back into what we're talking about right now, this is one of the guys who I remember reacting to him talking about his channel dying. And the reason, a big part of why his channel was dying was because, I think it was right here. See, he went from 144,000 to only 27,000 views. Everyone's views died at the same time, right? And so I don't think it was purely ad block. I think there's shit going on YouTube's end too. But just for the whole month of August, everyone's views got sliced significantly. Yeah. Damn it, Sammy's barking again. She wants me to end the stream. Damn dog. All right, I'll be right back, because we got to at least like get to a point in this vid where I can end it. And I'm not going to watch any more videos because, I don't know, I'm getting tired. My brain no work good. Thoughts on skill issue as an argument? Very annoying. I got a lot of that during the Elden Ring reviews. Though I think people are more on my side when it came to Shadow of the Erd Tree, because it was just poorly designed in a lot of ways. You just had to pee really quick. Just feels like this guy's trying to justify his own lack of having a strong opinion on the matter with a bunch of disingenuous bullshit that doesn't even make sense. I hate him. Yeah, a sad thing is there's a couple good points in here, but I don't know, like at the same time, like I don't know if maybe he has beef with Crobcat for some reason. I have no idea, but I'm not sure I understand what the point of this video is. If you say the point of this video is that the original Resident Evil 4 was also a product of its time, that's not true, though. None of the popular games before Resident Evil 4 played like Resident Evil 4. Even if it stole many of its seemingly unique elements from other games, they were never combined all together like that. That's the thing. So that point is just fake. Let's see. I don't know how much longer we'll watch, but I'm not gonna watch any more videos after this.
Do is pop up LB to stop every single monster in the game.
Makes the game easy/bad. I'm really not sure how you can square the idea of nailing a single headshot on a slow-moving target, being rewarded with a guaranteed stagger, abusing the world's most forgiving iframes, and dealing damage plus knockdown to more than 6 enemies at the same time isn't similarly detrimental.
Yeah, I mean, he's right about that. I'm pretty sure I made a similar argument. That I do agree with. Absolutely.
And don't get me wrong, I'm on neither side of this argument, because I did find...
Okay, then you wouldn't have made this video, motherfucker. Don't do this. Don't do this. That's the Reddit shit. Just stick to a position. Don't say, I don't care. Guys, I don't really care. Then you wouldn't have made this video. You wouldn't have made this video. You do care.
And the lack of consistent stagger states in Remake to be a slight mark against it. But I'm not the one saying that the original slow controls and sluggish camera movement contributed to a difficulty-based, horror movie-like example of terror. To be totally honest with you, at certain points, Crobcat puts such wildly contradicting ideas next to each other that I stopped working on this video because I couldn't be sure that this whole thing wasn't a joke. Like right here, you have a few different content creators saying that RE4's limited field of view and camera placement so tight that it doesn't allow for some enemies to remain on screen for the majority of your fight with them is a good thing because of how positively it affects tension.
The camera system never quite allowing you to keep track of him at all times.
But the literal next point, something stated not even a full minute later, is that Leon's new momentum-based movement in the remake is a massive limitation but doesn't contribute to tension for some reason.
Where you're never...
Well, that's because it doesn't, because it feels like shit, though. See? The problem... I know I just said the guy should pick a position. And I do have a position. It's called the synthetic position. As in, I'm always on my own team. Whichever team that is. But I am kind of down the middle here. Where I'm like, yes, this is retarded. I think this is a dumb point because the fucking sluggish inertia-based movement feels bad because it takes control away from the player. Like, the controls are objectively less responsive because of this terrible movement. However, on the other side, the only slight thing I'll defend Avalanche Reviews is Crobcat didn't actually make a broader point here, just a specific point. So, if anything, he is opening himself up for like a dishonest argument like this because he didn't state his intentions because he doesn't narrate his own videos, you know? If you just have clips, you can't have... At this point, just AI generate a whole review based on other reviewers' opinions. Whatever, I gotta stop saying stuff like that. But, you know, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I liked most of the points in the video. I liked the point of the video itself. But the actual structure of the video, I did not like for the Crobcat video. Nope.
Quite
fully in control of Leon's movement.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, not being able to move the camera the way I want is masterful use of horror, but not being able to move my character the way I want is modern game design bullshit. Of course, don't worry about similar points.
I'm not gonna make the same point twice. Actually, maybe I will. But again, Crobecat doesn't make any strong argument to debunk this. So I can see why this guy would take this dishonest position. Me, Synthetic God, if it was my video, I would have said that I wouldn't have said the limited tank controls is to amplify horror or any of that shit. I wouldn't have said that. But Resident Evil 4's controls, you might not like the type of controls they are. Like, people hate tank controls. That's a completely fine opinion to have. But they are responsive. When you know how to use them, they function exactly as they should. Inertia-based controls don't. If I flick the stick in the opposite direction and I lose the ability to aim, duck, parry, etc., for a quarter to a half of a second, that's like objectively bad. How is that? In what universe is that good? That does not amplify horror. That amplifies rage. Rage at the sloppy, unresponsive garbage controls. I understand that tank controls could also elicit rage, but when you press a button, it does the function instantly. If you understand how to use the controls to your advantage, they work exactly as they should. Yes, there's a learning curve if you've never played a game like that before, but they function perfectly. Okay? That's the difference. That's the difference. But yes, that wasn't explained in Crobecat's video because, I mean, you can't. I mean, how would you in that format? You can't. He could clip what I just said and put it in his next video. That's not gonna happen. Where's the part 3 remake vid? Earlier he said he watched like 20 other videos about Crobecat to understand who he is, so he's being argumentative for the sake of arguing. He's a golem. I know, I really don't understand the point of this video. He's obviously lying about his intentions, about not caring about the argument, because no one would put this much effort in. Like, if he's apathetic towards Resident Evil 4 original and remake, then he wouldn't have made this vid in the first place.
That were made earlier in the video that suggest not being able to move while reloading or shooting was a good thing. On a similar note, Remake Shotgun has less spread.
I don't know why he keeps showing this clip of Resident Evil 6. Well, I guess it is from the video, but every time I see Resident Evil 6, I'm mad.
Which effectively doesn't allow you to easily drop several enemies at once, which is a bad thing, despite the implication being that the original shotgun makes the game more easy, which in this situation equals out to the good kind of easy and not the bad kind that Remake is.
Yeah, again, I kind of agree with that point. I do.
And hey, what about Ashley? In OG Resident Evil 4, you had a lot of control over her, something that allowed you to park her in a safe spot and engage a mob of Plagas-infected bad guys without her becoming a burden on the combat. The remake's approach to this system, though, was that it made the game too easy, which, as we have previously established, is bad. So as you might assume, taking away that granular control and forcing her to be close to you at all times...
Again, don't want to repeat myself too many times, but he's doing exactly what he did with the previous point. Yes, Crobecat did not explicitly state that having objectively bad controls is bad versus difficulty from good game design is good, or a game being easy but being really fun is good and makes up for lack of challenge. He didn't say any of those things because that's not how his videos work, but... I think, again, you know, if you're watching and you're engaging with the content, then you can at least assume that not being able to control how Ashley works is bad. You know, even if it doesn't represent a larger narrative effectively, which is the point I agree with, that these individual points don't make sense if put together as a larger point.
Would increase the difficulty, which is, of course, bad. It's bad in this scenario. This time it's bad. Just to be obnoxiously clear, I'm not saying that you can't find fault in some of the things discussed here. That would be crazy because my review of RE4 Remake is still up and publicly viewable. There is literal evidence that I agree with some of these criticisms on the same platform this video is available on. My position is that you can't in the same breath say the negatives in RE4 are actually purposeful inclusions meant to mold it into the scariest game ever made, while similar negatives in RE4 Remake don't have the same effect. So with that being said, my official statement on the matter is that bad things in Remake are bad, and the bad things in the original, also bad. Now please, try not to go out in the sun while nursing the burn you received from that searing hot take.
I really don't like his like Reddit sarcasm in this. That said, though, I mean, that's not really a point either, because it's not like Avalanche brought up what does he think is bad in the original Resident Evil 4. Obviously, Krobcat's video never names any real flaw with the original Resident Evil 4, because again, that's not what his videos do, which I don't have a problem with. I liked his videos for what they were, which is why I wasn't a big fan of the last video, and I also wasn't in it. I don't know if you knew that. Anyway. But what does like the statement actually mean at the end of this segment, that the things that are bad about Resident Evil 4 are bad? No one named anything bad about the original Resident Evil 4. That's kind of the problem, not necessarily that. And I'm not saying it's a flawless game, by the way, to be clear. Even if Resident Evil 4 is in my top 10 favorite games, it does have flaws. It does have flaws. It is not a flawless game. I'm just saying nobody named a flaw.
This is going to be a relatively short section because, as usual, I just can't resist the insanity of the RE4 fan base. A group that has for decades stood firmly on the position that its tongue-in-cheek, purposefully cheesy dialogue was one of its strongest positives.
Okay, he's going to get autistic about this one because he's a Redditor. I don't even know if I want to watch this part because I'm going to get mad. If he can't tell the difference between the campy 80s movie style dialogue and the millennial writing quips, this is extremely dishonest. Like, extremely fucking dishonest. You cannot pretend in any universe that that's the same writing style. Are you out of your fucking mind? I don't even know. I think that's probably a good place to stop, actually, because I know that's what he's going to say. We know that's where this is going. We know that's where this is going. Fuck. Yeah, fuck that. I ain't listening to that shit. I ain't listening. I'm not going to dislike because I feel like there were a few things I agreed with. It's just the format of this, like, just be honest, bro. Just be honest. Just say you don't like the guy. You can even say you don't even care about, like, you don't even like Resident Evil 4 that much or something. But you can't be like, I don't care, dude. I don't care about this, but here's a 39-minute video on why Krobcat is stupid and I don't like him. But I don't care, bro. I don't really care. You do care. You do care. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I care about many things I probably shouldn't. But, you know. More subscribers than me. Oh my god. Well, I'm not punching down then, so you can't complain. He's been doing YouTube forever, though, I think, actually. Which, given the rate, you know, since my subscriber count basically froze again, who knows? Maybe I'll be this. Yeah, he's been doing this 14 fucking years. Holy shit. So, hopefully I overtake him in the next 8 years. What are his most popular vids? Every Stalker game reviewed, 3 hours long, 3.9 million. This is the problem with the YouTube algorithm. Look at his most popular vids, 3 hours, 3 hours, 20 minutes. 3 hours, 28 minutes. 4 hours. 7 hours. And that's a full series Resident Evil retrospective. Is he going to say Resident Evil 4 sucks in here? That's the worst retrospective ever then. You know, he was complaining about his channel dying, but I think the only thing that actually changed is he stopped making multi-hour long vids. So this is what happens with the YouTube algorithm. I mean, shit, it happened with my channel. As you can tell, like, the Saros vid kind of froze in views, and it's because the watch time is not as good as, like, you know, the Outer Worlds 2 vid or even the High on Life vid. YouTube only cares about watch time. That's it. Well, I guess it also cares if it's like something people are not going to click on, like this fan translation thing. But a lot of these vids are not, you know, none of these are 4 hours long. You got to go back to making 4 hour long videos, then you'll get back in the algorithm. Then again, this is an hour and 14 minutes and it only has 45,000 views. It's possible YouTube has decided his channel should die. But this Crobe Cat one, I guess, got a little bit above average. 4 hour Crimson Desert view when I can't do that to myself. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. And you don't even want to watch me play that anymore either. And I know I'd make you guys suffer. I would. If I have to play Crimson Desert again, all of you have to see it. Though that's the deal. Yes, we do. No. Deal. Do I really go back to streaming Crimson Desert after all this time? I don't think I'm gonna review it though. I don't feel it, man. I don't feel it anymore. I might stream the rest, but I don't think I'm gonna review it. That's the thing. I just don't feel like it. Do a 1 year later 4 hour review, compare and contrast. Yeah, I could do that. I could bait the algorithm with the 1 year later review. And then if I ever make the cowardice of modern game critique, I'll cite myself in the video as a coward for waiting a year. That would be meta. That'd be fucking meta, dude. Max, thanks to the 2 Canadian. Todd in the Book of Evil Gender Transformation. Remind me next stream, because I'm going to end the stream. Hereupon XC, thanks to 22 months of membership. Watch Solving World Hunger GTA 4 Radio. Remind me next stream. Sincere Hypocrite, thanks to 5 Australian. It's not media illiteracy, it's media dyslexia at this point. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. A lot of it's on purpose, though. Like, purposeful dyslexia. Mate, thanks to the 2 Australian. Unforgivable Number 4 by Hodge Stanson. Remind me next stream. Jeb Reggie, thanks to $2. Sterling's last video, if you haven't seen it, remind me next stream. Sendatsu Gaming, thanks to the $5. At work, smoking right now. Oh, hold on. It skipped. Check out Low Tier God, What's Up with Dabine by LG. It's only 1 minute. Remind me next stream. It has him say the N-word, though. That's okay. I don't care anymore. Raymundo, thanks to $2. Triangle Cities Cut Fallout 2 Combat Skip, 19 minutes 11 seconds. Remind me next stream. Ray, thanks to the $5. Watch, if you're reading this, I'm in prison. Skip to 1 minute. Okay, I have an idea. Instead of remind me next stream, I'm going to stop being a lazy ass. I'm just going to go to the super chat page on YouTube, and I'm just going to scroll to this stream, and we will go through the rest of the video suggestions. But that's not going to be until after we play whatever game I decide to play next stream. So I won't scam anybody. I'll just scroll through the supers, and we'll watch the vids. Since there's like a million suggestions here, so that's too many scams. And then Ray, thanks for another $2. My B, I had the video on mute. Higher Toss, thanks to the $5. Was living the life Kojima dreamed up for us till I crashed the Amazon van and stuck it to the man. Glad to survive and watch Synthler as I job search. Sound like a song for a second. I'm sure it's a reference. Sincere Hypocrite, thanks to the 5 Australian. It's not a contradiction if the game is both harder and easier in 2 different senses. Idiots need to actually learn basic laws of logic, P and not P. Yeah, I mean, it's not... I get the point he was trying to make, but he's responding to a point that doesn't exist. Like, the point of Chromecat's videos, ultimately, is just the soul versus soulless meme. So, it's not... I mean, I'm not going to say it's completely dishonest to attribute the point to his vid that the game is somehow both easy and harder, and that's bad in both ways. But I'd say if we're going to not try to media analyze the vid or whatever the fuck, he's just saying that this element is soulless, this element is soulless, this element is soulless. You know what I mean? And I do agree. Like, the inertia-based movement's soulless. Enemies not getting staggered in one shot is soulless. You know, things like that, you know, those are downgrades. Like not being able to control Ashley directly. That's, you know, those are all downgrades. He didn't say, like, the game being easier or harder is good or bad, because he didn't really say anything. I mean, he did say something. He said that the remake's worse, which is true. He did say that. That's true. But I don't know. It's sad because the video avalanche reviews, I feel like if I had made that video, it'd be actually good. I mean, it'd get dislike bombed because I'm an edgelord and would probably say something offensive. But but he made a bad version of the video that part of me wanted to make, but I didn't want to make it that bad because, like, I agree with, like, what would be the point of making the vid avalanche reviews made if I agree with 90% of the video? If anything, the point in my video would be pointing out that he referenced fucking Jacob Geller, the Jew who works for a literal consultancy company. I would show that a couple of the reviews he referenced are actually positive toward the remake, because that's another thing that feels dishonest, referencing those people and not me. That's about it, though. I mean, like, I agreed with 90% of the points in the vid, so why would I make that vid? That just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Am I happy with a new clip channel called Red Sure? I'm never happy with any Sphere Hunter jokes, because that meme is, like, you know, over 4 years old, and, you know, I don't know. I know chat still thinks it's funny, but I cringe. Did I really watch videos for 6 hours? Jesus. This is why I don't like doing video watch segments. Because me and Devin will yap for an hour on a 15-minute video, you know? I mean, I know people enjoy them. The views were good. But to me, it feels like I wasted my time, you know? It's okay, though, because it's not like I was going to work on a vid. I didn't feel like it. Would removing all toucans or all truants from the gaming industry be the better improvement? It would be all toucans. Because without funding, none of this gay-ass shit would get made, you know? Like, yeah, truants working for these companies does make the games worse on some level, but you could argue women working is actually significantly worse, because at least truants are still men, so on some level, men are going to understand, like, you know, if you have a truant programmer, not an artist, the programmer could still do their fucking job. If it's a woman programmer, that game's not, that doesn't even exist, first of all. I just named something that's not real. But second of all, the game will be buggy as shit. It's not gonna work. Nope. What do you mean nope? Are you Jewish? Are you fine with Poir and Redger being the last synth clippers, or do you want more clippers to fill the void? I am apathetic toward clip channels now. I feel like I'm not going to comment publicly on this matter too much longer because it's just it's not worth the energy to care about it. But I feel like chat is going to make me care by pestering me, and then probably some other dramatic shit will happen, I'm sure. But for now, I don't care. Do what you want. It's fine by me. Synthetic fatigue. Yes, I am fatigued. Redger was set up to be a quartering a log channel. It even said it in his description at one point. That's why I said it's extremely suspicious timing that it propped up right after Memory Runner went down. Really makes you think. Using fucking Sphere Hunter jokes, which I realize that joke is still made now. Like, I trust it was made earlier this fucking stream, but it's still like a touristy reference because I don't know, it's like a long meme. It's like when you reference a meme a content creator has been doing for like 10 years to try and fit in. It's like, yeah, that's like the surface level shit. You got to get in deep. It's on Wikitubia too. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of me, yeah, Poir, get back to work. Someone whip Poir. Get him back in the autism mines. He's getting too lazy. If all goes well, it should be published in around 37 hours, so let's hope I can force myself to finish it. Why'd you make it so long? No one's got attention span for that shit. Right, I was reading the rest of Super Chats. I gotta end the stream like immediately. My brain's shutting down. Disaster, thanks to the 22 months membership. Shout out to all growers. I'm not a shower. Thanks for sharing. JI, etc. Thanks to 10 Australian. Being a product of your time is the same as only being the sum of your parts. The original was more than the sum of its parts, but the remake was only the sum of it plus a junk drawer of extra elements. True. True. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just too dishonest arguing. Like, referencing a bunch of obscure slop games, especially... No, the worst part of that video was him claiming that Cold Fear plays like Resident Evil 4. Motherfucker, I played Cold Fear. It does not play like Resident Evil 4, you fucking lunatic. Yeah, it's third person and you have a laser sight on your gun. That's literally where the similarities end. They do not play similar in any other way. That was LARPing pseudo-intellectual shit. Goldstein Files, thanks for $5. Hate to shill, but in light of George's nuking, I want it to be known I also make clips. More raw and unedited compared to Memory Runner, if that's what some prefer. I have like... Yeah, I feel like this is turned into a Hydra situation. I chop off one head, and now there's like 10 more. It's fine. Again, that was a specific case for a reason. And I noticed there are some people who are still not convinced. You know, some real good noticers in this community. But, I am monitoring the situation in my lazy way. Redger, thanks $5. Not a logger. I'm Synth, the #1 fan. Okay. Did you have another account? What was your other username? That you definitely watch this stuff from. Am I planning on reviewing the new Resident Evil movie like I did with Fallout? Maybe. When does it come out? I mean, it would be easy content. I really should. Am I playing Master Duel recently? No, thankfully I'm clean. I haven't touched Master Duel in over a year. Made it so long because it's going to go over all three of your major conversations. I've also been waiting for this moment for months on end, so I'm basking in it. Well, don't bask too heavily. I was surprised you didn't review the Silent Hill 2 movie. It was too shit. You know, when something's so bad that literally everyone's shitting on it, that's not even worth talking about, to be honest. Because the thing is, my vid's not out fast enough, so there's no unique take. Because, like, all the movie shill people got to see it early, or at the very least, like, they content mill that shit so fast, they can sometimes get out in the same day they saw it. Mary Angela Laura Sutherland. That was like the worst twist ever of all time. That was so bad. That was the only reason I even considered making the video, because that has got to be one of the worst twists in a piece of fiction ever. I'd watch shit out of your review for the Resident Evil movie. Is it, yeah, what, hold on. I know I heard about this. When is this shit coming out? September 18th, 2026. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to check it out for sure. All right, guys, I'm heading out. I can, you know, when you get the brain fog and there's long pauses between when you're talking? Yeah, that's what's happening. So I'm just going to, like, chill out and then go to sleep, I guess. I don't know when I'll stream next, but it'll be soon because, I don't know. I like streaming, and I'm lazy, and I don't feel like doing anything else. I guess that's it. All right, I'll see you guys.